testing.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell, can you hear us? This is Ben.
I can hear you. I got kicked out because I was waiting too long.
Got it. We hear you.
We wanna,
So we are ready to
Mari,
go.
you want to make
Thank
sure
you.
the stream works? We want to make sure the audio works. You did? Okay. All right.
Okay, so we're back on the record for case 9692. Is there any preliminary matters? Actually, let me deal with him real quick and I'll come back to you.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Barry Naum on behalf of Walmart. On Friday, Walmart confirmed that no other parties have cross-examination for our witness, and we understand that the Commission also does not have questions for Mr. Cronauer. If that's the case, and if this is a good time, I would seek to have Mr. Cronauer's testimony admitted into the record by stipulation.
Sure.
Great, thank you. On June 20th, 2023, Walmart caused to be filed what has been identified as Walmart Exhibit 1, which consists of 34 pages of prepared direct testimony and 15 internal exhibits. And on August 25th, 2023, Walmart caused to be filed what has been identified as Walmart Exhibit 2, which consists of 6 pages of surrebuttal testimony. At this point, Mr. Chairman, Walmart would move to have those exhibits marked as identified and entered into the record by stipulation.
Any objection?
No objection.
Seeing none, so marked and admitted.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Walmart appreciates that Mr. Cronauer does not have to fly from Arkansas today.
Good to know.
Thank you.
Actually, I have one. So, yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is Nicholas Enoch for intervener IBW Local. My witness, originally the interveners were supposed to testify today, but that obviously isn't going to happen. He has commitments to testify in another matter the next 2 days, but will be available on Friday. So would it be possible to bump him back to Friday and have a commitment for that?
Anybody got any,
I don't have any objection.
any problems with that, or?
Staff
think-
has no problems, but we do have 16 witnesses, so we would like to get.
Well, I
them
understand,
done.
but I think we've been sort of interchanging people, so, so I guess, yeah, I think it'll work, so
Okay,
it'll
good.
be fine.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Herson.
Morning, Chair. Two quick matters. First of all, last week when company witness Dickens was on the stand, Commissioner O'Donnell asked the question about adjustments. We have prepared a response to that request. I have copies that we can pass out. My suggestion is that we allow company witness Frayne to explain it. He can give the context of it, but I'm happy to pass out the responses now, or we can wait till witness Frayne takes the stand.
Well, actually, why don't you do this? Let's pass it out now,
Okay.
and then if we got questions for him, that'll, then we'll be prepared to do that, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could I have that emailed to me, please?
Yes, we were going to suggest that Commissioner O'Donnell be sent an email.
It will be done.
Thank you.
And are you gonna mark this as an exhibit, or?
I'm being told that in the past we've done, with responses to bench data requests, we actually call them commission exhibits,
Oh, I see, okay.
so that we don't
All right, fair enough.
jump into the order of the
Sure,
company
sure,
exhibits.
yeah,
but
so.
We can do it any way Your Honor wants.
Well, you can do that, that's fine. So, we did ask for it, so.
Okay, and then the other matter is, I wanted to bring up a topic. Last week, one of the parties to this proceeding issued a press release regarding a subject matter that's germane to this proceeding. And I would respectfully request that the commission advise the parties that it is not proper to be litigating a matter in the media, especially the week that the proceeding is underway. I think, all the parties have worked very good so far in this matter to work professionally and cooperatively with each other, but it's just not proper to be issuing press releases about matters that we're literally having live testimony about the particular week of. It's also a violation of Maryland Rule 19.3036 A and D, which prohibits counsel for parties to make statements in the media about matters pending before a live proceeding. So I don't want to make a huge deal about it, but I felt compelled to say something about it so that we don't have a repeat of that.
You wish to respond, or?
Respectfully, Your Honor, we believe that we have an obligation to inform our clients and update them as to the facts that are germane to this proceeding. That said, any direction you'd like to give on this matter, we'll comply with it.
Well, how about for this week, to the extent you want to send out press releases, inform your clients regarding matters, maybe pick different company or different subject matter. So just, I understand that, that in a civil trial and criminal trials, this has more bearing on it because you're worried about it affecting the jury, and I don't think it necessarily impacts us. But that being said, this is a matter that's in litigation before this commission. So, like I said, if you could, any press release you send out the rest of this week, just aim on a different subject. So,
Understood, Your Honor.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Commissioner O'Donnell.
just as a reminder, we are not bound by Maryland rules. We're guided by Maryland rules, but we are not bound by Maryland.
Understood. So,
That's all, Your Honor.
okay.
Right.
Good morning, Chair Hoover, Commissioners Brent Balea on behalf of BGE. The company calls Miss Laura Wright to the stand, and she's already there, so if she could be sworn in, we can proceed.
I do.
Good morning, Miss Wright.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record,
Laura Ann Wright,
and who is your employer,
BGE,
and your job title, please?
Vice President of Technical Services.
Thank you. Do you have with you today on the stand a document titled The Direct Testimony of Ajit Apte, dated February 17th, 2023?
Yes, I do.
Does that document contain 58 pages and 3 exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark Mr. Apte's direct testimony and Exhibit AA1 attached thereto as BG Exhibit number 31.
Okay, so marked.
Thanks. Ms. Wright, do you have also with you a document titled The Supplemental Direct Testimony of Laura Wright dated April 11th, 2023, consisting of 7 pages and 1 exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd like to have Ms. Wright's supplemental direct and the exhibit attached thereto marked as BGE Exhibit number 32, please.
So marked.
Ms. Wright, in your supplemental direct testimony, did you adopt Mr. Apte's direct testimony with certain updates?
Yes, I did.
Do you also have with you today on the stand a document titled The Rebuttal Testimony of Laura Wright, dated July 31st, 2023, consisting of 58 pages and 4 exhibits?
Yes, I do.
Were there 3 different versions of your rebuttal testimony filed with this commission? One that is public, one that is confidential, and one that is confidential CEII?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark the public version of Ms. Wright's rebuttal testimony with the exhibit attached to it as BG Exhibit number 33A.
So marked.
I'd like to mark the confidential version of Ms. Wright's rebuttal testimony with the exhibits attached thereto as BGE Exhibit 33B.
So marked.
And finally, I'd like to mark the confidential CEII version of Ms. Wright's rebuttal testimony and exhibit as BGE Exhibit 33C.
So marked.
Thank you. Ms. Wright, was your direct, supplemental direct, and rebuttal testimonies and all the exhibits attached to those testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any corrections or any other changes to make to any of your testimony today?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today that were asked of you in any of the testimony that we just went through, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, I'd ask that BGE Exhibits 31, 32, 33A, 33B, and 33C be admitted into the evidentiary record, please.
Seeing no objections, admitted.
Thank you. With that, Your Honor, Ms. Wright is available for cross.
So, Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club. Okay. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County. Let's see them. Supplier Coalition. Prince George's County. IBEW.
Good morning, Ms. Wright. My name is Nicholas Enoch. I'm the attorney for Local 410 and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. And I just have a few quick questions. If you turn to page 26 of Mr. Apte's direct testimony, which is now your direct testimony,
You said page 26?
page 26.
Okay.
In the first paragraph, are you there?
Yes, I am.
In the first paragraph, there's a discussion about tens of millions of dollars being spent on planned cable replacement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then there's a footnote 5 that goes to the bottom. Do you see that?
I do.
And in the first sentence is cable replacement costs are variable due to labor and material costs, as well as the split between the amount of main or tap cable that is replaced, correct?
That is correct.
Now, is this work, the tens of millions of dollars in planned cable replacement, is that going to be done using contracted labor or in-house BGE labor? If you know.
I don't actually know. We generally would look to use a combination. We look at the conditions at the current time and decide. It's not planned in advance that way.
Would you agree with me that when in the footnote it says the cable replacement costs are variable due to labor, I'll just focus on that, that variability really only pertains to contracted labor, not in-house labor? Would you agree?
I would not necessarily agree. It could potentially depend on, as we said, the amount of work that is being done. The labor can increase if there's overtime that's applied for internal resources. So it's not only variable when it's external.
Okay, so when you're saying, well, are you aware that Local 410 has a collective bargaining agreement that extends till the year 2029?
Yes,
And so whatever those wage rates are, they're set in stone until that time, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. As opposed to contracted labor, BG doesn't really know what the labor rates might be moving forward, correct?
That is correct, but it is a competitive process.
Okay, thank you so much.
Department of Defense. Not here. Maryland Energy Administration.
No questions, Your Honor.
OPC.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have a few questions. Good morning, Ms. Wright.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Sammartino. I'm an assistant People's Counsel with the Office of People's Counsel. I'd first like to start with a short holdover question from Mr. McIntosh's cross-examination, and this concerns a DR response that you sponsored. So, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Sure.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 8.
Actually, I think it's 9.
9?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least according to my count.
OPC Exhibit 9. Now, Ms. Wright, you sponsored this DR response, correct?
That is correct.
And this DR asks about Phase 2 of 1898 and Co.'s study on the impact of electrification on residential customers.
Yes.
And so I'd like to ask you about the last sentence in the response to Part B. And this sentence states, the Phase 2 of the work scenario being studied is leveraging the E3 study hybrid scenario as a basis. Does this question accurately state the base scenario used for the second phase of BGE's electrification impact study?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. So, now I have some questions regarding BGE's proposed electric distribution investments. And in Mr. Apte's direct testimony, which you've adopted as your own, on the page titled Witness Testimony Overview. I believe this is the first page after the cover page.
Yes.
And this page indicates that BGE is proposing electric system capital investments for each year of the MYP. in the amounts of $227.7 million for 2024, $301.3 million for 2025, and $297.3 million for 2026. Is this correct?
That is correct.
And this equates to roughly $826.3 million over the 3-year MYP period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is this amount higher than the electric system capital investments BGE has made during its first MYP?
Yes, it is.
Is it your testimony that all of the $826.3 million of electric distribution investments BGE proposes in this case are necessary to ensure safe and reliable service?
All of the dollars that have been proposed in here are necessary to meet the safe and reliable service of our customers as we have put forth in the plan and to meet the standard reliability requirements that we have set forth by the commission. Now, if you ask me if every single dollar is required, clearly we would be able to move some of the dollars around as needed, but this is a robust plan that we have developed to be able to ensure that safe and reliable system.
So would you agree that some of these investments are discretionary or deferrable?
They're not discretionary, but we can look at moving things in time as needed depending on how system conditions change.
Okay. Please turn to page 56 of your rebuttal testimony. And starting at line 14. This portion of your testimony concerns the replacement pace of substation oil circuit breakers. And I'd like to ask you about what's the DR response? Another DR response regarding this program. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this exhibit as OPC 11.
Actually, 10.
10? Okay. OPC Exhibit 10. Ms. Wright? So Mr. Apte sponsored this DR, but you've since adopted his DR responses as your own, correct?
That is correct.
And this table indicates that since 2017, BGE has replaced a total of around 87 oil-filled circuit breakers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And from 2020 to 2022, BGE replaced only 28 OCBs in total, correct?
Correct.
In 2018 alone, is it correct that BGE replaced 26?
That is correct.
And in 2019, BGE replaced 21, correct?
Correct.
Approximately how many OCBs does BGE plan to replace in 2023?
In 2023, the current year. I believe the number is between 12 and 15.
Now, in this MYP, the company proposes to accelerate its OCB replacement pace. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this pace would be 25 per year in 2024, to 30 in 2025, and to 35 in 2026, correct?
Correct.
And starting in 2027, and you indicate this on page 56 of your rebuttal, lines 13 through 14, you intend to replace 40 in 2027 and then maintain that pace for the next 11 years until all the OCBs have been removed.
That is correct.
Do these target replacement numbers factor in replacements of OCBs that have failed in service?
Yes, they do.
And how did BGE arrive at this replacement pace?
So in looking at the number of breakers that are remaining on the BGE system and the overall age and condition of those breakers, and looking at how long it would take to get all of those breakers off of the BGE system, and as we have stated in my testimony that the breakers have oil in them and can potentially be an environmental hazard should they fail. This is the reason why we want to replace them with the newer technology that is the vacuum circuit breakers that do not have those same environmental conditions. That is how we arrived at the pace for replacement, was looking at how long it would take and the initial pace of replacement. These breakers would be on the system for quite some time. So we looked at, could we come up with a plan that would reasonably replace them in a number of years where those breakers could still be functioning at a level that would support safe and reliable operation of the system.
And is there anything that requires all remaining OCBs to be replaced within 14 years? That'd be 14 years from the start of the MYP.
There's not any specific mandate that says that we need to remove them, but this is something that we have looked at a number of times. We had experienced a rise in number of failures in 2018, which is why we experienced, why we had the increased number of replacements. And we also take the input from our field employees who are out there working on the system, performing maintenance on a regular basis, and saying that they are concerned about certain areas, certain breakers that could be of issue. They're working right now, but as we all know, things work safely and reliably until they don't. So we look at what is the condition of the breakers, what is the testing that we do, what is the maintenance, is it increasing, is it decreasing, what is the feedback that we're getting from our field employees, and then also, as we said, that this technology is out of date, it's not being used anymore. Any kind of breakers that need to be replaced have to be replaced with newer technology. These breakers, you can't get a direct replacement, you replace with vacuum technology. So the parts are getting more difficult to find. So all of those factors together is what brought us to this accelerated plan.
Okay. And you mentioned the testing that BGE conducts. So I'd be correct in stating that BGE completes periodic function tests on all its circuit breakers.
Yes, we do.
And is it correct that all the oil-filled circuit breakers that are currently operating today have passed their recent tests or have failed a test and are scheduled for replacement?
That is correct, that they have passed their tests or we are in the process of replacement.
And despite BGE having a way to identify breakers in need of replacement, the company's still chosen to accelerate its replacement rate. Is that right?
That's correct.
If a breaker has passed its functional test, how does BGE determine that it needs to be replaced?
As I said, we're looking at the trend of the data that's coming in, so it can pass that test at a single point in time, but we're looking at what is the trend that's there. We're looking at what are the system events that have occurred in that area that could potentially make the breakers more susceptible to failure. We're talking to our field employees and their direct experience with working on these breakers. We're looking at the maintenance history. In some cases, the maintenance history is higher. In other cases, we have breakers that don't operate properly when called to do so, and there's no apparent cause for that, so they would become on that list to be replaced. So there's a number of factors that are utilized.
And you mentioned that the need to accelerate the pace of replacing these OCBs is rising failure rates. And I'm curious if you know what the annual failure and service rate of oil-filled circuit breakers are on your system.
I do not currently know what the exact failure rate is, and as I stated, we had a rise in failure rates in 1 year, but it's not been a consistent rise in failure rates. But that was what generated us to start looking at the problem to say, is this an issue and something we need to look at further?
Subject to check, would you agree that the failure rate is less than 1%?
I don't think I would agree to that, even subject to check. I would need to get back with what the failure rate is.
And it's correct that BGE is also proposing a performance metric for removing oil-based equipment, correct?
That is correct.
And if you refer to your rebuttal testimony at page 57, line 19, here you discuss that the ROBE performance metric will ensure BGE's work to remove aging oil-based equipment remains a top priority for the Commission, as the BGE work plan is impacted by external factors such as electrification. How much additional load from electrification does the company project in the next 3 years?
I don't know the answer to that.
And do you know how this increase in electrification over the next 3 years creates a disincentive for the company to replace aging oil-based circuit breakers?
It's not necessarily a disincentive. What is the concern is looking at the limited amount of money that we have, because we want to make sure that our bills remain affordable to our customers, and applying it where it makes the most sense. And if we're looking at all of these differing priorities, of which electrification is one, but reliability and safety are the top priorities, we have to look at what makes the most sense for us to spend the money. So it could potentially be something where we say, okay, let's take from the breaker program in order to support electrification needs of the customers. But since we don't have that projected out fully right now, we don't know what that's going to do. So the ROBE performance metric is to say, you know what, we want to achieve these benefits, ensuring that these breakers stay reliable in the existing infrastructure. We want to also ensure that we're removing that environmental hazard of the oil that's in the breakers, and also reducing maintenance and making it safer for our field forces to be working on the equipment. And so that's why we want to focus on this particular ROBE as a PIM.
So would I be correct in saying the idea behind this PIM is to sort of cabin BGE's discretion and to incentivize it to direct its capital to this specific type of work?
That is accurate.
Is it your testimony that the potential for financial penalties due to oil leaks from oil-based circuit breakers does not make their replacement a priority for the company?
It does make it a priority because we have continued to, as you see, but based on the data request response, replace these breakers periodically throughout the years, and there's a threshold at which we didn't go below with the 7 in 2020. But it is something that is, again, just one factor in a number of difficult decisions that are out there for how we properly utilize the funding that we have to both benefit our customers.
OPC witness Stevens recommended that BGE defer this work. Is it your testimony that the company would still need an additional incentive to maintain its OCB replacement pace?
No, we would not need an additional incentive to continue with the program, but we would need additional incentive potentially to be able to ensure that we are replacing it in this accelerated fashion.
Okay, thank you. Next I'd like to ask a couple of questions about capacity expansion. And if you turn to page 47 of your rebuttal, on pages 47 to 48, you disagree with OPC witness Stevens' recommendation that the Clare Street substation project be deferred.
That is correct.
And this project involves building a new substation to replace the existing Westport 34 kilovolt substation, correct?
Correct.
And on page 47, lines 21 through 22, you state that Gold Street, which I believe is one of the substations in this, for lack of a better technical term, complex, the Gold Street substation will reach its capacity prior to Westport, and Westport 34 kilovolt will not be overloaded. Is it correct that age, not load growth, is a driver for this project?
Both are actually a driver for this project. So the development that's coming on in that area actually needs to be supplied at a transmission voltage. The closest transmission voltage is at the Westport complex, which has multiple levels of voltage, different substations there. The Westport 34 kV is aging, does have a lot of the breakers in it that we would like to have replaced. It also has other equipment that is very old and requires a lot of maintenance there. So as an integrated solution, we looked at, can we retire that Westport 34 kV by rebuilding it somewhere else, and then utilize the space from the Westport 34 kV to build the expansion for the 115 that is required to serve the customer load that's coming on. It solves multiple problems with one solution.
Understood. Has the age of the Westport substation impacted the reliability of customers served by that substation?
Not directly, most likely, but it does indirectly impact customers. If we lose equipment that goes out of service there due to age of equipment, then we are able to switch and be able to supply customers now because of the load at which we're at now. But in the future, with the load that's coming on, we would not have that flexibility, and it would cause reliability concerns.
Subject to check, do you recall BGE's system average interruption duration over the past 5 years?
I don't remember the numbers specifically.
I have a handy exhibit for that. And Your Honor, I have one question that concerns confidential CEII information. So what I've done is I've printed an exhibit that has the specific confidential numbers on it, and I just want to ask the witness a more general question about these numbers to avoid having to go into a confidential session. I'm curious if that would be acceptable to you.
Company have any concerns, or we want to sort of play it by ear? So.
Yes, that's okay with the
Okay,
company.
go ahead.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Sure, that's fine. I just want to give you a heads up.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this exhibit as OPC 10, I guess, since it's confidential CEII, 10 CEII.
Actually, this would be 11.
Oh, 11. I am so sorry.
Was it just 11 or 11 with a number? I don't, or with a letter? Rather. Just 11.
Let's do 11 CEII.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Wright, the numbers in the second box here, these are derived from information provided by the company in OPC DR 601, Attachment B. And it concerns the SAIDI and SAFE for all the 18 circuits that are served by the Westport substation, Westport 34 kilovolt substation. Subject to check, would you agree with these numbers?
Subject to check, yes.
Is it correct that despite the age of the substation, the reliability of these circuits is better than BGE's system-wide average?
The SAIDI from 2021 for these circuits was significantly higher than the SAIDI in 2021 for the system-wide average. Would point to some event that occurred in that year affecting these circuits.
But over the 5-year period?
Over the 5-year period, subject to check of the average calculation, it does appear that way, yes.
And is it still your testimony that, in light of the Westport substation's better than average reliability, BGE has no discretion to defer replacement of the substation?
As I said, the reason for replacement of the substation has largely to do with the solution required to serve the development that is coming on in that area. And we do meet regularly with the people who are putting that development in place to ensure the loads that they're projecting and also to ensure the timeline. So this is a needed replacement in order to make room for the station that is going to serve that customer.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Wright, I'd like to ask a couple questions about the company's planned cable replacement program.
Okay.
So BGE has two different approaches to cable replacement. One is proactive and one you would describe as reactive. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now for mainline cable, and this is the three-phase backbone of an electrical circuit, under the reactive approach, BGE replaces a section of this cable once the section has experienced 1 to 2 faults. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And for underground residential distribution cable, BGE replaces a section of that cable once it has experienced 2 to 3 faults, correct?
That is correct.
And the proactive cable replacement approach, this is housed in projects 61132 and 61134, correct?
Correct.
Now compared to the reactive approach, under the proactive approach, BGE replaces certain types of cable purely based on that cable's historic fault rate, regardless of the faults that the cable actually experienced in any given year. Is that correct?
I would not say solely based on that criteria. There's other criteria that is utilized. We talk again with the field and personnel who have direct experience with the system, and we look at the fault rate, and we also look at what additional types of events have occurred in the area. So it's not solely based on the fault rate.
Okay.
But that is one criteria.
And for 2021 and 2022, you indicate that BGE replaced around 30 miles annually of cable. Is that correct?
Council, could you direct us to where you're getting that information from, so
Yeah.
we can follow along, please?
Give me one. This would be on page 27 of Ms. Wright's rebuttal, lines 12 through 14.
Thank you.
Yes. So in 21 and 22, the program averaged 30 miles of cable replacement per year.
And in this MYP, BGE is proposing to accelerate this replacement rate to 75 to 85 miles per year, correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the company's cable replacement proposal in case number 9353? 9353 concerns the company's annual performance reports and plan to meet the Commission's service quality and reliability standards.
I am aware that we had the cable replacement plan submitted. I'm not aware of the exact mileage.
Okay, so subject to check, would you agree in that proceeding that the company proposed a replacement rate of 47.6 miles per year?
Subject to check, yes.
And has BGE quantified any incremental reliability benefit to customers of increasing this pace from 47 miles to 75 to 85 miles per year?
Yes, there was a data request response where we clarified the correction to the original submission of what the reliability benefit would be and showed that there was an incremental benefit for the replacement of this accelerated amount of cable.
And this benefit was quantified?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Do you know if that data response was attached to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not have rebuttal testimony.
I mean, excuse me, rebuttal testimony.
Yes, it was included in the response to staff DR 14-01 and the waterfall chart attachment. Actually, I apologize. That is where it is incorrect. Attachment to revised for that staff DR 14-01 is where the correction is.
Okay. Now, if you could refer to figure 1 on page 28 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay?
You use this table to support your claim on page 27, line 16, that cable faults are steadily rising since BGE's cable replacement program budgets were cut in 2021 and 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree that if you're just looking at this chart, the total faults in 2021 from the middle 4 bars in the chart are about the same as in 2020?
The bars themselves may compare, but the overall trend is increasing.
So then you'd agree that the total faults in 2022 from the last 4 bars in this chart are roughly similar to the bars for 2020 and 2021?
Again, the trend that we're looking at on this graph is what we're saying is increasing. And if you want to say that yes, then the quarters and the year as to which had the most faults, then yes, I would say that is similar. But the overall trend in faults is increasing.
So you'd agree that on a quarterly basis, at least, the fault rates appear to be extremely variable?
I would say that the fault rates tend to follow seasonality, and this chart is showing that.
And to what extent may random variation be responsible for the slight increase in the fault rate from 2021 to 2022? I guess you indicated seasonality as a factor. Are there weather conditions, environmental conditions that might result in a higher fault rate in one year as opposed to another?
That is correct.
And is it possible that this type of environmental factors or effects might have caused a small amount of growth in faults from 2022 over 2020 and 2021?
It potentially could have caused that, but what I can say is when we noticed this increase in the trend based on the change to our funding of this program, we did commission Quanta to do a third-party study to be able to tell us if we needed to look at our level of investment into cable replacement. And they compared our fault rates at BGE to the system average fault rate, and showed that BGE is at 7.3 average fault rate versus an industry average of a 5.3 average fault rate. So we are significantly over the industry average with regard to cable faults.
Now, is there a dollar value for customers that you can put on bringing BGE's fault rate up to the system average?
I don't have a direct dollar value for customer, but
And it is
Yeah.
still your testimony that the replacement rate of 75 to 85 miles is required and not discretionary?
to get to the industry average fault rate and have that better reliability service for our customers, yes, that is the required investment amount.
Now, assuming that the commission agrees with the recommendation of OPC's witness to defer spending on this program, would BGE still continue to replace segments of mainline cable and underground residential distribution cable that have experienced faults, I guess 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 in any given year?
Yes, we would continue with our reactive program.
Thank you. Ms. Wright, I have no more questions for you. And Your Honor, I'd like to move OPC Exhibits 9, 10, and 11 CEII into evidence.
Any objection? Seeing none, so admitted. Staff?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Ms. Wright?
Oh, wait.
Do I do
What?
redirect before, or I can't remember if you're going to do the whole line? and
No,
then
no,
redirect?
so
Okay.
him, then you. So, don't worry, I forget sometimes too. Go ahead.
Ms. Wright, good morning. Peter Wilson, on behalf of staff, and OPC covered many of my topics, so I have just a couple, paging through my notes here. One involves the ZVAC machine. How many ZVAC machines do you currently have, does BG currently have?
I do not know that. That's a better question for company witness White.
Okay. Well, I think that takes care of my question then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Burley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wright, OPC's counsel asked you a question in the beginning of his cross, and he asked that you refer to the first page of Mr. Apte's testimony, which you have adopted. It's actually kind of the very first page after the cover page, titled Witness Testimony Overview. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And he asked you about the amount of capital electric distribution spending that BGE is proposing in this case. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Ms. Wright, when BGE developed this plan and proposed it to the commission, and is there anything in here that you'd say is discretionary and not necessary and in the public interest?
No, I would not call any of it discretionary. We do have a number of projects and programs in here that are mandatory, and then we have some things in here that are not mandatory, but I still would not call them discretionary. They are items that we would need to be able to deliver the safe and reliable service that our customers need, and they are things that we potentially can look at the timing on and adjust based on needs at the current time, but it is not discretionary.
OPC's counsel asked you about the OCB program as well. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What are the consequences if an oil-filled breaker fails and oil spills? What does that mean?
So there, again, there's no containment for an oil-filled circuit breaker. So there's no way to contain that oil into one pit, so it can permeate throughout the substation. We in fact had one not long ago that did spray oil across the rest of the equipment in the substation. Requires a significant amount of cleanup to be able to get all of the equipment back in service. So we had to take out more equipment to be able to do that restoration, as well as replacing the breaker itself. So it does put the system in an abnormal condition while we are performing that cleanup and while we are replacing the equipment to get it back to its operating condition. It is also an emergent response, so we call in additional personnel. We have kind of all hands on deck type of situation to address that particular failure at that time.
Thank you. Counsel for OBC also asked you about the PIM that we've proposed
Yes.
with regard to this issue, and he used the term cabin and asked you if you agreed that you're asking the commission to basically cabin this capital spending into this program. Do you remember that?
I do remember.
Did you mean to say that this PIM is proposed and if accepted, that you would be required to spend this money on this program? Is that the way the PIM works?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading question.
Can you rephrase it?
How does the PIM work?
The PIM works by incenting the company to be able to achieve the goal, the stretch goal that's been put out there, and also in penalizing the company should we not achieve the minimum that's out there. So really what it's looking at is saying, hey, let's spend what we said we're going to spend on this particular program to achieve the benefit to our customers. No, I would not characterize it as requiring the amount that we have said as the actually, any of it would not be required. It would be up to the company's discretion to be able to still change the money as needed, but we would be subject to a penalty if we were to reduce below the threshold amount.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the Westport substation that OPC's counsel asked you about. I heard you testify there about the equipment being old. Can you just speak a little bit more about your concerns about the aging equipment there and the impact that that could have on our customers?
So, yes, Westport 34 kV substation was built in 1931, so it is old by every definition of the word. We do have some equipment there that has been replaced, but it's not very much, and that equipment can be reused at other stations as needed, so we will still get the full benefit out of the newer equipment that's been put in place there. One of the biggest issues that happens when you have equipment that's this old is if you go in and do any kind of piecemeal replacement work, anything that you touch on one piece of equipment tends to cause other pieces of equipment to fail. One specific example is that when you go in and replace the breaker, then the control cable tends to disintegrate because cable that is that old does not stand up to the test of time. So you end up having to replace more equipment than what you originally stated. You have to dig up the ground to replace the control cable going back to the control house, and it just makes the job much more difficult. So when we say it's old and we need to replace the equipment at this particular substation, it is one of the things that our field forces are saying desperately needs to be done. They don't want to work in that substation because they don't want to have to get into those conditions that are there. I've personally been next to them in the field and seen those conditions that are there, and it is, while it works and it is working safely and reliably right now, getting in and touching it can cause it to have additional failures. So that is one of the main reasons why when we say it's old and it needs to be replaced, that is a priority. So the opportunity to replace Westport and also meet the needs of the new development that are coming on, as I said, it is an interconnected solution. It's working together to solve multiple priorities.
Okay, thank you. On the council, the OPC's questions to you about BGE's cable replacement program, I wanted to follow up on that. And you were asked a question about whether OPC asked whether there's a dollar value per customer that you've put, I guess, towards kind of valuing, I guess, these improvements in the cable replacement program. Do you remember that line of question?
I remember the question, yes.
When a cable faults, what is the customer experience?
So when we have a cable fault, the customer experience is usually about 2 to 3 hours of outage time prior to us being able to restore them through switching. And then if it is direct buried cable, it takes approximately 5 hours to repair. And if it is in duct, it takes up to 8 hours to repair before we get the system back to normal. So they're typically experiencing that 2 to 3 hours of outage time, and then they don't experience anything with our switching.
And do you think it's discretionary that such customers have power or not have power?
So customers want to have power. They want to have power all the time, and they want it, if it is going to go out, to be back as quickly as possible. So we know that there's an increased reliance on electricity from our customers. We know that our customers' needs have changed, especially noticeable through the pandemic, and that the grid has not changed. It is still the way that it was. We're still looking at those system averages in terms of reliability metrics. And that's also part of why resiliency is part of this presentation, is to say that we need to provide customers with a system that can withstand additional events and that can support their needs. Having a customer be out 2 to 3 hours once is probably not a big deal, but having that happen more frequently when we have multiple faults on the same cable in that area, that can be more impactful, especially now that we have more reliance with people working from home. We have around 9,600 customers that have medical equipment in their homes now. And we also have small businesses that are relying on that power for their livelihood.
All right, no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Wright.
So, questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Schlesman.
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Wright. Thank you for your testimony. OPC Council asked you about the failure rate for oil circuit breakers. Is that contained in your testimony? So, and I'd be interested in failure rates per year. Okay.
I do not believe the failure rates per year are
Okay.
in my testimony.
So is this something you can provide to the commission? I would be interested in seeing the failure rate. Is that going to be?
Yes, we can do that. Your
Okay,
Honor.
thank you. You're asking for a PIM to replace the breakers. And so you're going to have a threshold amount that if you meet that, you're going to get an increase in your return. The penalty piece of it, what would constitute a penalty for the company in terms of, I guess it would be numbers. You'd fail to, and so what would the numbers be?
So we captured the penalty in terms of the gallons of oil that would be removed from the system, and it equates to I would say for 2024 specifically, it equates to approximately 18 to 20 breakers being replaced would be the penalty level, and we're proposing to replace 25 breakers in 2024, and then increasing to 30 and to 35 throughout the MYP.
Okay, so that 18 would be sort of the threshold, the minimum that you would have to meet in order to avoid a penalty.
That is correct.
Okay, thanks. If I could turn to the resilience investment plan, and how engaged were you with 1898 in their preparation of the model?
My team was directly engaged with 1898 in terms of reviewing the model, reviewing the output, providing the data that needed to be given to them to do it, and I've been engaged in the review of the results and the overview of the model.
Okay, and so in setting up that model, you provided them the kinds of parameters that they would.
Correct.
Okay, so did you restrict them in terms of considering only system hardening and undergrounding when they developed their outputs from the model?
I do not believe we restricted them to those, but that was certainly the focus of the study.
Okay, so in terms of, and I actually had this engagement with Mr. Singh. I don't know if you're aware of the questions I asked him about vegetation management. Was vegetation management an option in terms of inputs or outputs from the model?
Vegetation management was not explicitly part of the model. However, one of the outputs of the model is to say these are the projects that have the biggest benefit for the customers. And then once my team gets that and we start looking at more detailed design of each of those circuits, we will automatically look at what areas could benefit from additional vegetation management. It is an integrated solution. It's not all or nothing. We're looking at these circuits and saying some of it can be done better with undergrounding, some of it can be done with hardening, some of it can be done with additional veg management, and looking at the circuit and saying what pieces do we need to do to make it the most resilient for the best cost for our customers.
The sense I had from, is it Mr.
Distichter.
Distichter, thank you, was that the outputs were limited to undergrounding and system hardening. And I asked him about vegetation management, and I don't believe vegetation management was one of the outputs.
That is correct, and that's because that is the output of their model, and the benefits that they're calculating are not based on vegetation management. But once the company takes the results of that model and looks at the individual projects, we look at, hey, what is the best way that we can do this circuit? We'll look at what's been proposed by them, but we also look at what vegetation management can assist with.
But I guess the question I have is, Mr. Singh testified that about 50% of outages historically have been because of vegetation management. So I'm just trying to understand why vegetation management was not an output when you're looking at resilience.
One reason it's not included as an output from their model is that we do assume that we have to do vegetation management on all of our circuits that have trees anyway. The other aspect here, and why Mr. Singh said that vegetation management is a major cause, is that there are many off right-of-way trees that then fall down into the lines that can cause outages. We don't always get the rights from the personal private property owners to be able to trim those trees or be able to remove those trees, so that has become an issue. So there are only so many things that vegetation management will resolve. If we're in an area where we cannot get the rights to do the trimming, then undergrounding and overhead hardening is the
I'm mostly trying to, and then I'm going to ask about non-wires as well. I just, there's little doubt that undergrounding in certain situations is the best approach. System hardening is good. I'm just wondering why the model also didn't provide where it's most effective and cost effective, either a non-wire solution or a vegetation management solution.
So vegetation management on its own does not solve the entire problem, and it is something where we have to continue to invest in the trimming over time. It's not a one and done. So a long-term benefit, if you look at doing some overhead hardening versus doing vegetation management, it can be more cost effective to do the overhead hardening. As far as non-wires alternatives, right now BGE does not have the authority to be able to install generation assets. So we cannot install solar panels, we cannot install anything that consists of a generation asset for a customer. That burden falls on the customer to install those generation assets. We can do storage, but that in and of itself is not a full solution. So we do look at non-wires alternatives in terms of each project and where it makes sense. Currently, we have the Cold Spring battery energy storage solution that was installed in order to defer a substation rebuild, and we have a couple other battery storage on the grid solutions that are going in right now. But this is not, again, in and of itself, the full solution. It's a part of the solution, and BGE does not have the authority to install those generation assets.
And I appreciate that. I guess, it's sort of. And I've asked other witnesses regarding the PIM. I mean, there are things that BGE could do that don't require that you actually install something, but you incentivize. So you incentivize customers to put on solar panels. You're not paying for that, but incentivize customers to do storage. But I can kind of move on. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, in your testimony, you discussed the need to increase resilience on the system and build it out because new Maryland policies are going to result in increased electric load on your system. So you see Maryland policies, and the policies say to you, we're going to have increased electric load on the system. And so what you're doing is proposing upgrades to the system to accommodate this increased load. Is that a fair summary of what you're testifying to?
It is partially due to the Maryland policies to be able to make sure that we're able to increase load and have it be reliable. But there are also aspects of just resilience overall.
Right, but I'm mostly just focused on the increased load as opposed to the resilience piece of it. So your BGE is anticipating increased electric load over the near term and then further out for a variety of different reasons.
That's correct.
Okay. So, as a company, are you also projecting a corresponding decrease in gas load?
So that is a better question for Witness White. However, we are looking at the number of customers and where that service would be for gas. And yes, we are expecting to see some reduction in gas usage, but that does not equate to a reduction of the gas system.
Okay, thank you. You noted that the commission at the end of this year is going to be putting out a report on the electric distribution system, making it more resilient and reliable. Had you considered sort of waiting to see what the commission actually puts out before proposing the plans, a substantial amount of money to increase resilience and reliability? Since you won't know what we're going to be putting out until we put it out.
Correct. We won't know until it's put out. However, this is something that has been out there for a long time. And in fact, in 2012, there was the Grid Resiliency Task Force report that stated that the current level of reliability and resiliency during major storms is not acceptable, and it's unacceptable for anyone involved in response efforts to continue to be surprised by the worst storm the system or state has ever seen, and that we have to be prepared for severe weather events. So that's been out there since 2012. So waiting an additional, however amount of time that's going to take to be able to start putting in these resilience investments does not seem prudent. It also does not seem to be what our customers want.
Okay. I wanted to just ask quickly about the 4 kV circuits. Can you give me a sense of how many customers are on these circuits and where they're located in the system? Is it sort of more inner city Baltimore, or?
Largely it is in the city of Baltimore.
Okay.
And
Do you have a sense of numbers and maybe percentage of the company that are on KV circuits? And if you don't have that, if you could
that
just
handy.
provide that to the commission as well.
yeah, we'll provide that. I don't have it handy.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most of the questions in your testimony have been asked and answered. I was curious to know, though, as a Vice President of Technical Services, does the billing and metering, does that fall under your portfolio?
The billing does not. The actual metering itself as to what meters we are using, that does fall in my area, the technical aspect.
Okay. Yeah, I was interested more kind of the billing, metering aspects of, how it supports state policies and also just how enabled is it for to make sure that the statutory requirement for competitive billing and metering is enabled, I guess. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, that is not in my area.
Okay, that's what I thought. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Barbe.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So I have a couple questions about the contract voltage remediation trucks. It's page 37 of your rebuttal.
Yes, sir.
So this is a program you do because of legislation that was passed regarding an accident that happened years ago, where individual was killed by voltage.
That's correct.
And I've actually read these reports that the companies filed, where all the instances of voltage. And I guess what I'm trying to understand is, does this truck literally, is that the device you use to figure this out?
The truck has the equipment on it that we can measure the voltage and do it on a large scale. So we can use other tools, but we would be doing it site by site, location by location, and it would take an extremely long time to do it. The truck has the only equipment available on the market right now that allows us to do this by going through large areas at a time and collecting all of that data.
But you don't own the truck. You contract with a company that owns the truck.
That is correct.
And according to your testimony, the truck needs to be replaced.
The contract is coming to an end, and that is why we've said that the truck needs to be replaced, because in fact the contract is coming to an end where we will no longer have use of the truck.
And I think you also said that, and this is on page 38, that the company that owns this truck is the only vendor that has this technology, correct?
That is correct.
So when the contract ends, you're going to have to do a new contract with this same company?
We would have to do a new contract with the same company because they are the only ones with the technology. And believe me, we don't want to be reliant on one company either, so we are looking to see what other technology is available, but currently it's not available anywhere else.
And if you know, I mean, does this company perform same services for Pepco and Potomac Edison and the other companies that are subject to this same law? Or?
I believe so, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, I think that does it. Thank you very much. We need to take a 15-minute break for the court reporter, so we'll be in recess until 10:45. Right. Well, you know, it's interesting. So, he and I talked about it. Back on the record.
Good morning, Chair Hoover. The company calls Don White to the stand.
I do.
Good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
My name is Dawn Kara White. My title is the VP of Gas for BGE. And the address is 1699 Letton Hall Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21230.
Thank you. Ms. White, do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Direct Testimony of Dawn C. White on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated February 17th, 2023, consisting of 52 pages and 1 exhibit?
I do.
And do you also have before you a document entitled The Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of Dawn C. White on behalf of Baltimore Gas and Electric Company, dated July 31st, 2023, consisting of 115 pages and 3 exhibits?
Yes.
And Ms. White, your company exhibit DCW3 attached to your rebuttal testimony is labeled as confidential, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. White, your company exhibit DCW-4 attached to your rebuttal testimony is labeled as confidential CEII, correct?
Yes.
Chair Hoover, I'd like to have the direct testimony of Ms. White marked for identification as BGE, I think we're up to exhibit 34.
That's correct.
And the rebuttal testimony of Ms. White marked as BGE exhibit 35A.
So,
The confidential company exhibit DCW-3 marked as BGE exhibit 35B.
okay.
And confidential CEII company exhibit DCW-4 marked as BGE exhibit 35C.
So marked.
Ms. White, were these testimonies prepared by you directly or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections to your direct or rebuttal testimonies that you'd like to make?
Yes, there is one minor change to my direct testimony on page 10. The table is titled Gas Distribution System Retirements. I want to change the word retirements to inventory.
Inventory.
Inventory, yes.
Singular, not plural.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that your only correction?
Yes.
So with that, if you were asked the same questions today as appear in your direct and rebuttal testimonies, would your responses be the same?
Yes, they would.
And did you answer the questions in your direct and rebuttal testimonies to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, I did.
So with that, Chair Hoover, I'd like to have BG Exhibits 34, 35A, 35B, 35C moved into the evidentiary record.
Seeing no objections, so admitted.
And, Your Honor, I have some brief rejoinder for Ms. White.
Okay.
Ms. White, can you turn to the surrebuttal testimony of OPC witness Hopkins? And specifically page 38. Let me know when you get there.
Okay. Yes, I am there.
You know, on page 38, OPC witness Hopkins has a question. Could you provide an example of an alternative to transmission pipe replacement in the context of the need to validate the maximum operating pressure? Do you see that question?
Yes.
And in response, witness Hopkins states that BGE could set the MAOP based on recent actual operating pressures. This is the, quote, pressure reduction approach to compliance. Do you see that?
Yes.
Ms. White, did BGE consider a pressure reduction approach to compliance?
Yes, we did. And there were a number of different options that we considered, but just to level set a little bit, the work that's being mentioned here is specific to the work required under the transmission final rule as set by PHMSA, which is the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. Essentially, as it relates to that, we were expected to identify the gap associated with all the transmission lines on our system to ensure that we have traceable, verifiable, and complete records for each of our transmission pipeline. As a result, if we did not, in the gap that was identified, we were expected to perform a number of different actions, including the possibility of a pressure reduction of the pipeline. The challenge with that is pressure reductions has to be looked at from a holistic perspective. And we looked at our pipeline overall in terms of age of infrastructure, the needs of the infrastructure. A pipeline reduction would actually require us to make a reduction of 30% of the current maximum allowable operating pressure in the last 5 years. That 30% in many cases would take the operating pressure below the distribution systems in which the transmission lines feed. And so we have to continue to look at the number of customers that we have on our system and ensure that the pressure is necessary for the customers that are receiving the service. And so for the options in which we considered it, for the entire pipeline, we considered the options. And there are a couple different areas in which we actually reduced the pressure, but we were not able to do that for a large majority for the reasons that I named.
So for the transmission pipeline replacements that BGE has proposed in this MYP 2024 through 2026 period, is pressure reduction a viable option for those pipelines?
For the replacements, it is not. And as I mentioned, because of the age of the infrastructure and the needs to ensure that we are able to provide the pressure necessary for our customers as it relates to the distribution system, we were not able to do pressure reductions for those specific pipelines.
Okay, and one last question. Same page of Dr. Hopkins's rebuttal on page 38. He mentions an option that BGE could have reduced peak demand on the gas system and potentially allowed pressure reduction. That's on lines 13 and 14. Ms. White, do you have a response to that suggestion by Dr. Hopkins?
Yeah. So the note that's here specific to peak demand is a key conversation as it relates to the future of gas and how do we move forward. The only way we would be able to then have a reduction to peak demand is to begin to remove customers off of gas. And as we've shared in a lot of the testimony that's been mentioned prior to me, customers are still requesting gas, and it is our responsibility to ensure that customers have a choice because they have a choice currently, and that we work to fulfill that choice. When it comes to actually being able to then remove customers off the system, it's not really an option that we can consider at this point in time. The other piece of that I want to help mention and explain is that for a block, let's just take a block of customers that has 10 customers. If a number of those customers choose to remove from the gas system, so let's just say you have 5 customers removed off the system, there is still a pipeline to the remaining 5 that still need to be able to have safe and reliable service. So it wasn't really an option for us to consider and make reductions in our overall infrastructure as a result at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. White. Chair Hoover, with that, Ms. White is available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club.
Right here, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to surprise you.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners, and good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions for you. First, could you turn to page 10 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
Okay. In lines 1 through 2 and 6 through 7, you refer to the poorest performing gas mains. Can I ask what you mean by poorest performing?
Yeah. And so really what's being referred to here is the pipeline that is cast iron and bare steel, which is our outmoded infrastructure. What's noted here on the document is that as of 2021, we still have 974 miles of cast iron. But a couple things that are noted in my testimony that I want to point out is that, our leaks per mile for cast iron is 2.54 leaks per mile. In comparison, for plastic, which you can see the amount of plastic we currently have on the system, that's 0.003, right? So that's 100 times more leaks that we're having on cast iron in comparison to the plastic that we have on the system. Also, when you think of the amount of the amount of cast iron that is on the system, you're talking about 15% of our current inventory of the system is cast iron, so somewhere around that amount. It's important that we continue to focus on that portion of the infrastructure replacement because, one, as noted, it's, the poorest performing infrastructure that we have. But two, as it relates to the DIMP work that we have, which is our Distribution Integrity Management Program, and the call to action by PHMSA, we need to ensure that we're focused on the replacement of the outmoded infrastructure that exists.
With regard to PHMSA's call to action, is it your view that that's a regulatory requirement, or is it recommendations from PHMSA?
The call to action specifically is a recommendation, but the requirement as it relates to the infrastructure is DIMP, which is our Distribution Integrity Management Program. And we have both a DIMP and a TIMP, which is Transmission Integrity Management Program. What it requires is for us to understand the risk and threats that we have on the system, and then to develop a program to address those risks and threats that we have on the system. We recognize that our cast iron has a lot of risk and threats associated with it, and we want to work to replace that. In addition, when you think of from a STRIDE perspective and the work that we were doing prior under STRIDE, which now we're proposing to do under Operation Pipeline, we are continuing to propose to do the same amount of replacement of that infrastructure because it is important that we target that infrastructure and have it replaced.
Okay, thank you. Going back to the term porous performing, does that include leaky or leaking within that term, or do you keep that as a separate category? Throughout your testimony, you use porous performing, and I'm just wondering if it encompasses.
Yeah, I
leaking.
think it encompasses leaking, yes.
Well, since you changed the title of your table, you've changed my questions. This is just essentially a catalog of all the mains and things like that that are
Yes.
currently on the system. So looking at to the far right to 2021, you would have 7,257 total mains, of which 974 are cast iron. Am I reading the chart?
Yes, that is correct.
Could I ask you to turn to Table 2 on page 13?
Yes.
Here you refer to leak repairs. Does that mean that for everything in this chart, the pipe was not replaced, it was just repaired?
Yeah, this would be repairs that were performed.
I just want to make sure you meant the term literally.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And I apologize for making you turn back, but on page 12, in lines 4 through 6, you refer to STRIDE and your other pipe replacement programs, and you say, and sometimes leaky. Do you have any percentages of what the replacements are actually leaking or leaky during your replacement program?
I don't know that I understand the question
I'm
enough
sorry.
to make sure I answered it correctly.
Let me just give you a hypothetical. Let's say you were replacing 100 pipes, and you say they're sometimes leaky. Would you know how many of those hundreds are leaky, or how many of those 100 is being replaced because it's a cast iron main or something like that, but it's not leaking? Do you have that information?
I don't have it the way in which you described it.
If you turn to page 19 of your direct.
Okay.
Lines 10 through 11, you state that most of the work in capital categories is planned primarily based on historical system requirements. So am I correct in reading that your capital categories planning does not include expected changes that are coming up in the future that have been required by the General Assembly but are not completed yet, or things like that, like electrification and things like that? It's all based on the historical system requirements?
Yes.
And that is also true if you go to page 33 of your direct, in line 17.
Yes.
You also state that it's collective load growth. One of the key primary drivers for this work is collective load growth. That would be how do you determine collective load growth? Is that historical determinations, or what do you use to make that determination?
Yep, so this is under the section capacity expansion. And load growth from this perspective, we are looking at added customers to the system, where, customers are requesting to come onto the gas system. And on average, we've seen about 5,000 customers a year being added to the system. So there's the need to then manage load growth to manage that appropriately. In addition, with our system that is largely cast iron, it is a low pressure system. We have to ensure that the appropriate connections are in place as we work to continue to expand the system, so that we're able to manage the pressures necessary to provide customer service as we upgrade from low pressure to high pressure. So that's what this is referring to.
Can I ask you now to turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 41, lines 17 through 18?
Okay.
And here you state, while future changes to the gas system may occur, many are likely to be decades away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the E3 study that BG commissioned?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I do not.
It was provided as OPC Exhibit 1, I believe. Yeah.
But I don't have it in front of me.
Well, I don't know if the witness is, she said she's familiar with it. I don't know if she knows the contents.
Well, I'm just asking her about one paragraph.
Okay,
so.
well, maybe we could just read it, and if she
Okay.
knows, she knows. If she doesn't. You don't have another copy, though.
No, I can just hand it to her first.
Counsel, I have a copy here if the witness wants to look.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just like the witness to have.
Oh, I wanted to be able to see it too.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is it okay if I approach the witness, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Where you're going to start discussing. So you don't have to search
Okay.
for it.
Thank you.
E3 was hired by, as a consultant to BGE, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they conclude on page 25, as a result, BG's gas sales fall in all scenarios, with reductions ranging between 54% and 70% in 2045 relative to 2020, which also includes potential supply of hydrogen for medium and heavy-duty vehicle fueling. Focusing on all gas delivered via BG's pipeline, gas throughput declined 60 to 78% in 2045 relative to today. So while you state that the future changes are likely to be decades away, your consultant reaches a different result. And because if they're going to get down to 54 to 70% in 2045, they're not going to start in 2044, correct? They're going to be gradually going down. So isn't it not necessarily correct that the future change in the gas system are decades away? They're more like a few years away.
So there's a few things that I want to be able to clarify as it relates to this. So one is, what it talks about is throughput changing, right? But what I want to be able to explain and maybe help everyone understand is that though throughput may change, customer numbers are still subject to understanding exactly how customers behave, right? So that's going to be the key driver to what we ultimately see as it relates to working to meet the Climate Solutions Now Act and working to meet the environmental goals that we have set forth in the state of Maryland. As a result, though, we see gas as a backup fuel to customers in a number of different ways. And so we have to continue to ensure that a gas system is in place to be able to house whatever type of gas may be put through the system, whether that be renewable natural gas, a combination of hydrogen blending, or even as you think of, the customers themselves in some ways staying on natural gas, just because there is then a need to be able to focus on infrastructure replacement, not just for the utility, but also for the consumers themselves. And affordability will play a key part. So there is definitely the statement that there is a throughput reduction, but that doesn't mean that the system itself goes away or that the system doesn't need to be effectively maintained and operating safely and properly so that we are able to ensure safe and reliable service to our customers.
Okay, what you just said raises some other questions. You mentioned RNG and hydrogen. I'm hoping you're referring to green hydrogen, but I won't assume that. BG is currently installing millions of miles of replacement mains at millions of dollars. Have BG performed any analysis about the ability of the new mains to handle blended hydrogen and what level of blending they could handle, as well as the ability to handle RNG and if my question is getting along. Also, you're replacing 500,000 meters. Have you has BG analyzed the ability of those meters to actually accurately measure throughput when it's a blended fuel such as hydrogen and methane gas or RNG and methane gas?
Sorry, I'm just taking a couple quick notes so I can answer the question.
If the question's too long, I can break it into parts.
So I think there's, three parts to your question. One is what we're doing around hydrogen, renewable natural gas, and then the 500,000 meters that we have on the system. So when it comes to what we're looking at as it relates to hydrogen blending, we are looking and commissioning a pilot so that we can be able to understand what that is. But keep in mind, this is a conversation that is not just here for Baltimore Gas and Electric. This is a conversation that is amongst the industry. So we are also engaged with AGA as well as SGA to understand what other pilots they're commissioning and being able to take those learnings to understand how does that apply to our system and the pipeline and infrastructure that is similar between other utilities as well as BGE. But that pilot is really it's underway, but it's not actively underway in the sense of we're working on the planning associated with it. The pilot we expect to commission at some point in time in the next year or so. So that's that one. Renewable natural gas is actually, we have a renewable natural gas facility that we connected to the pipeline in June, I believe, of last year, of 2022. So there are options in which we are looking to how do we continue to expand renewable natural gas so that we are working to provide cleaner related energy and ensuring that we're able to get methane that would have otherwise been emitted into the atmosphere, capturing that and then being able to apply it appropriately to our system. When it comes to the 500,000 meters, again, that is part of, we're looking at a pilot to see how do we utilize this moving forward. So it is something that we'll have to continue to evaluate as we think about the infrastructure moving forward.
Just to make sure I understand your answer, at this point in time, you are putting mains in the ground, but you do not know how those mains will handle blended hydrogen or RNG. You're going to do a study, but while you're doing that study, which is just in the planning stage, you are still putting millions of dollars of main in the ground.
Keep in mind, my goal is to ensure a safe and reliable system for our customers. Right? We've already talked about the need to replace outmoded infrastructure, specifically our cast iron. When you look at the amount of the budget that we're dedicating towards the cast iron replacement, it is the largest portion of the budget. Right, because there is a need to really focus on the replacement of that infrastructure. Not only are we doing it within the state of Maryland as a really key focus of replacing that outmoded infrastructure, it is also something that's being done from a federal perspective, where even the federal government is funding small municipalities or even small utilities to be able to replace outmoded infrastructure on their system. There is a goal to replace that. So I hear the question, but I still have a safe and reliable system that needs to be operable for our customers as we continue to think about what does the future look like. And the last thing I'll just mention is We don't know exactly what we will put through these pipes, but we believe that the pipe and infrastructure will be needed for the future. So it is a matter of making sure that the system is in place so that we can be able to use it for whatever the state sees we need to use it as moving forward.
But if the pipe you're putting in the ground now can't handle hydrogen blending, then you're not ensuring that the system can be used in the future, are you? And it raises the dilemma of, will ratepayers have to pay again to have hydrogen?
So what we do know
I'd like to object to the question, Chair Hoover. I don't think she testified that the system can't handle blended hydrogen. I don't think she ever said that. And also, I didn't hear a question.
Well,
in Ms.
I
Miller's
wasn't
statement.
finished my sentence, but but I will withdraw that question and try again. Simply put, that this, if, I didn't say that you are definitely going to use hydrogen blending, but hydrogen blending is obviously one of the things BG is looking at. So if the pipes that are in the ground now can't handle hydrogen blending, and that's the method BG determines is the best way to keep the system operating, what would be BG's choice with regard to having all these virtually new pipes that can't do the new system?
Yep. So as I shared before, there's industry-related conversations around this. And, we are working to gain all the learnings as much as we can to ensure that we understand how does this apply to our system. What we do know, and again, this is more anecdotal at this point, but 5 to 10% hydrogen blending is what the general consensus is at this point in time. But that's what we need to pilot. That's what we need to understand. How does that impact our system? So it's not that we can't. We think that there is some form of hydrogen blending that will be allowable for our existing infrastructure. We need to understand what exactly that looks like as we continue to move forward.
So 5 to 10% of hydrogen blending would mean it would still be 90 to 90% methane gas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And are you aware that the commission is required to review public service companies' filings with consideration of the scientific information from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change?
I'm not familiar.
Okay.
One thing I do want to help the team understand as well is, when we talk about methane and the impact to the environment, and part of this was mentioned in Witness Singh's testimony, but, methane, we all recognize as a greenhouse gas and is significantly impactful to the environment. The byproduct of methane is carbon dioxide, which is, a bit more environmental friendly in comparison. And so ensuring that we actually are able to get natural gas from our providers to the customer becomes a critical part of ensuring that we are able to have as much of an environmental friendly environment as possible. The one thing that the infrastructure replacement does is specifically ensures that we are having less leaks on the system so that natural gas is able to get to the customer as environmentally friendly as possible. One piece of my testimony that I do want to call out in particular is as what's noted on page 12. And through the STRIDE work that we've done between 2017 and 2021, we've actually replaced 242 miles of infrastructure, gas pipeline in particular, cast iron. Noted on line 7 through 9 of that current, or 7 through 10 of that page 12 of my direct testimony, it states, from 2017 to 2021, these replacement efforts reduced annual greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 47,000 metric tons of CO2, which is the equivalent of greenhouse gas emissions from over 10,000 passenger vehicles per year, or 5.2 million gallons of gasoline consumed. And so, there is a opportunity for natural gas to continue to play a key part in ensuring that the state is able to meet the environmental goals that we have.
Okay, to follow up with the statement you just made, it reduced 47,000 metric tons. Do you know what the BG's entire system GHG emissions are at this point in time?
I don't know them off the top of my head now.
And On page 63 of your rebuttal,
Give me 1 second. Okay.
lines 21 through 23, you acknowledge that the plans may need to adjust as Maryland continues to evaluate and select its pathway to meet its net zero GHG abatement goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, when and how does BG envision this adjustment occurring?
So the one thing to keep in mind is it's net zero GHG goals, right? Not zero GHG, because there's no possibility to ever fully eliminate greenhouse gases from ever existing in the atmosphere. So our goal is to ensure that based on the amount that is produced, there is then a consumption of that through a host of different means. But as I mentioned, part of our being a part of the solution is one, in reducing or looking for opportunities for continuing to provide cleaner energy to our consumers, but also the infrastructure replacement, specifically of the cast iron and bare steel, is a key part of ensuring that we are able to meet these goals.
Well, maybe I should be more specific. The Maryland Department of the Environment is coming out with a report in December. Does BG envision, based the commission possibly reopening its multi-year rate plan, assuming this rate plan is approved, based on the issuance of that report, if the commission finds that things need to be changed? Or does BG envision having to wait till the 3-year period is up?
So I think that question is maybe more appropriate for witness case, and I'll leave it there.
I'd like to switch gears and talk about the ZVAC metric. Is it BG's view that the ZVAC is the best practice and best available technology for purging gas from the mains?
It is a technology that we've moved forward with. In terms of the best, I think it's a good and great technology that is available, but there may be others I'm just not familiar.
My understanding is that BG already procured 2 ZVAC machines. Is that correct?
We actually have 3. We have 2 normal units and then 1 mini unit.
Is the mini unit a part of the PIM?
Yes, it would be utilized. The difference being, the ability to transport and the ability to maneuver it so that it is more effective for increased uses.
Were you here or did you listen to BG witness Dickens' testimony?
Yes.
I believe Mr. Dickens testified that BG was going to purchase another ZVAC. Is that correct?
It's a possibility, as we continue to look at use cases for expanding the use of the ZVAC.
But it hasn't been definitely decided yet.
It's in the plans.
Yeah.
But yes.
Are you familiar with BG's Brattles report that examined the benefit cost? Did the benefit cost analysis for all the PIMs BG is proposing?
No, I'm not.
So, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I have an excerpt of the Brattle report. The Brattle report is actually attached to witness case testimony, but he hasn't been, he has not testified yet, so
Sure.
I was just going to provide.
Yeah, and I'll just say, in our view, witness case is the appropriate witness for questions about this report. I'm not against you asking her a question about it to the extent she can answer it.
Mr. Chairman, that puts me in a dilemma, because what Mr. Case specifically said is that Ms. White should answer the ZVAC questions. This is a ZVAC question. So either, if Mr. Case can answer it, that's fine, I'll save it and ask him, but then Ms. White will be gone by time Mr. Case can or cannot answer it.
Well, why don't you start with her and we'll see what she thinks she can answer, and then we'll go from there. So.
I believe this is, Sierra Club 3. But I have to admit, OPC has confused me totally.
think we got an extra.
Which we know doesn't exist. It is? Okay, good, good.
If you could turn, the first page of the exhibit is actually page 9 of the Brattle
So
report.
actually, before we get to, do you want to officially mark this, or?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'd like to have this marked as Sierra Club Exhibit 3, please.
So mark.
Halfway down the page on safety benefits. Are you ready?
Yes, I
Okay.
am. Mhm.
Purging natural gas outdoors poses a risk of combustion which can inflict widespread damages to neighboring areas and communities. So this is the safety justification for using the ZVAC, is that correct?
Yes.
And then under noise reduction, it says, similarly, and it's one paragraph down. Similarly, outdoor purge jobs are often very loud, disturbing workers in nearby communities while posing a health risk for workers conducting the purge. And that the ZVAC machine avoids noise pollution and has noise pollution benefits. So the ZVAC machine would seem to have important safety factors for both the residents and in the neighborhood and the workers. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess the question is, why does BG need a financial incentive to use a device that has important safety benefits to both the community in which it's being used and the workers who are using it?
Yeah. So one, in terms of the PIM itself, it really was an opportunity for us to look at performance of today and ensure that we are working to advance that as we continue to move forward. The one thing with the ZVAC in particular was it was not a technology that we used prior to 2021. In 2021, we acquired a unit. We looked at opportunities in which we could use it. We did not utilize it on any what we now consider applicable jobs. In 2022, we were able to then better define how it should be used, have some resources that were dedicated to its use so that we could appropriately pilot the technology. And so we really looked at it as an opportunity for how do we continue to utilize this across the organization, make sure that individuals are trained with that, and that's something that is currently underway now, which is the ramp up to its use, and then try to use it as much as possible. So we're fully committed to the goals that we have within the state of Maryland, and we feel like this is a technology that supports that.
If you could turn to the second page of the exhibit, which is page 15 of the Brattle report. Down in the last sentence of the second full paragraph, it states, BGA aims to use the ZVAC for 3 main abandonment jobs in 2020.
I want to make sure I'm following.
No.
I don't see where that is.
Okay. It's the
You said-
next to last sentence in the second paragraph. It starts currently.
Okay, got it.
Currently, BG aims to use DVAC for 3 main abandonment jobs in 2024, 6 in 2025, and 12 in 2026. Is that the PIM level, that if you use it 3 times in 2024, you've achieved your PIM? If you use it 6 times in 2025, you've achieved your PIM? And if you use it 12 times in 2026, you've achieved your PIM?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn to the attachment to your rebuttal testimony, DCW2?
Yes.
Now, you sponsored this, let me start over, I'm sorry. This is a response to OPC DR 13-28, and you're the sponsor of this response. Is that correct?
Yes.
According to this, down in the second bullet, it says in 2022,
Now, you said DCW 2, but what page? Is there a specific page?
page 5, I'm sorry. That's a
Okay.
very long.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. In bullet 2, it says ZVAC was used in 8 jobs in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's BG's intention to receive a reward for using it 3 times in 2024, even though it used it 8 times in 2022, for using it 6 times in 2025, even though it used it 8 times in 2022, and it will only achieve more uses of the ZVAC in 2026. Is that correct?
Yes.
Finally, in your rebuttal at page 7, you state that this is not an industry regular practice.
Yes.
How did you reach that conclusion?
Well, we were one of the first utilities to actually utilize the ZVAC, and so it's really, we've actually communicated and helped others even understand its use.
But you didn't inquire in other utilities nationwide or anything like that?
No.
Who was using it or things like that? Am I correct in that other gas companies in Maryland are also purchasing ZVACs?
Yeah, at the time in which we bought it, that was the case, based on what I just stated.
So at least 3 gas companies in Maryland will be using the ZVAC.
And I don't know what the other utilities are doing, so they may or may not.
But they are at least in the process of purchasing it.
Like I said, I don't know what they're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have, and I'd like to move Sierra Club Exhibit 3 into the record.
No objection, so admitted. Amtrak. Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW.
Good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
My name is Nicholas Enoch. I'm the attorney for Local 410 for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I just have a few questions for you. If you turn to page 21 of your direct testimony. Are you there?
Almost.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
On lines 13 to 15, if you can just, you don't have to read it out loud, just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Can you elaborate about the increase in contractor costs that BGE is facing, and how does it know about these increase in contractor costs prospectively into 24, 25, and 26?
Right. And so when it comes to the contractor costs, because the contractors perform a good bit of the replacement work that we have for Stride in particular. But we have contracts that we put out there, and we see the increase that they have based on the bids that we get back in.
And when you say that they do a good deal, that doesn't mean that the contractors are exclusively doing that work, correct?
That is correct.
And you're aware that Local 410 has a collective bargaining agreement that extends till 2029, correct?
Yes.
So whatever the inflationary pressures are with the increased cost for contractors, when comparing whether to do it in-house, that wouldn't apply because you have a collective bargaining agreement with set wages, correct?
Say that again? I want to make
Sure,
sure.
let me rephrase it. BGE doesn't really know into the future what those increased labor costs are going to be for contracted labor, correct?
I mean, we don't have no crystal ball in that sense, but we have an idea of what we see based on the contracts that we have in place.
By contrast, you sort of do have a crystal ball for in-house labor, though, because it's in a collective bargaining agreement that's going to extend to 2029, correct?
Through 2029, yes.
Okay. Does that create an incentive to transition more to the use of in-house labor versus contracted labor?
No, it doesn't, right? I mean, by having contractors be able to perform work, we can move and ebb flow work as needed, as appropriate, based on what we are able to move forward with. So that's really the benefit of having contractors in place.
But the company knows what sort of work it wants to do over the next 3 years, correct?
To some extent, but things change, right? Laws change. We have to have the flexibility needed to perform work. So there is an appropriate balance between how much work is utilized or given to internal employees versus what work is given to contractors.
Can you take a look at page 41 of your direct testimony?
Okay.
And line 20, if you read that yourself, and then it carries over to the next page.
Okay.
On line 21, when you mention trained BGE personnel, is the trained BGE personnel in-house workers, or is it contracted labor, or is it some combination of the two?
For this group, this is internal.
Okay. And is this position, just by way of example, is it fully staffed?
I don't know the current gap, but it is staffed. Yes.
Okay. And when vacancies arise in this sort of position, this is a highly skilled position. You agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. So when a vacancy comes up for whatever reason at BGE, how does BGE fill that vacancy?
Yep. And so for this particular group, we actually hire and have a training class in place to be able to mitigate through the gap analysis that is identified through attrition. And so the training class that we have then is able to then to support the attrition necessary for this particular organization. But we're continuing to look at the staffing that we have and the staffing needs that we have to ensure we have the appropriate resources in place.
And that training expense that's being sought in this rate case to be compensated for, correct? If you know.
The work required to do this, yes, is a part of the rate case.
Okay. And can you turn to page 41 of your rebuttal testimony? It's actually the same paragraph that the Sierra Club's attorney was asking you questions about.
Okay.
But I
What line?
well, I'm going to ask about line 21 through line 3 on the next page. So if you could take a moment to read that.
Okay.
Can you elaborate? You kind of make, I won't comment on it, but can you elaborate on how the conjecture about the future can put BGE's customers and its employees at risk?
Objection. I think this is friendly cross.
First of all, I don't think I need too much about it, but secondly, I don't think she really explains it. She puts out a pretty important statement there, but doesn't really connect the dots about how you get there. So I wouldn't think that that's friendly cross.
All right, so you can provide a explanation about the statement you made here.
Okay. When it comes to being able to appropriately have staffing and needs in place, right, it really ties to the comment that's noted before what's noted on line 21. Right, this is really in referring to Maryland's path to clean and how we plan to get there and ensuring that we have the resources in place to be able to appropriately manage the work. Our goal is to continue to see less leaks on the system so that we are able to have, a safer and reliable system. The other piece that comes with the work that we're doing associated with what was previously STRIDE is the safety enhancements that happen on the system. So it allows us to be able to add in curb valves or excess flow valves so that we are able to then appropriately manage. So what this speaks to is, not being able to to do the work could have an impact on the amount of issues that we see on the system and leaks on the system, and the need to be able to appropriately respond to that, regardless of what the number of leaks are. Our goal is to be able to respond in that 60 minutes to ensure that our customers are able to have an understanding of what the issue may be, and we're able to address that in a very timely manner.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Department of Defense. Here, MEA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Ms. White.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sandra McLemore. I'm an Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Maryland Energy Administration. And today, I'm going to be referencing a couple of your responses to MEA's data request, and I'd like to get that to you currently, if that's okay with you.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, lunch was it?
Thank you. Is that everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. White, have you had an opportunity to review these?
Yes.
Okay, and are you,
Actually, before do you want to mark these, or are you going to?
I was going to explain what they were and then mark them, if that was okay.
Sure, okay.
Were you the sponsor for these two data requests?
Yes.
Responses? And before you, they should be responses to MEA DR 6-02 and response to MEA DR 6-04. Is that what you have before you?
Yes, based on what was given. Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, if I could have this marked as MEA Exhibit 1.
So marked.
Now, Ms. White, you were just talking.
Actually, just so we're straight. So you're just dealing with 6-2, not 6-4.
I was actually going to ask about both of them. I was just going to have them marked at one time just for expedience sake.
So, but I get not the. So do you want 6-2 as MEA 1 and 6-4 as MEA 2?
Actually, I was going to have them marked as the same, but if you would rather, I can do MEA 6-4 as MEA number 1. And
I think I'd rather do it that way.
okay.
Sure.
Then MEA 6-4 as MEA number 1, and 6-2 as MEA Exhibit number 2.
Okay. All right.
Now, Ms. White, you were just having some discussions with Sierra Club's attorney on the ZVAC. Is that correct?
Yes.
And could you please explain what the ZVAC is?
It stands for Zero Emissions Vacuum, and the way in which it operates, it allows for where we would have otherwise purged, so either we're maybe decommissioning an existing pipeline or doing work on a pipeline in which we need to emit the gas into the atmosphere. The ZVAC then allows for you to absorb the gas and then it be applied into another or existing pipeline that will continue to utilize gas.
And referencing your rebuttal on page 7, which you just discussed with the Sierra Club's attorney, you noted that it is not the industry standard, and then you talked about that you were aware of other utilities, gas utilities here in Maryland that do use it. Could you please tell us what gas utilities are you aware of? Do you know which ones?
Maybe I should clarify that statement. As I mentioned, when it comes to us being one of the first utilities to start to utilize the ZVAC, we were one of the first utilities to start to utilize it, and as I mentioned, we got it in 2021. As we started to utilize it, other utilities started to ask us questions about it, both, from an industry-related perspective, so we've had conversations about it at other industry-related events, or employees within the organization were contacted and asked about it. I do not specifically know whether other companies have received them. I've just heard that other companies are. So I don't know the utilities that have got them or how many they've actually gotten.
So you don't know which gas utilities?
I do
you just
not.
know that-
No,
Okay.
but we are hearing it more in the industry.
And when did you begin to hear that? Was it this year, last year? Do you remember?
Well, keep in mind, it's new for us too, right? So it's all in this recent time frame. I don't have a year.
Okay. And now, referencing your rebuttal on page 7, 8 to 9, you indicate that you use it, but still does not use it for 100% of applicable jobs. What factors currently prevent BG&E from using its ZVAC technology 100% of the time?
So one of the biggest factors is a low pressure system. It's not able to be utilized on lower pressure. It needs to be higher pressures that it's utilized for. So when you think of a lot of the work that we're performing on cast iron, we're not able to utilize it on those jobs. We are looking for the opportunities to continue use cases, but it's not, every single job that we perform is not able to have it.
Right, but your statement is on applicable jobs.
Yep.
So why will you not be able to use it on 100% of applicable jobs?
Oh, of applicable jobs. Sorry, I thought you said what made a job not applicable.
No worries.
But at least for last year, keep in mind, this was a pilot, and we were looking to understand its use and how we most effectively utilize it. Last year, we weren't able to utilize it on all jobs because we had a specific set of resources that were dedicated to performing this work. As we're working to continue to expand that, we're utilizing more resources, and we need to train the organization to help them understand how to use it, what's necessary, and how do we move forward. We have also looked at contractors, because there are some contractors that actually do work for us that currently utilize the ZVAC, and they have their own ZVAC in which they're able to then utilize that. So, we are looking to how we expand it, how we communicate it, and working to expand that as much as possible. But last year, we were not able to utilize it on all jobs, largely due to resources and us moving forward with this as a portion of a pilot.
All right, and if it does not get approved as part of the PIMS, would you be able to use it or
Oh, yes.
go towards using it 100%
We
of
will,
the time?
we will continue to use it.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, turning to page 63 of your testimony,
Direct.
I'm sorry, rebuttal.
Okay.
Apologize. Could you please read lines 20 through 22?
Is there a specific, because it starts in the middle of a sentence. Do you want
As
me
a
to-
result of this strategic decision,
Okay, so line 19. So as a result of this strategic decision and alignment to federal and state policy, repair options for these materials while used for leaks and other maintenance activities are not necessarily alternatives employed.
and that said, and just continue on, that said, I acknowledge that these plans may need to adjust as Maryland continues to evaluate and select this pathway to meet its net zero greenhouse gas abatement goal. Is that what it says there?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, what policy are you talking about right there? I mean, I'm sorry, strategic decision are you talking about there?
Right, so this is specific to being able to replace outmoded infrastructure on the system. So STRIDE was the acceleration of work and replacing of outmoded infrastructure. And then there are federal related requirements, right? So I mentioned DIMP earlier, which is our Distribution Integrity Management Program, but also PHMSA's call to action, which is a recommendation that we take seriously.
In addition to these two, are there any other factors that you consider when currently choosing to repair a pipe rather than replacing it?
Right. I mean, there are a host of different things that we think about when it comes to repair versus replacement. Right. This statement here is kind of speaking holistically in terms of our approach to be able to replace infrastructure, right, and the outmoded infrastructure that exists. And I spoke before about the leak rates that we see on cast iron and the impact that has from an environmental perspective. So there's a huge benefit to being able to do replacement of the infrastructure. When it comes to repair, I mean, there's a host of different things that we're looking at and continuing to consider. If we get an actual leak and have a repair that needs to be performed, our ability to replace is completely, doesn't our option is not to automatically just go and replace. We look at the location of the infrastructure, our ability to be able to upgrade, as I mentioned, having higher pressure is safer and has the opportunity to add safer elements associated in comparison to low pressure. So there are other things that we're looking at in terms of where in the system does the pipeline exist, what options do we have, and is it best for us to then repair or replace as a result?
So where they're located is a large component of the factor, is that correct?
It is a component.
Now, turning to BG's response to MEA 6-2.
Sorry, I gotta find what I did with those papers. Oh, here you go. Got them.
Now, this discusses annual greenhouse gas emissions associated with gas infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yes.
And BG agrees that this annual greenhouse gas emissions is an estimate mostly based on the type and length of pipe replaced, not direct or actual measurements of greenhouse gas emissions. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that in response to this, that you're involved in an early stage technology development that would enable BG&E to make direct measurements of greenhouse gas emissions from its gas infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's different technologies that I know that we're looking at.
Okay, and well, that's my question. What are these? Could you please describe these technologies?
And I don't have them right at this moment in time. You know, as what's noted here is we look at the calculations that are associated with the different pipeline and type of materials that exist to determine, you know, what our current leak rates are and the impact from an environmental perspective. I know that we're looking at different technologies, but I don't have them off the top of my head.
And could you describe any of them? Do you know?
Nothing that stands out right now.
And I think I probably know the answer to this, but do you have any idea when you might start planning to use them?
I don't have a time frame at this point in time.
All right, thank you, Ms. White.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to move MEA Exhibits 1 and 2 into the record.
No objection. So admitted. OPC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good. I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Ms. White.
Good morning.
I'm Michael Sammartino. I'm an attorney with the Office of People's Counsel. I'm sure you expected we'd have some questions for you. I'm going to ask, I have a number of exhibits that I plan to mark, but I have a whole packet, and I think, Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to just distribute those right now. Okay. So, Ms. White, I'd like to start first by just with a couple questions on your testimony regarding the state's policy direction. I believe some of my questions were covered by Sierra Club and MEA to an extent, but if you could turn to page 41 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
So at line 10 through 11, you indicate that Maryland has not yet chosen a path forward to meet its climate goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I take it you're familiar with the BGE Pathways to Decarbonization study,
Yes.
correct?
Familiar.
And I think you have my copy of the study up there.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you about one of the policy conclusions that E3 has. And I believe it's on page 74.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my site. Give me one moment. It is not on page 74, it's on page 43. That's my apologies for that. And it's the paragraph that's titled Redirect Incremental Gas Investment. Let me know when you're there.
Okay.
And you're aware that this is a policy recommendation that E3 makes in its report, and that in this paragraph here, redirect incremental gas investments, E3 indicates that it would involve substantial changes to utility planning practices. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're aware that one of this report's conclusions is that a high level of electrification is necessary to achieve the state's emissions reduction goals. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Dickens, I'm sure you're aware of the statements in his testimony made last week. He stated that gas throughput and sales would have to decrease, and then this morning, your colleague, Ms. Wright, indicated that BGE expects electrification load growth to be driven by the Climate Solutions Now Act. So despite the conclusion of the study that BGE has commissioned, indicating that achieving the state's climate policy goals requires a high level of electrification, and the statements of your colleagues indicating that BGE is anticipating and preparing for declining throughput and sales on the gas system and increased electrification load, is it still your testimony that there is no chosen path forward to meet the state's climate goals?
Yes.
Could you explain how that's the case?
So I think from a couple different perspectives, and what I would remind everyone of is that we have 700,000 gas customers that continue to increase today. We also have yet to change the policies. So BGE, we don't have the right to be able to force someone off the system. We also don't have the right to then be able to then stop that service because of the demand for electrification. The laws and policies have to work in conjunction with each other as we work to collectively meet the state's decarbonization goals. And so right now, what I have is the ability to ensure a safe and reliable system as it relates to the 700,000 customers that receive gas service today. And I need to ensure that I am operating the system as such. When it comes to the state's goals, we will completely comply with what those goals are as outlined once they are fully defined. But we have a combination of at a time in which we're in flux, and we need to be able to ensure that we're thinking about the future, but also ensure that we're maintaining the system for a system that we know gas will continue to be a part of, not just as outlined by E3, but as well by the state. Gas needs to be a part of the solution to ensure that the customers of Maryland have the energy needs necessary. So yes, my statement is the same.
And you say that while the state, I think you said the state policies are in flux at the moment. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't say the policies, right? I said we're at a time of flux, right? You know, and we're working through the changes of what needs to happen.
And so wouldn't, given the significant discourse in the energy sector on electrification and the move towards that, the reports that the Maryland Climate Commission has done, the studies done by various state agencies indicating that electrification is likely the path forward for most energy customers in Maryland. And you know, this is not electrification by tomorrow, it's electrification over the next 20 years. So isn't part of, I understand that there's a need for the company to meet safety, the current safety and reliability needs, but shouldn't the company's planning approach take into account the needs, the long-term needs of the future, as well as the needs of the present?
Yep. I'm going to make a note just so I can remember a couple of things that you noted as part of your question. And do you mind repeating the last portion of your question?
Yeah, so my question is, given the likely direction that state policy is going in, driven by the Climate Solutions Now Act, shouldn't the company's gas system planning not only account for the current safety and reliability needs, but take into account the clear direction that state policy is going in?
Yep. And the one thing that I'll mention and maybe start by saying is that keep in mind this was a study and not necessarily a prediction of the future. So we have a need to continue to ensure that we understand what may happen and how we will work to get there, and so that we can work to meet the customer's needs, right? You know, and customer behavior will dictate a large portion of how we move forward. But the one thing that we talked about that I will remind, really the team here of is throughput. While throughput may change, and I say may, right, because again, customer behavior will drive that, or the time frame in which it changes will be driven by that customer behavior. While throughput may change, it doesn't negate the need to have a safe and reliable system. So we need to ensure that the replacement and the work that we're performing is consistent with ensuring that there is a safe and reliable system, regardless of the number of molecules that actually flow. Even one molecule needs to ensure that that molecule is able to travel from where we get the supply to where the customer needs that service, so that it is safe and reliable to that customer. So that is the key requirement when it comes to this work. When we think about distribution planning, this MYP is 24 to 26. As I mentioned, there are a number of different things that are underway as we think about what does the future look like, how will we work to be a part of that, the pilots that will have to be, undertook so that we can understand how exactly we move forward. Those things are active and underway, and we will continue to work to be a part of that so that we are able to meet the needs of the state as required.
So is it your testimony that, given how dynamic the policy context is, in your opinion, continuing on under a business-as-usual approach is the correct approach?
That's not what I said at all. What I would say is, let me take a step back. It is not my perspective at all that we are operating as business as quo, right, or status quo. we are operating under a model of understanding and ensuring that we're able to provide safe and reliable service to our customers, but also looking to see what does the future need to look like to ensure that we're able to have a system in place so that we are able to continue to provide safe and reliable service, regardless of what the molecules look like that need to transport through the system.
Well, thank you. Now, if you could turn to page 42 of your rebuttal, beginning at line 17. You're responding to OPC witness Dr. Hopkins' point about potential future declining gas sales. And you state that BGE has experienced annual net gas customer growth between 0.5% and 1.1% over the past 5 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Has BGE forecasted what the future growth trends may be in light of the E3 study's anticipated decline in throughput and sales?
Not that I have.
If you could turn to page 27 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
Actually, I may think actually it's page 27 of your direct.
Okay.
Nope, that was also a mistake. I definitely, it was your rebuttal. Well, you can call that the San Martino 2 stout.
Let me go back. Wait 1 second.
You're one of 4 witnesses I'm crossing today, so appreciate your patience.
No problem. Okay.
And this is line 8 through 10. And here you indicate, you say, in BGE's experience, many gas customers wish to remain connected to the gas system.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask you about the company's response to OPC DR 4206, and this is the first DR in the packet that I distributed.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 12.
So marked.
Now, in this DR response, which you sponsored, OPC asked several questions excuse me, about the basis of your statement that many of BG's customers wish to remain connected to the system. And according to this response, BGE does not maintain records with respect to customer conversations around options for electrification in lieu of gas service. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that there's a host of different things that happen, right? You know, so even when it comes to replacement of the infrastructure and upgrading from low to high pressure, right? You know, we're not documenting all those conversations. So in general, no, we don't have a full collective list of every change that happens, but there are some things that we are understanding of what we do have and the information that we do have, including from a new business perspective of the customers that are requesting services. You know, 90% of those customers want gas.
Okay. And is it correct that BGE has not conducted any survey specifically to gauge customer interest in remaining connected to the gas system or interest in electrification?
There is a study that I've heard more anecdotally that, you know, 70% of customers are against a ban, but none that we have directly or that I have directly. It may be more appropriate for other witnesses that are yet to come behind me.
Well, and just to clarify your answer, to your knowledge, you're not aware of BGE conducting any such study?
Not that I am aware.
Okay, thank you. Ms. White, I'm sure you expected to get some questions on Operation Pipeline, so I'd like to start with just a few level-setting questions about BGE's gas infrastructure work. So if you could turn to page 22 of your direct testimony. And starting on this page, you discuss the projects within the system performance gas distribution category. That's correct, right?
Yes.
And so project 60677 refers to Operation Pipeline. And this is the project that focuses on replacing cast iron and bare steel main, correct?
Yes.
And this is the work that, I guess, through the end of this year, BGE has been performing under STRIDE, and now BGE proposes to do it through its MYP, correct?
Yes.
And the replacement pace for this cast iron and bare steel main is approximately 40 to 50 miles per year. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, project 60666 refers to the Regionally Managed Gas Infrastructure Improvements Program, correct?
Yes.
And this program, which you describe on page 23, lines 12 through 20, addresses risky main segments identified through Optimain or field observation, correct?
Yes.
And you also refer to this as the main replacement program, correct?
Yes.
And this program, it supplements Operation Pipeline. So would I be correct to conclude that, like Operation Pipeline, the focus of this program is replacing rather than repairing main segments? Is that correct?
This program, yes.
And approximately how many miles per year of main does BGE replace through project 60666?
I don't know the specific percent number of mains that we replace in this one.
Could you hazard an approximation?
So I can tell you the total that we have across the system, and our target is 48 miles associated with Operation Pipeline and another 5 miles for the other replacements that we have.
Okay, so I guess the other replacements you're referring to here would be some work under project 60666.
Yes.
And would I be correct to conclude that low pressure main is also replaced through this project 60666?
As well as Operation Pipeline.
Okay. And there's also another project, I believe this is 58034, the Centrally Managed Gas Main Replacement Project. How does the work in this program differ from that of project 60666?
Yep, and so what's noted as it relates to 60666 is really around, and I'm going to read maybe a few portions of my testimony, but it says replaces or remediates main segments on the gas distribution system that typically have a history of poor performance. With 58034, this program addresses main replacement work, but with certain complexities such as lining operations, large diameter cast iron replacement, or heavy urban construction. So it's a bit of different complexities that's required, and that we separate the work as a result of that.
Okay. And is it correct that the majority of BGE's pipeline replacement work takes place under Operation Pipeline?
Yes.
Now, if you could refer to page 47 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
And on lines 7 through 12, you list the 6 highest risk assets on the company's system. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I'd like you to take a look at OPC DR 5601. This is the second document in the packet. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this DR as OPC Exhibit 13.
So marked.
Now this response, let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. So this response indicates that the cost to replace all the remaining infrastructure in Baltimore City is about $2 billion, correct?
Yes, that's what's noted.
So if you'd factor in the cost of replacing gas infrastructure outside of Baltimore City, the total cost of all BGE's infrastructure replacement work would exceed $2 billion. Is that correct?
So no, that's not correct. And the reason being, right, we're not just replacing all infrastructure. That's not what our goal is. And actually, when Sierra Club questioned me, we actually went through the different types of pipeline that we have on the system. The pipeline that we're targeting is really around the cast iron and bare steel infrastructure. That only makes up a small portion, not really small, but a portion of the infrastructure that we have on the system. We have over 7,600 miles of distribution main on the system. The cast iron portion of that being about 950 or so remaining miles of infrastructure.
And the cast iron, I guess the remaining cast iron infrastructure, is that exclusively inside Baltimore City?
No.
No?
No, there is some that would extend beyond Baltimore City.
And does the cost in this DR response capture the cost of replacing those assets as well?
It noted all remaining aging infrastructure on the system, so yes.
So you're saying this DR response refers to all remaining aging infrastructure work on BGE's system, not all remaining infrastructure work in Baltimore City?
So it says we don't have a current estimate for all the remaining infrastructure, but BGE has estimated the cost for Baltimore City to be $2 billion. But all of the cast iron that's on the system is not just in Baltimore City.
So that $2 billion would be, $2 billion would be.
The large majority is in Baltimore City, right? Because BGE is a 200-year-old company.
But the total
with aging assets, right? And so yes, the large portion would be in the city because that's where we built the gas system first.
But the total cost for all of this work that BGE plans to do would exceed $2 billion.
For the work outside of the city.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And one more question on this DR. This cost stated here does not factor in the company's return on its investments, right? This is just the investment cost, correct?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you could turn to page 59 of your direct testimony.
Of my rebuttal, it doesn't go up to 59 on my direct.
Yes, your rebuttal.
Okay. Okay.
And at line 15, you indicate that BGE has over 900 miles of remaining cast iron main.
Yes.
Right. And assuming BGE is successful in maintaining its replacement pace, this would be the 40 to 50 mile. Let's say BGE replaces 50 miles of main. That would be around 150 miles of outmoded main replaced during the 3-year MYP, correct?
Yes.
And so BGE would have about 750 miles of cast iron left to replace at the conclusion of the MYP.
Yes.
And would I be correct to conclude that there will be cast iron segments of pipe that are on the system now that may not be replaced for another 20 years?
Yes.
Are those segments of pipe currently unsafe?
No.
Are there risky segments of pipe that, while eligible for inclusion in Operation Pipeline, are identified and replaced through BGE's other gas infrastructure projects, such as Project 60666?
Can you repeat that question again?
Yeah. Are there risky segments of pipe that they might be eligible for inclusion for replacement through Operation Pipeline, but are the work is performed through another project, such as Project 60666?
Yes. And, when we talk about risky, we're looking at leaks that we have on the system where we have operational issues, and we work to then replace or repair portions of the system as needed. So yes.
And how does BGE determine whether to replace a segment of pipe under Project 60666 rather than through Operation Pipeline?
And so, as I mentioned, when it comes to Operation Pipeline, it is really working to upgrade the infrastructure specific to low pressure, as well as the cast iron system that we have, and working to remove the outmoded infrastructure. The other program is really looking at the combination of planning that we do and understanding where we have the highest risk and threats on our system, and then working to manage that appropriately. As I mentioned, we have DIMP, which is our Distribution Integrity Management Program, and it requires us to understand the risk and threats that we have on the system and develop a program to then address those risks and threats. And so the work that is identified through that looks at the combination of risk and threats that we've identified through a number of different factors to then work to develop those replacement opportunities for that infrastructure.
So would I be fair in stating that the difference between Project 60666 and Operation Pipeline is really what's driving the program, what's driving the project? Project 666 is more asset-specific condition-driven, whereas Project 60677, that's Operation Pipeline, that's mainly driven by the goal to systematically replace certain asset types.
Yes, and for 666, it's really around reliability-focused improvements.
Okay. So if you could turn to the exhibit DCW1G, this is attached to your direct testimony, and page 12.
Okay.
So on the very bottom of the page, this is the project information for Project 60666.
Right.
And it's correct that BGE plans to spend around $20 million on this project each year over the course of its MYP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if you could turn to the next page. I think the second box here, this is the project information for Operation Pipeline. And BGE proposes to spend about $150 million each year on its work through Operation Pipeline in the MYP, correct?
Yes.
So would I be correct to conclude that BGE will be spending about 7 times more on Operation Pipeline, which is asset type driven, rather than focused on identifying and replacing the highest risk assets, than BGE plans to spend on its only risk-based pipeline replacement program?
Right. So inherently, when it comes to the STRIDE replacement work, it does then have reliability-related improvements that we're focused on as a result of focusing on this replacement. Right, we're talking about our outmoded infrastructure that we know has reliability-related challenges when it comes to the leaks that we see on the system. As I mentioned, cast iron, we're seeing 2.54 leaks in comparison to the rest of the leaks across the entire system. From a system-wide perspective, the average leak rate is 0.34 leaks per mile. So there is a lot of work that inherently, as a result of doing the work within STRIDE, we're improving reliability, we're improving resiliency, we're working to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the customer, right? Because that's our goal, is to ensure that they have safe and reliable service. So yes, and then in conjunction with 60666, we're able to then continue to focus on where else do we have reliability-related improvements that we need to target, and those work in conjunction with ensuring that we're addressing the most riskiest assets year over year. And the one thing that I'll mention is that the longer that pipeline is in the ground, the longer and more likely you would see the rate in which leaks occur increase. So it is important that we continue to address these.
But just to be clear, the program that exists to replace the riskiest assets that BG has identified, this is Project 60666. The spending in Operation Pipeline is 7 times greater than that, correct?
But Operation Pipeline has risk-related work associated with that, right? Because it is our outmoded some of our leakiest assets that we have on the system. And so both of those items are really focused on addressing reliability. So even though this one is more dedicated towards really understanding what other reliability related projects we need to continue to focus on, the STRIDE or Operation Pipeline project is also inherently focused on the reliability needs within the system.
Understood. So I'd like to ask you about, there's another DR response in the packet that I distributed. This one would be OPC DR 5604.
Yep.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 14.
So marked.
Now, Ms. White, in this DR response, BGE indicates that only 40% of cast iron main replacement work was driven by Optimain and contained segments ranking in the top 5% of the Optimain risk score. Is that still correct?
For 2022, that number is correct.
And given the budget difference between Operation Pipeline and Project 60666, is it possible that there are some higher risk segments of pipe that BGE could replace through Project 60666, but does not replace due to budgetary limitations?
No. No. So keep in mind, how we utilize Optimain and what its use is, right? It's a tool in which we're able to understand the risk associated with cast iron infrastructure. It doesn't look at other infrastructure. So we're able to then take a step back and look at the host of different resources that we have to understand how our pipeline's performing, where maybe have risky assets that we need to continue to work to address. And so when it comes to then Operation Pipeline being a portion of the STRIDE-related infrastructure that we're working to address, we are targeting addressing the riskiest assets, right? That 40% are the riskiest assets that we're working to address. There may be then other types of infrastructure that still has operational related risk that we need to then work to manage. And the focus on safety becomes critical. So it's, again, the combination of looking at each of these programs and understanding the risk across the system as we work to continue to identify which work we move forward with.
Is it possible, given the size and scope of Operation Pipeline, that lower risk segments might be replaced ahead of higher risk segments that would be addressed in Project 60666?
No, we continue to make sure we're focused on the riskiest assets and working to address those assets and the issues that may exist through a host of different things, right? We're talking specifically about replacement, but doing repairs at times may be the best option for us to manage through that issue, and that is a safe replacement or repair related opportunity for us to continue to focus on. So we're looking across the entire system to ensure what are the right things to do and how do we ensure we have the safest, most operable system for our customers.
Okay, thank you. Is it correct that as a public service company, BGE is required by law to provide safe and reliable service?
Yes. And as a federally regulated utility under PHMSA and Department of Transportation, yes.
Yeah, of course. Is it correct that regardless of the rates the commission approves, BGE must and would continue to make the investments it needs to ensure the system operates reliably and safely?
So I think that may be a better question for either witness Frayne or Vahos, but the one thing I would say to that is we would continue to ensure that we understand what's our riskiest assets and work to replace that. However, if not given, the full extent of what we're asking for, it then requires us to go back and take a look and say, what can we do with what we have so that we are ensuring that we're focused on the most at-risk assets and the ones that need to be targeted for either repair or replacement.
If you could turn to page 45 of your rebuttal. And at line 10 through 11. There you state that OPC's witness, his recommendations do not contemplate the necessary safety and reliability practices. And then on page 46, you further claim Dr. Hopkins misses how regulations, codes, and by extension standards dictate what utilities must do to ensure public safety. Does that sound right?
Yep, can you tell me where on the page 46 you referenced?
At the top.
Okay. Okay, what's your question?
Is there any state safety regulation or code that requires BGE to systematically replace its entire gas distribution system?
So what may be helpful is helping, the team understand, what our needs are when it comes to replacing and upgrading our infrastructure. So being able to upgrade from a low pressure system to a higher pressure system, which allows us to operate more safely. The way in which a low pressure system works is that from a district regulator station, there then are customers that are provided service. So it may be anywhere from hundreds of customers to maybe even potentially thousands of customers. On that low pressure system, there's no additional segmentation on the system that allows us to somehow separate one customer from another. There may be small points here and there, but it's not a systematic approach to being able to separate one customer from another. On a higher pressure system, what it allows for is that high pressure system provides higher pressure through the mains and up through the services up to the point in which that gas reaches the regulator. By being able to then have the regulators on the system, it then allows for us to ensure that eliminates the potential for an overpressurization event. I didn't get to overpressurization with low pressure, but that's really the risk that we're working to manage, is ensuring that there isn't higher pressure provided to the customers that then put not just the system, but also them at risk from an incident perspective. The other piece of this, when it comes to having a higher pressure system, is being able to ensure that you don't have other things infiltrate into the system. On a low pressure system, we're operating at about 7 to 10 inches of water column, which means that at any given point in time, if there's more than 7 to 10 inches of water sitting on that pipeline, it's going to get into the pipeline. Being able to have higher pressure, you're able to then help eliminate other things from getting into the system to ensure that it is able to operate as safely as possible. So the benefit, really, when we think about that upgrade in the system, becomes critical to ensuring safety. The other things that we apply to the system when it comes to our operation pipeline and doing this work are things like curb valves, which allows us to actually turn off the service at the curb, or excess flow valves that when there is a sense of excess flow or overpressurization, it would actually shut off service so that the customer and their equipment and their appliances don't see that high pressure that's coming into the system. So by having that higher level of focus and having the higher pressure, we're able to more effectively and safely manage the system.
Understood. I'll ask my question again. Is there any applicable safety regulation, either state or federal, that requires BGE to replace low pressure with high pressure main?
So again, when it comes to the upgrading from low pressure to high pressure, there's not necessarily a federal mandate, but it is a mandate for us to really think about how we are ensuring we're replacing the outmoded infrastructure and install it with safer, more operable system, which is that higher pressure system.
But it's not the replacement approach. Just to clarify, it's your testimony that it's not required by any law.
No.
It complies with the law.
The upgrading of pressure is what you're asking, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And you've also referred to BGE's DIMP and TIMP a few times this morning. So I'd like to ask just a couple questions about that. The DIMP establishes a framework for BGE to identify and mitigate system risks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And while PHMSA regulations set forth certain information that must be included in the DIMP, PHMSA does not mandate any specific mitigation practices that the company to be incorporated into that DIMP. Is that correct?
It doesn't mandate what specific practices, but it does expect you to appropriately manage your system, which then would be you identifying those risks and working on a plan to then address what those risks are.
And part of BGE's execution of its DIMP is it periodically reviews it and updates it if its practices change. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is main replacement the only risk mitigation action identified in the DIMP?
No, there are other.
And if the commission limited the scope of BGE's main replacement activities, could BGE still comply with its DIMP by employing other risk mitigation measures?
It would create challenges.
But would BGE still be able to comply with its DIMP?
We would need to understand what the changes would be to understand how in which we would be able to comply with it, right? Corrosion is another aspect of DIMP, right? You're needing to understand where do you have corroded related a pipeline on the system. So recognizing that that's an option, understanding that we have a holistic system that we need to understand what are the other assets that are most at risk, and that's noted in my testimony, right? So there are other things that we need to ensure that we're able to appropriately address, and if limitations were then created, we'd have to understand what that impact is to us being able to more effectively then manage through the DEP program.
And if the regulatory environment in which BGE is operating were to change, could BGE update its DIMP to reflect a different approach to risk mitigation in light of any regulatory changes?
I think we'd need to understand the regulatory changes to understand how in which it would need to change if that was the case.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you could turn to page 76 of your rebuttal.
Okay.
And beginning at line 7, you claim that OPC witness Hopkins' recommendation that the company pursue its leak-prone pipe replacement outside of the MYP through STRIDE would put BGE back a decade or more in the pace of replacement of aging leak-prone infrastructure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it your testimony that this would occur because BGE's work would be delayed while it prepared and files a new STRIDE plan?
Yes, right. And as I mentioned before, the longer the assets are in the ground, the more that they are failing at a rate that exponentially, increases to a point in which could create systematic related risk. So the longer that we wouldn't have a plan, the more risk that we'd have to then be able to manage through.
So does your statement that BGE's pace would be put back, does that mean that BGE would be replacing less pipe in 2025, or excuse me, 2024, than in any year over the past decade?
If we were not to get approval through this MYP?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, it would be impacted.
But I'm just trying to understand what you mean by would put BGE back a decade or more in the pace.
What specific? Okay, never mind. Yeah, and it really is driven by the fact that we've worked on this infrastructure replacement for the last 10 years. And a slight delay would create significant issues for us to continue to understand what's now the riskiest assets. Are there other assets that now aged quicker in that year to 2 year time frame in which we didn't do work that we're going to have to then more effectively manage the risk of the system? So by having a gap or lapse in being able to replace this infrastructure that we know is leaky, that we know is outmoded, that we know needs to be replaced, creates operational related risks that we need to manage.
But would that gap put the company 10 years behind its anticipated completion date for its leak-prone pipe replacement work? Or are you just referring to in 2024, it'll replace less pipe than it has over the past 10 years?
It will replace less pipe over the time frame in which we wouldn't be able to perform in comparison to the work we've done over the past 10 years. And by setting us back the decade or more, it's really associated with the work that we have planned and the ultimate impact that would happen that would happen on the system as a result of not replacing infrastructure.
And just sticking with the assumption that the commission were to agree with OPC witness Hopkins, could BGE still complete the work that it identified outside of the MYP or STRIDE?
No. Well, I'd like you to ask the question again so I can make sure I'm answering appropriately.
So under this assumption that BGE has to pause its main replacement work for 2024 while it prepares and files the STRIDE plan, and this is assuming the commission agrees with OPC's witness recommendation and removes the leak-prone pipe replacement work from the MYP. In that year where BGE is preparing and filing its STRIDE plan, assuming BGE does file a STRIDE plan, would BGE still be able to complete some of the work that it had identified to do under the MYP?
We'd have to evaluate what that would be. So I don't know that answer. If we were not able to get the funding to move forward, we'd have to evaluate exactly how much work we'd be able to perform, what the impact of the work is, the risk to the system as a result, and then really focus on how do we ensure that we're continuing to focus on the most at-risk portions of our system and working on the infrastructure replacement. But it would be hard for me to answer in this moment that yes, carte blanche, we'd be able to go ahead and continue with this replacement. We'd have to really do an evaluation and understanding the risk that we have on the system.
Would you agree that it's a possibility that BGE could do that work?
I wouldn't agree at this point.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I have one more question along these lines. When BGE participated in STRIDE, did it ever identify and conduct necessary infrastructure replacement work outside of STRIDE?
Yes. Okay. Which is really around 60666.
Great, thank you.
Right.
Now, staying on page 76 of your rebuttal, at line 15, you indicate that a decision to exclude project 60677, this would be Operation Pipeline, from the MYP and require future work to be proposed through STRIDE would counter PHMSA's call to action as well as the intent of Maryland in its STRIDE legislation to accelerate these replacements. Is that characterization correct?
Yes.
Would I be correct to state that the purpose of the STRIDE program is to incentivize the accelerated replacement of aging infrastructure, such as cast iron and bare steel main?
Yes.
With respect to STRIDE, is it the company's position that being required to pursue accelerated infrastructure replacement through STRIDE rather than through the MYP is contrary to the intent of the STRIDE legislation?
No.
Turning to page 95 of your rebuttal.
And before I turn, as it relates to STRIDE legislation, John Frayne, witness John Frayne, would be also more appropriate to answer questions associated with the actual STRIDE legislation, please.
Okay, noted, thank you. So at page 95 of your rebuttal, here you disagree with staff witness Anyam's recommendation of maintaining certain STRIDE reporting requirements. And beginning at line 10, you state that the continuing the filings is duplicative in many ways. And this is because the company already files annual capital project lists in the MYP. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the compliance filings required through the STRIDE program as administered by the Commission?
Yes, I am.
And you're aware that in addition to the annual project list, STRIDE participants also file an annual true-up and reconciliation report, mid-year progress report, and an annual audit of the company's STRIDE performance during the prior year?
Yes.
So I'd like to ask you about the differences between the MYP and STRIDE project lists. And the next document in the packet I distributed, this is BGE's MYP project list for 2023, for this year, and it was filed on November 1st, 2022. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 15.
So marked.
And I don't know all the differences in between what would then be required to be filed as a part of the MYP, other than there'd be in a project list versus, what we currently file within STRIDE. However, we are open to being able to actually file the additional documentation that we currently file as a part of the justification for the STRIDE work as we think about how we move forward within the MYP.
Okay. And so I'm not going to ask you about any of the specifics of this. I just want to get your general impressions of what this document contains. And this is, to keep this exhibit a manageable size, I just included the pages relevant to Operation Pipeline. I believe that's on the last page. It's on page 15 of 33 at the bottom.
Okay.
So, Ms. White, what does this page show?
This is similar to what we just showed within the MYP, the summary of GIMP, the category in which we previously filed STRIDE-related work, so Gas Infrastructure Maintenance Program, and the type of work that would be performed under each of the programs that are noted.
So now I'd like you to turn to the next document in the packet that I provided, and this is BGE's 2023 STRIDE project list.
What page? 20?
This is, there's another, the next document in the packet.
Oh, okay.
And this is the STRIDE project list BGE filed for the 2023 corporate year. And this was also filed on the same day as the MYP project list, November 1st, 2022. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 16.
So marked.
Now, if you could look at Appendix A. And the page that follows there should be, it looks like an Excel sheet.
Okay. It's Exhibit A? Yes. Okay. I'm there.
Yeah, so what does this appendix show?
So this shows the list of projects, the amount of cast iron retired, and additional information associated with the work.
Now, if you could turn to Exhibit B and just take a minute to look through it, and when you're ready, tell me what that shows.
This gives additional detail associated with the project, for one of the projects. Lauraville Phase 1.
And it gives more than just additional detail for one project. There's a second project there, correct?
Following the existing pages, yes, but on the first page, it's just Lauraville.
Yes, thank you. So when you compare this STRIDE project list to the MYP project list, would you agree that the STRIDE project list provides more detailed information regarding the company's pipeline replacement work planned over the same calendar year?
Yes, I do.
And now both MYP and STRIDE project lists are typically subject to stakeholder review and discovery. Is that, to your knowledge, is that correct?
Yes.
Must the commission approve the company's annual MYP project list before it can begin collecting its revenue requirement and start its planned work?
I don't know that I'm the best witness for that, but not that I know of.
Okay. And to your knowledge, isn't it correct that the commission reviews and approves the company's STRIDE project list before the company can include those projects in the STRIDE surcharge and begin work?
I'm not sure that I know that answer. That'd be better suited for witness frame.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you could turn back to your rebuttal, this would be beginning page 95 and line 15. You state that The efficiencies gained by eliminating the STRIDE reporting requirements will free up stakeholders and allow company resources to focus on other work, all to the benefit of customers. And by other work in this context, are you referring, you're referring to administrative work, correct?
Administrative burden, yes.
Has the company quantified the benefit to customers that these so-called, these efficiencies would provide?
I do not have those quantifiable numbers,
Okay, thank you.
but others may.
So I just have a few more questions for you regarding a couple regarding the ZVAC PIM. And so if you could refer to, I believe it's the very last document in the packet that I provided. This is OPC, the company's response to OPC DR 13-29.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 17.
So marked.
And here in this DR, the company states that it was aware of the potential for increased costs with respect to utilizing ZVAC units in purging operations, resulting from longer purge time, increased complexity in operations, increased coordination requirements, and safety setup requirements. If the company was aware of the costs and complexities associated with using the ZVAC, why did it go ahead with the purchase?
So keep in mind, there's a lot of benefits to the ZVAC and the unit itself in terms of the value that it brings and helping to ensure that we're not emitting gas into the atmosphere. So there were aspects then of the value of what we got out of it being better than the challenges that we also saw and faced.
And does BGE currently use ZVAC on jobs that are not included in the proposed performance metric?
We do utilize it where we possibly can.
Did BGE earn a financial reward for using the ZVAC machines in those instances?
No, we did not.
If the performance metric for ZVAC is not approved, will the company not increase utilization of its ZVAC machines?
No, we will continue to increase utilization of the machines.
Okay, I have one more question for you. This might be the toughest question you get.
Okay.
And so in your responses to my questions and your discussion with counsel for Sierra Club and MEA, you've indicated that maintaining safety and reliability is a big driver of BGE's infrastructure replacement work. Is that correct?
Yes.
To your knowledge, is there any way to completely eliminate all safety risks on BGE's gas system?
I think when you deal with any energy-related source, there's no way to completely eliminate a hazard that could exist. Right? We have to understand the risks that exists and then work to identify and address those risks.
Would you agree that stopping to use gas would eliminate the safety risks associated with gas?
Stopping the use of gas may eliminate a safety risk, but it will be a significant impact when we think of the customers who want to use gas, who continue to share that they want to have gas as a source of energy for a variety of different needs. And it would be impactful in the sense of ensuring that we're meeting our customers' needs.
But from a safety perspective, stopping the use of gas would completely eliminate the safety risk associated with gas, correct?
If there was no gas, there would be no safety aspect to it, but it would be significantly impactful from a customer and affordability perspective in terms of the other options that exist.
Okay, that is the last question I had. Thank you very much, Ms. White. Your Honor, I'd like to move that OPC Exhibits 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 be admitted into evidence.
No objection.
So admitted. Staff. Good afternoon, Ms. White.
Good afternoon.
I want to talk to you just a little bit about STRIDE. I have some questions, but you said on the stand that you were open to including something, it wasn't clear, and so maybe you could expound on that a little bit.
Yep, and so I was asked the question specific to the MYP filings versus the STRIDE filings that we have. And the conversation was going to the differences between the different filings that were expected to file associated with the project-related work. Specific to the MYP moving forward, we recognize the value that being able to submit the information that we have submitted previously as a part of the STRIDE filings to the Public Service Commission has been valuable. We are willing to continue to submit the required and necessary paperwork as defined by the Public Service Commission.
So that would include a list of STRIDE projects, as an example?
As an example, yes.
And there, I believe witness Aniem had 2 or 3 other things that he wanted to have included, and you'd be willing to include all
I'd need to see what those other 2 items are. I don't remember them off the top of my head.
Okay. Perhaps with your council's permission, I could present those to you this afternoon. Will you be here this afternoon?
I can, yes.
Yeah. Just so that I don't miss one that he had 3, I think, that he wanted to have included. But the most important one was the list, and the list, so just so I understand, it not only would be possible for you to, within the context of the MYP, retain a STRIDE list, but it would be possible for you to submit the list to the commission.
Yes.
Okay. Let me see if I need to ask you any of these other things.
Okay.
And you can distinguish STRIDE from non-STRIDE. That's not going to be a problem.
Yes, we do today.
So today, occasionally you do some work. It's almost STRIDE, but not quite. Would that work be on the STRIDE list or someplace else?
It would be outside of the STRIDE list.
Within the MYP, would you have a STRIDE mileage target?
We have targets that we're currently working towards and as submitted in the MYP, which is 48 miles per year.
And is this similar to what BGE has achieved per year?
Historically?
To date?
Yes, it's generally similar.
But you don't have you don't take issue with whatever the report showed in the past? It might be a little bit less than 48.
Yes.
Okay. And then I have one remaining question about ZVAC, which, when you're using the ZVAC, it is purging something, and you produce a byproduct, which can we call that gas? That would be, is that
So
correct?
it actually wouldn't purge anything, or at least that's not my understanding.
Okay.
We're then absorbing the gas from the existing pipeline and then able to place it into a pipeline that will continue to be used.
Okay, so and that pipeline is a pipeline probably that goes to customers?
That goes to customers, yeah.
And then customers receive the gas for service, and then they pay whatever your tariff rate is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yeah, I'm going to have a few questions, Chair Hoover. Ms. White, there's been a lot of questions asked of you today, so I'm going to try to go back through my notes as
Okay.
best I can here. Let's start with Sierra Club. So, Counsel for Sierra Club, Ms. Stevens Miller, she asked you at some point about the E3 report.
She
Do you
did.
remember that?
Yes.
And I think the context was around the throughput on the gas system. Let me ask you this. If throughput on the system dropped Does this mean that BG would no longer have to maintain its gas system through the asset replacement programs it's currently undertaking?
No, not at all. Right. It really just reinforces that we need to continue to appropriately maintain and invest in the system because there will be gas continuing to be utilized.
Okay, and then if throughput declined, is there any correlation with that and the peak demand on the gas system?
Yep. And so when it comes to peak demand, we have to have a system that is sustainable and maintained to ensure that we're able to meet that peak. The one thing that we see, even based on the studies that exist currently, is that peak demand may not increase, even though day-to-day throughput may decrease.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Stevens Miller also asked you at some point about the RNG facility that BGE currently has on its system. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Back and forth. Is BGE's system operating acceptably right now with the existing RNG facility?
Yes.
Let me ask you some questions about OPC's council question. I think at some point, counsel for OPC referred you to pages 42 and 43 of your rebuttal testimony. Can you turn to that?
Okay.
And specifically, the line starts at the bottom of 42 regarding the annual net gas customer growth as ranged
Yes.
between 0.5% and 1.1% with no decline in growth. Again, regarding throughput, because I think that was how the question was posed, could you have less throughput but still maintain or even grow the number of gas customers on your system?
You could.
And how would that work?
So if a customer was to be added to the system, and maybe they're added just as electric only or having just limited gas use on the system, and there are customers that continue to have limited gas use on the system, you'd continue to ultimately add number of customers. Throughput ultimately may not change overall. And actually, Mr. Hurston, can you ask your question again? Because I want to make sure I answer it.
Yeah, I was just referring to the question that counsel for OPC asked you about the customer growth figures that we've had over the past 5 years, which is on the bottom of page 42 and the top of page 43. And I was asking you about throughput because the question was raised in the context of throughput. And my specific redirect question to you was, could you have less throughput on the system but still maintain the current number of gas customers or even possibly grow the number of gas customers on the system?
No, and so yes, you could. So you could have less throughput because the amount of actual gas usage would continue to decrease, or the potential exists. Yet you're still having gas customers being added to the system with some form of limited gas usage.
And has BGE, to your knowledge, received any indication right now that we anticipate that not the same number of customers will be interested in joining the gas system at any time in the near future?
No, we continue to see customers requesting gas, and even anecdotally, we've heard that if there is ever a ban on gas, we're going to have more customers rush in to actually request service so that they are able to get gas in.
And last question on this topic. Is BGE advertising gas hookups?
No, we do not. Customers come to us requesting the service.
Okay. Switching gears, counsel for OPC asked you a number of questions about Operation Pipeline and cast iron replacement. And at one point, there were some questions about what's been marked as OPC Exhibit 13. And can you flip to that in that packet of documents?
Unfortunately, I don't have them in order, I don't think, anymore.
Okay,
if
this
you
was
can
the
tell me.
question about the $2 billion
Okay.
for the remaining aging infrastructure work.
Yep, I have it in front of me.
Okay, so that figure relates to the work in Baltimore City, correct?
Yes.
Has BGE calculated any potential costs for similar work outside of the city, to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge.
I think he asked you a question about is cast iron could cast iron be safe? Do you remember that question? A cast iron, I think it was a
Yes.
cast iron segment be safe?
Yes.
You responded yes. Let me ask you this: could a segment of cast iron main be safe but still be deemed risky?
Yes.
And how would that be?
So when it comes to the cast iron infrastructure in particular, it's old, it's outmoded, it's brittle. So though it can be safe and operable today, again, as I mentioned, the longer it's in the ground, the more potential risk that it may have. And so it can continue to have risk that is ultimately identified.
Okay, and then there were a number of questions about the difference between the main replacement program and the Operation Pipeline program.
Okay.
Specifically relating to Operation Pipeline 60677, does that target risky assets?
It does.
And what assets are those?
Cast iron and bare steel.
And is it possible that work initially identified for the main replacement program, Project 60666, could ever end up being addressed through Operation Pipeline, Project 60677?
Yes.
Let me ask you about OPC Exhibit 14.
And can you tell me which?
This is
what's the
a
details?
OPC Data Request 56-04. A response to the question about Optimane.
Yes.
Points assessment and the jobs. Let me ask you this. On that 40% that listed in the responses, does that 40% include both Operation Pipeline, Project 60677, and the main replacement project, Project 60666? If you know.
I don't know.
You don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I think you were asked a question about federal requirements or mandates about cast iron and bare steel replacement risk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is it a requirement, if you know, and all these questions are if you know, is it a requirement that BGE maintain a distribution integrity management program, or DIMP?
Yes.
And is it a requirement that BGE, if it identifies risks or activities in its DIMP, has to follow its DIMP? Do you know if that's a federal requirement?
Yes, it is.
So if BGE identified cast iron and bare steel main replacement as a way to address its riskiest assets, and that was included in the DIMP, would BGE have to follow those replacement activities to remain in compliance with its DIMP?
Yes.
Do you ever see a scenario where BGE would remove the replacement of cast iron or bare steel main from its DIMP?
No.
Why not?
Because it is a risky asset, right, that has leaks and has a need to be managed and replaced and addressed appropriately. And as I mentioned, the longer it's in the ground, the more at risk it becomes by having increased leaks on the system.
Do you know if DIMP, that's a PHMSA requirement, right?
It's a PHMSA
And
requirement.
that's a federal agency, right?
Yes,
Do you know if PHMSA tracks cast iron replacement?
it does.
Okay, and do you know how Maryland stacks up currently with respect to the replacement rate for cast iron main compared to a national average?
So from a national perspective, we are one of the lower ranked performers when it comes to cast iron replacement in comparison to our peer-related utilities with similar type of operations and performance. And so we have a lot of opportunity to continue to ensure we're investing, so we're working to do that replacement.
Okay. Couple more questions with respect to OPC's cross. I believe you were asked a question about risk being eliminated if you did away, my words, did away with the gas system. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, I do.
Let me ask you this. Are there risks associated with the use of electricity?
Yes.
And so is it possible there could be greater risks associated with the use of electricity if you had more electricity use as a result of folks moving off of gas to electric?
Yeah. So the one thing when it comes to electric in comparison to gas, there are more safety-related risks or incidents that happen on the electric system than in comparison to gas. So if you have more electric, there is the potential for then more incidents on the electric system.
Okay, and then last question, counsel for MEA, don't want to leave MEA out. Counsel for MEA asked at some point about greenhouse gas emissions calculations. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does BGE set the formula for greenhouse gas calculations?
We do not.
Who does?
It's a federal formula that we follow, but I'm not sure exactly who creates that.
Okay, but it's not BGE.
It is not BGE.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair Hoover. That's all I have.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Richard.
Well, good afternoon now.
Good afternoon.
And congratulations for lasting this long. I think you've held up very well. Let me just be just quick. I'm going to keep my questions at just high level at this point. I think you've been grilled a lot about the plan itself. But just overall, as you approach Maryland policies, do you believe that Maryland has decarbonization policies, greenhouse gas policies, electrification policies that you would consider leading and maybe comparable to other leading states like New York or Massachusetts, or where? How do you see Maryland in comparison with a couple of other states? Are we leading, and do you think we're similar?
Yep, I think we're leading when it comes to comparison to the other leading states, and the ones that stand out are New York and California. But I think there's challenges, and we need to be able to understand the full impact of how do we also meet the goals that we have within the state of Maryland, but also recognizing the challenges that exist and how we look at all the resources we have available to working to meet these goals.
Right. And I think the Sierra Club, talked a little bit about, as we're making these investments and some of the risk if we miss, I guess, the mark, or if we get off track from state policy, it could be very costly. Would you agree that, again, if we start adopting some of those, particularly California standards, and I would even start to talk about like New York, that if we are in fact on those tracks, that we could potentially start making investments that will lead to very expensive systems and require some change, a course change.
Yeah, I do think that there's a significant cost impact, and we need to understand all the different avenues in which we could pursue or different pathways to understand what that financial impact would be, but it could be costly.
Okay. And then early on I perked up a little bit. You were talked about that you do work with other of your other gas companies under gas and electric companies. And I just wanted to find out, and I think you said also AGA, as far as you're trying to figure out next steps. Is Con Edison one of those companies that you've worked with or consulted?
Yeah, and actually recently myself and a team of other leaders and employees across the organization went and visited to see what they're doing around methane detectors, because they are very progressive when it comes to that in the AMI technology that they're looking at. So we've had conversations with them about some of the work that they're performing, and the replacement work that they're performing when it comes to their infrastructure replacement, because they are still focused on that.
Right. And that's where I am not going to sit here and pretend to be an expert on what they're doing in Con Edison, but I have been interested as I read clips and about their program. And it isn't true. In Con Edison, they actually do have areas of moratorium they've designated, where even if you are a customer, they will not sign up, new customers in these moratorium areas.
So there are some moratoriums. I don't know all the full details, but one thing that I will say when it comes to these is there are nuances to them, right? So if it's in New York City and you have an area where there was gas that previously existed, you can still have gas at that location. So considering how dense New York State is, and maybe the densest portions of their service territory, they actually have not seen as much of a decrease in new customers as a result of that. So, there's a moratorium, but there's definitely nuances to what that
Are there
looks
some
like.
parts of the BGE system that may be analogous that are you considering that, we are going to just stop connecting in these areas?
So we haven't yet, in the sense that we don't have the ability to actually stop that service. Because when customers come to us and request service, we want to be able to give them the service that that they're requesting. The one thing we have started to do, and it's preliminary now, but we don't have the final results of that. But even out of the E3 study, we've identified the opportunity that we need to continue to think about how we electrify and where could we. And so we have an area in which we're starting to do a study so that we can have the understanding of, well, what would be the impact to that area? What would be the needs of the system, but also what would be the needs of those customers, and would they even be willing to make the shift? And that's going to be the biggest challenge that we have.
Okay, some of that, of course, will be, it may be just, mandated by Annapolis, and so, is that correct?
There's a potential, yeah.
Okay. And another thing I think is interesting, and again, you probably do know a lot more about what Con Ed is doing than I do, but I like the idea that they are doing least cost planning and also looking at options where they do a cost benefit analysis, and then potentially actively engage with customers on other solutions than gas, and could include non-gas pipeline options or electrification. Is the company thinking along those lines too, kind of again working with a company like Con Ed of how there might be different policies in your planning on how you move forward with gas?
Yeah. I mean, it definitely becomes what else is it that we need to consider and how do we make this shift? But also understanding what options exist as we think about the laws that will come, and understanding that we want to be able to work to meet those, but also be flexible enough to ensure that we're meeting the customer's needs. And to your point around customer, it then becomes making sure that we're engaged to understand what is it that the customer wants, so that we're able to then be able to meet their needs and help them to understand what will be available as they work and transition through this process.
Great. And just, we're talking about, I think New York and then also Massachusetts is probably another state that is considered leading in how they want to decarbonize. Are you aware that Eversource actually is leaving AGA? They're not going to be affiliated with AGA anymore, and they cited because they wanted to be, more active. They wanted to be focused on decarbonization. Has BGE talked to Eversource at all? Is that something that the BGE, as a provider in a leading state like Maryland, would consider?
So I wasn't familiar with Eversource leaving AGA and kind of transitioning their model in terms of how in which they operate. But it's definitely something that we can, again, look to pursue and understand more about what does that look like and how are they moving forward, so that we can understand how we bring that back and operate here. So I think it's something that we could continue to look at and evaluate. I will say, though, that our relationships with AGA are absolutely critical. We've been able to develop, just some key relationships across the entire organization. They're not just working groups at the senior levels, but working groups at the engineering and technical operational levels, so that we understand how and which we need to operate and how best to perform the work that we need to, and meeting the goals that are set forth from a federal level, as well as then by the individual states that operate.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I hear a lot of growling stomachs, so I'll go ahead and stop right there. And again, thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
And this afternoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Barve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your testimony. I have four questions that are pretty short. The first one, I was curious about the hydrogen blending pilot program. When's that going to take place? Do you know?
I need to get the final date, but I can tell you a little bit about the details. But it'll either be later this year or early next year.
Okay.
Witness Case can actually be able to provide a bit more detail. Actually, though, at our Spring Garden site, which is the site in which I work, we're looking to utilize one of the existing facilities and do some hydrogen blending associated with an existing boiler that we have.
Well, I'd love to read the report on that, because every study I've seen indicates that on a volume basis, hydrogen has a lower energy content than natural gas, and it would have the tendency to degrade the energy content, and for that reason, there's kind of an upper limit of 15 to 20%, so I'd be interested to read that. The second question is, of course, under the STRIDE and pipeline program, you're replacing old pipes with new pipes, so let me just ask the question, are those new pipelines hydrogen ready, or would they have to be upgraded?
So Based on what we know about hydrogen at this point, that 5 to 15% blending is what we believe is operable within our existing systems. If that's the case, based on what we know, then it would be based on the pipeline that we're installing today. As we think about how we continue to expand that, and are there other pipelines that we need to continue to look at to ensure if there is a higher percentage of blending, there's different types of pipelines that exist. It's something we need to continue to evaluate. But that's part of the benefit of the study and the pilot.
Okay. With respect to leaks in your system, I presume that when you calculate leaks, you're calculating the leaks that occur in your system in front of the meter, not behind the meter.
Not behind the meter.
The reason I ask that is that it's pretty broadly accepted in literature that even well-functioning appliances leak methane. So you're not including those leaks in your calculation.
No.
Okay. And finally, I have to say I was a little surprised by your testimony here, and I'm going to read it and then I'm going to read something else. You said that Maryland has not yet chosen a path forward to meet its goals, and you go on to say that the OPC witness would seemingly have BG&E and the commission make decisions on their own prerogative rather than in the advancement of state law and policy. So let me read to you a part of the law I helped to write. It's section 10, and here's how it goes. In alignment with the Commission on Climate Change's recommendations to transition to an all-electric building code in the state, 1, the General Assembly supports moving toward broader electrification of both existing buildings and new construction as a component of decarbonization, and 2, it is the intent of the General Assembly that the state move forward toward broader electrification in both existing buildings and new construction on completion of the study required under subsection B, and that's a study that refers to the Building Codes Administration. So to you or to other representatives of BG&E, I just don't know how I could have been more explicit in my intent. Our intent is to advance electrification. And so given what I just read out of the law, do you care to change or amend your testimony?
It'd be helpful for me to explain what was meant by that.
Okay.
We are fully committed to working to meet the state's goals and moving towards electrification. So I do want you to understand that. The key piece when it comes to this statement was the pathway in which we plan to get there hasn't been fully defined. And so because we recognize that gas has to be a part of any path that's decided, because that's been also noted, there's going to be a decrease in throughput, but there is a system that needs to be maintained and be in place. And so the context in which that was written was much more around how we plan to get there hasn't been fully defined yet, but yet we are committed to being able to meet the state's goals.
Okay, well, I just wanted to read that section of the Climate Solution Now Act because at least it was my intention, and I think my Senate colleagues as well, that we move in the direction of electrification and that we scale down natural gas. And I'm not a member of the legislature anymore, but I know that my friends watch these things, and so perhaps the legislature should be a little more explicit. Although, honestly, I think this is pretty explicit as it's written right now. We have in the law defined various mechanisms, whether it's building efficiency standards or these. We felt that we have put out a rather specific pathway, but perhaps obviously there's room for disagreement. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Commissioner O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. White. Thank you for your patience and your focus. You've been much more proficient at it than I have been to this long string of questions. So congratulations for hanging in there.
Thank you.
So I've been looking for a while for an opportunity to discuss any potential relationship in a base rate case between PIMS and prudency reviews. And that may seem a little bit off, but let me explain what I'm talking about. So currently you have a PIM that deals with ZVAC, correct?
Yes.
Now, these ZVAC machines, how much do they cost for the big ones, and what's the little one cost ballpark? You don't have to, I'm not too worried about.
I don't remember the exact numbers, but maybe, $40,000-$50,000, I think, the bigger units.
A piece, okay, all right. Very good. So we have to, that money's been spent. You're seeking to collect that money back in this base rate case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we have a PIM to incentivize the use. So I'm trying to figure out, how this relationship works between prudency reviews and PIMs, and if we approve the PIM, are we effectively saying that the expenditures on these machines were prudent and they've become used and useful, and therefore we've obviated the need for any further prudency review because we approved the PIM? I don't know if you're following me on that line of thinking or not, but we have to recover that money one way or another, or the ratepayers eat that. I mean, the stockholders, the shareholders, the investors eat that money. So how do you describe that relationship? Can you help me with that?
Yeah, and what I'd say is that may be a better question for witness Case, who's been, really engaged in the financial aspects of this. But when it comes to the two different elements of this, we were also looking at the savings that we see when it comes to the environmental impact associated with this work.
Well, let me back up a second. If we approve this PIM as part of this base rate case, we effectively doing the prudency review and saying it's a prudent expenditure.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm having a problem with that because we're prejudging now, based on our decision, we're prejudging the prudency review. That really typically is not something that we do as the commission en banc.
And I may not be understanding the question enough, so I apologize if I'm not. The purchases, though, were made and already, right, for these units. So I'm not sure that I'm understanding the question, so I apologize.
Well, the purchases were made. The equipment's being used. It's also proposed to be used in a pilot. If we approve the pilot, we obviate the need for any further prudency review because we're saying, yeah, go forward and use it, prosper. And that's what I'm struggling with. I'm not as concerned about this specific application, to be honest with you, as I am the general interaction or potential interaction between PIMs and prudency reviews in other base rate cases and base rate cases generally. So maybe you'll see if Mr. Case has anything to lay on this line here as well. But I appreciate you taking a stab at it. It was just an opportunity for me to kind of begin the discussion for my edification so I can see if I understand how these things might be used going forward. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I have, except to say that I thought the question with regard to if you eliminate gas usage, you eliminate risk or danger or safety issues was true in the abstract. However, so would be eliminating airline travel. So would be eliminating vehicle travel. So would be eliminating any manner of use of technology, except that one that doesn't work well in a open commerce free market, arguably free market society, and democratic principles. And two, of course you can eliminate, if you stay inside a bubble and never go anywhere, you can eliminate any safety concerns. But that doesn't necessarily make it realistic. And I just want to kind of see if you had anything to add to that, because the question really was, well, all we need to do is this simple. We just need to eliminate nuclear. We don't have any nuclear problem. Well, it's not that simple. All we need to do is eliminate gas. We don't have any gas safety problems. Well, it's not that simple. You got anything to add to that?
Yeah, no, and you're exactly right. And that's also where we were going with some of the other line of questioning, in the sense that, hey, if you have increased electrification, right, there's still risk that then comes with that increased electrification or any related energy source that has the potential for an incident to occur. And so what it becomes is us to ensure that we have appropriate investments in the infrastructure to ensure the safe and reliable operation of the system itself. And so, you're exactly right in the sense of, we need to ensure that as long as there is a system, it is invested in to ensure the safe operation of the system.
That's right. I'm trained in the nuclear world, and the proper way to mitigate that while still receiving useful incremental benefits of any technology is you get defense in depth, you have mitigating strategies, you have mitigating factors, you have any manner of backups to minimize those safety concerns, but no technology, zero, not one that I'm aware of, eliminates any potential safety concern beyond a degree of plausibility. It may be rare, but you're never going to get rid of it 100%. And I just wanted to make that point. I think that's important for people to understand. It's not as simple as, we'll do away with gas, we don't have to worry about it. Well, you might be causing other problems. So, and ask the people in the Northeast in the wintertime about other problems by eliminating gas usage. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Ms. White, thank you, and I look forward to the rest of this case going forward.
Commissioner Sushman.
Okay, then I really am the last person between us and lunch, so I'm going to try to go quickly. Unless you want to call another witness. Ms. White, thank you for your testimony and for your perseverance. You're almost done. So I just wanted to, I have a couple of things. I wanted to follow up with Commissioner O'Donnell's line of questioning about ZVAC. So this is the first time that ZVAC, the cost of ZVAC has been presented in a case. So on some level, really is sort of prudency review as well. And so if we sort of put the PIM question aside, and you're proposing ultimately to be using ZVAC on all applicable jobs, how long would it take you to be in a position where and I can say personally, this sounds like a great technology. And so how long would it take for BGE to be in a position to utilize this technology on all applicable jobs? Is it something that can be done in a year or two? And what would it take in terms of numbers of ZVAC machines?
Yeah, no, great question. And when it comes to how long, I think, in the current MYP plan that we have, we put 3 years. However, I do think it's something quicker than that time frame. The one thing that has to happen is that we continue to train the resources across the organization or the individuals across the organization that will be operating this tool. Keep in mind that the ZVAC also needs to operate with a high pressured compressor. Which also comes at a cost.
Right. No, I appreciate that. But I guess in terms of, do you need 2 more machines, 3 more machines? Training, do you need to?
I think there's a need for more machines. I think there's a need to continue to train a large portion of the organization. There's only a small group that were dedicated to the pilot for 2022, and as we're moving into and have moved into 23, working to train and expand that group of individuals that have the ability to perform the work.
Okay.
So all of that needs to occur in addition to, as we think about more tools or more ZVACs on the system itself, so that we can have that expanded use.
Okay.
So I think it's a 2 to 3, but I don't have the exact number.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you were here this morning when
Yes.
Ms. Wright
Yes.
testified. So in terms of the electric side of the business, there's an expectation of growth because of electrification and movement of customers from the gas side to the electric side. At the same time, you're here testifying that there needs to be an increase in capital expenditures in order to deal with safety and replacement of old pipes. So you understand from our perspective, what we're hearing is we need to grow the electric side and we need to grow the gas side. And that's a challenge when we're sort of looking at state policy. So I guess the first question, and this is kind of consistent with the E3 discussion that we had earlier. So there was a discussion about throughput, but also the E3 study assumed retirement of mains and service. So are you as the VP of the gas side thinking about retirement of mains, short term and longer term? Is that part of your sort of in thinking about what to replace and what to build out? Are you also thinking about what needs to be retired?
Yep. And so, in conjunction with our Vice President of Strategy, who's Mark Case, we are looking at the combination of being able to figure out where we electrify, which is, the piece around E3, but also where is the targeted electrification to ensure that we understand where can we have decreases in the gas system. And that is a study that's underway, and we haven't finalized it yet, nor is it ready to be discussed in detail at this point. But that's the piece of what we're looking at right now. The other aspect of maybe, I'll just offer the commission here, something else to think about as we think about how we move forward. And what the E3 witness shared was, where you have the largest challenge for electrification will be in homes that were built pre-World War II. And that being because of the way in which they are built, the current electric systems, how in which they're able to expand, or even what's the capacity in which they can expand. It also limits their opportunity for other technologies like networked geothermal, which requires land and land and the opportunity to have the geothermal place so that it can have the ability to then provide an alternative energy. And so there's a host of different technologies that are being looked at and that we're evaluating to understand how we bring this onto our system. What does this actually look like as we move forward? And those things are actively happening, and we're continuing to evaluate that. And I think when it comes to retirements and services in particular, there is an opportunity for us to identify those targeted areas in which we can have decreases. But that takes the studies and the evaluation of those things happening, in addition to working in conjunction with whatever laws that may need to be put in place to incentivize customers to change. Because a lot of times customers are not going to change unless there either is some financial support to be able to bring upon that change, or they have, based on their own desires, just a strong goal to be able to meet the environmental goals that we have set
Right,
forth.
and that's what having the electric side, gas side, integrated approach, looking at where the system needs to go forward. I guess the last thing I would want is for you to be doing the work to replace a main that will then need to be retired because of the way the system is changing. So that's
Right.
I just wanted to kind of get a sense of what the thinking was there in moving forward.
And just to help, the infrastructure that we're talking about replacing is really the cast iron system that is in Baltimore City, right? So that is the aged infrastructure that exists. And I say Baltimore City, but Baltimore and the surrounding areas, because that's where the system was built out first.
Okay.
So being able to replace that infrastructure still supports the needs that we have, both from a decarbonization perspective as well as being able to electrify certain areas, but also being able to ensure that there is gas that is available as a backup source of the heating that we know is going to be needed on those peak demand, those cold days. Christmas and Christmas Eve of last year was extremely cold, right? I mean, we have to have some something in place so that our customers are able to have the heat that is necessary,
Okay.
as we move forward.
Right, okay, and I have one more question, and I don't know that you'll be able to answer this, but I hope you can. So, Council for OPC was asking you about the multi-year plan versus stride, and if we were to reject the multi-year plan for gas build-out, would you be able to move forward perhaps with a third stride? So do you remember the question?
Yeah.
So, so if you could would you be able to walk us through how you would deal with the need for pipeline replacement if the commission decides that maybe multi-year is not the appropriate place to be dealing with gas build-out? So in other words, do you have, are there programs in place that you're just going to continue to move forward with from stride 2? Are there sort of default mechanisms for dealing with pipe replacement that's not necessarily a stride project, and then would you then sort of move forward to a stride 3?
Yeah. So the one thing that we've talked about, and I think becomes key in terms of how we operate and manage the risk on the system is, DIMP, which is our Distribution Integrity Management Program as regulated by PHMSA. We'd have to then continue to understand the risk and threats on the system and ensure that we're working to address those. But it does create challenges if we were to not approve a stride or the work that we were previously doing under the stride program as a part of this MYP.
But DIMP would allow you to move forward and replace, if you identify a particular main that needs to be replaced. Could you do that under DIMP?
You could, but it's much more limited, right? Stride is much more around the acceleration of the replacement of work and being able to ensure that we're able to address that outmoded infrastructure that has leaks, that we know has risk associated with it, and allows us to be able to address it in a much timelier fashion than by not having a program like that. So being able to ensure that we are able to invest in our infrastructure, and we know we have a lot of infrastructure at risk. We want to be able to remove these 900 plus miles of cast iron and bare steel main off the system. It benefits not just us, but our customers, right, in terms of the safety and the availability of gas to them on a day-to-day basis.
And could you go under the existing stride, or that because it ends at the end of this year, you're limited in what you can do under that going into 2024?
It is my understanding that yes, we would be limited, but Witness Frame may be able to speak to more of that in terms of if we could do anything at all. But I think we would be limited. And the other thing I'll just add that it creates challenges too is as we think about if there was a slowdown in work, we have contractors that currently work on our system, and we're able to move and adjust as needed based on the work that's required. But if we lose these contractors, and the thing that we face is being able to get them back takes a long period of time. You now have to add more resources. You have to identify, and they have to work to train. Losing 5 or 10 years of experience becomes significantly impactful when you try to bring on that brand new trainee. So it's not just okay, we're going to stop this for a year and then we're going to be able to ramp up at the rate in which we were operating currently. It becomes significantly impactful to us being able to even be able to move forward with doing the work.
So I guess maybe if I could just follow up, as an alternative, if we were to approve the first year of your multi-year plan, would that allow you to at least start the process that you've identified and not put you back 10 years? And not all 3. I'm mostly just trying to get a sense of what's doable for you.
I mean, being able to have the work available in place for it at least the next year is critical, right? As we think about it. If there were then other directions that we'd be expected to follow, then we would follow those. but it does become, the risk of being able to manage the safe operation of the system that we have to continue to follow. And what would make me at least cautious is the sense of then not doing the work at all. We need to and want to continue to do this work that's critical for our customers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we finish with where we started? And I want to refer to the table that you corrected in your direct testimony. Table 1, the gas distribution system inventory.
Page 10. Yes.
Okay, so, and this may be an oversimplification, but in looking at the various categories for both mains and service lines and the trends across the years, essentially you're changing the system from one that was cast iron and steel to one that's now plastic.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay. And I take it the cast iron parts of it are the oldest parts.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'd say say generally. Yes.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And again, this may be sort of an oversimplification, but has the company done an estimate on the life expectancy of the plastic that you're replacing the metal with?
So,
so the premise is you're replacing the metal primarily because the metal's wearing out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
And multitude of reasons, but wearing out, but also have issues in terms of operation. But it was also built at a different time frame in which we don't have the same standards of requirements when it comes to building this infrastructure that we do today.
I see. Okay. But have you done an estimate as to how long the plastic's going to last? I mean, is it going to last as long as the cast iron?
I personally don't know the actual life expectancy of all the plastic that we have on the system, but it is expected to last a long time, and expected to be able to provide, gas. And it's also different in the way in which we repair. So keep in mind, when it comes to cast iron, it's basically nuts and bolts. You kind of connect in a system, but you don't really have the ability to be able to, or the way in which it was installed many years ago, doesn't have the sealants that currently exist today. Plastic is a completely different type of repair that's performed. You're able to then melt or meld on a portion of plastic that then extends the life of the asset, which is very different than the way in which we operate cast iron today. When there are issues on the cast iron system, being able to do that repair is a much more complex related task in comparison to being able to do repairs and managing of the plastic system. So I do expect for it to have a very long life expectancy in comparison.
So when it comes to the steel, I see bare steel and coated steel. I think bare steel's older than coated steel?
Yes.
Okay, so coated steel is probably the most recent
Yes.
metal that you put into the system.
Yes.
So theoretically, it has the longest remaining life, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that works. Thank you very much. Okay. So we will take a break for lunch and be back at 2:45, I guess. So. Oh, wait a minute.
This is not a question for the witness. Just so I hate to prolong lunch any longer.
Sure. No.
Good afternoon, everyone. Matthew Graham on behalf of Amtrak. We have two witnesses coming from out of town tomorrow morning. They're scheduled to go first, and I just wanted to respectfully request that stay on schedule. They are not available the other days.
Well, I think we had indicated last week that we were going to be flexible and trying to accommodate the witnesses. So even though it may appear to be going out of turn, I think we can accommodate what you need to do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Okay, with that.
Floyd, your face dropped.
And I
would have had the same reaction. Because actually, I was probably having the same reaction.
I've gotten all confused.
We're moving right along. 2 down, 3 to go.
Yeah, we actually have. So. Okay, back on the record. So, you ready? Go right ahead.
Apparently, the other lawyers have abandoned me, but that's okay.
It's because they trust you.
Yeah. Mr. Frayne, would you please?
Yeah.
Oh.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name, employer, and position for the record?
My name is John Charles Frayne. I work for BGE, and I am the Director of Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy.
And can you also provide your business address?
Sure. My business address is 2 Center Plaza, 110 West Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21201.
Do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Direct Testimony of John C. Frayne, dated February 17th, consisting of 71 pages and 9 exhibits?
Yes.
Mr. Frayne, in your direct testimony, did you discuss BGE's electrification plan, which the commission struck from the proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Can you please identify where in your direct testimony you discussed BGE's electrification plan?
Yes.
Please go slowly so people can.
Yes, yes. The first instance in my direct testimony is in the, actually, the before we even get to the numbered pages, the list of issues and major conclusions, the 4th bullet down should be struck. And then next is page 8, lines 9 and 10. Then page 16, line 7 through page 17, line 13.
Okay.
Then page 47, lines 1 through line 9. And page 70, lines 19 through line 22.
Did you also have any rate case or pro forma adjustments about the electrification plan?
I did. I also included rate base adjustments 9 and 10, as well as operating income adjustment 16 in the calculation of the electric revenue requirement in my direct testimony. The revenue requirement comparison that staff filed on August 29th reflects the removal of those adjustments appropriately.
Chair Hoover, I asked that the prepared direct testimony exhibits of John C. Frayne, without the sections of the testimony that he just identified, be marked as BG Exhibit 36.
So marked.
Do you also have before you a document entitled The Prepared Supplemental Direct Testimony of John C. Frayne, dated April 14th, 2023, consisting of 16 pages, 2 new exhibits, and 3 updated exhibits from your direct testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Chair Hoover, I ask that the prepared supplemental direct testimony and exhibits of John C. Frayne be marked as BG Exhibit 37.
So marked.
Okay. Mr. Frayne, do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of John C. Frayne, dated July 31st, 2023, consisting of 50 pages and 1 public exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Frayne, did you just discuss BG's electrification plan in your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you please identify where in your rebuttal testimony you discussed BG's electrification plan?
Sure. The list of issues and major conclusions, the first bullet should be struck. Next, page 2, line 1 through page 7, line 17. And that's it.
Your Honor, I ask that the prepared prepared rebuttal testimony and one public exhibit of John C. Frayne without the sections of the testimony that he just identified be marked as BGE Exhibit 38-A.
So marked.
Do you also have before you a document consisting of one confidential exhibit that was part of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
I ask that the one confidential exhibit to Mr. Frayne's prepared rebuttal testimony be marked as BGE Exhibit 38-B.
So marked.
And finally, do you have before you a document entitled the prepared rebuttal testimony of John C. Frayne dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 12 pages and one exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, I ask that the prepared rebuttal testimony and one exhibit of John C. Frayne be marked as BG Exhibit 39.
So marked.
Mr. Frayne, were these documents prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes or corrections that you need to make to any of these documents?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today in each of these documents, under oath, would your answers be the same as those that are written?
Yes, they would.
Chair Hoover, I ask that BG Exhibits 36, 37, 38-A, 38-B, and 39 be entered into the record.
Seeing no objection, so admitted.
Before I make Mr. Frayne available for cross-examination, I just do have one issue to address with him in rejoinder.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Frayne, I'd like to talk to you about staff's stable rate plan proposal to move some of the gas rate increases or revenue increases from the first rate year.
Could you move the microphone a little closer to you?
Sure. Here, I'll, both of them.
There we go. That'll.
Yeah. Okay, I'll start again. Staff's stable rate plan proposal, where they're moving some of the gas revenue increase from the first year to the second and third years. I forgot where I was going. After you criticized that proposal for not including carrying costs, staff witness Val Carengi introduced a new analysis in Table 2 of his rebuttal testimony that purports to demonstrate that BG is kept whole under the stable rate plan proposal. Do you agree with staff's analysis and claims?
No, I do not. First, I think I'd like to take a step back and just say that I do understand and appreciate what staff is intending to do with their proposal for the stable rate plan. In fact, BGE understands the desire and the need to smooth the revenue increases over the multi-year plan period for customers. In fact, that's why we propose to provide accelerated tax benefits again in this multi-year plan for both electric revenues and gas revenues. In fact, we are providing all of the remaining tax benefits that we have to accelerate now in this multi-year plan. And so I do understand that staff's intentions here are good in order to smooth the rate increases, but while their intention may be good, there are consequences to staff's proposal that are not, I believe, appropriately contemplated in their proposal, and definitely not appropriately contemplated in the analysis that was included in staff witness Val Carengi's rebuttal testimony in Table 2. Staff describes Table 2 in their rebuttal testimony as enabling BGE to collect the full revenue requirement over the multi-year plan period, and that it's equitable. I do not believe that it does either of those things, and quite frankly, I don't think that it actually achieves staff's intended goal of actually smoothing rate increases for customers. That is because it understates the impact that staff's proposal to levelize the revenues that the impact that it would have over the 24 through 26 MYP period. That's because staff's analysis narrowly looks at the year-over-year revenue changes between years, and in a multi-year plan case like this, the revenue changes actually, once you get into the second and the third years, need to be looked at cumulatively. And because of that, and some other errors that I'd like to walk through with the commission here, I don't believe that staff's analysis actually demonstrates what they intended it to demonstrate.
Your Honor, Mr. Frayne has prepared an exhibit that I'd like to have passed out now.
Sure.
Hopefully it's the right one. BG would like to have this marked as BG Exhibit 40.
So marked. 40.
40?
Yeah.
So the exhibit that you have before you has two tables on it. The top table is actually an exact replica of the table 2 from staff's rebuttal testimony, and the bottom table has BGE's corrections to staff's table 2 analysis. There are two errors which I have corrected in the bottom table here. But before I get into those details, let me cut to the punchline and say that when corrected, staff stable rate plan would not result in the company being made whole by the end of the 2024 through 2026 MYP period, and as a result, it is not equitable. Rather, the company would actually be harmed by a more than $100 million revenue shortfall over the 2024 through 2026 multi-year plan period. And importantly for customers, this would mean that customer bills would need to increase by that $100 million in 2027 as a result of staff stable rate plan. So essentially, instead of smoothing the revenues over the 2024 through 2026 period, it would be pushing an increase out of this multi-year plan period into 2027. Let me just provide maybe a little bit more context and walk through what you're looking at here. So the staff's analysis at the top was purporting to show that the company would be made whole if under staff stable gas rate plan. The analysis that staff did a calculation by year of the difference between staff's actually recommended revenue requirement based on the actual O&M and capital work plans that staff is recommending that the company actually execute over the multi-year plan period. And it compares that revenue requirement to what staff calls stabilized gas revenues based on their stable gas rate plan. Then it takes that difference and under staff's analysis, it's saying apply staff's rate of return to that difference, and you come up with a carrying cost or carrying charge that they then gross up for the ultimate revenue requirement impact. And under staff's analysis, they're saying in 2024, the company would actually owe carrying costs to customers. But in 2025 and 2026, under staff's analysis, they're saying that the company would actually earn carrying costs. So, you know, that's not actually the way things work in the multi-year plan construct. So BGE under the multi-year plan construct cannot actually earn carrying costs under the current multi-year plan construct. So the idea that you could compare carrying costs that would be owed to customers to I guess an assumed amount of carrying costs that the company would earn is just a fallacy. It's not reality because the company actually can't earn carrying costs under the current multi-year plan construct. That's the first error. The second error that I have also corrected in the bottom table here is that staff was looking at the year-over-year revenue increases, but in a multi-year plan, the revenue increase from year one, or in this case, the revenue increase from 2024, that would be on line 8 that you're looking at on my corrected table. That's the 127,250. That's staff's recommended revenue requirement. That 127,250, that increase in revenues, that continues in 2025. The 2025 increase that staff is recommending here, which on line 1 of their table is 67,650. That 67,650 is on top of the 127,250 that had already been provided for in 2024. So as a result, staff's original table 2 understates the actual difference in revenues that we actually would see over the 2024 through 2026 multi-year plan period. When you correct for that and actually look at the cumulative revenue increases over the 2024 through 2026 years, what you end up seeing is that the differences that would be seen by the company actually are a lot larger than staff had originally thought. In fact, in staff's analysis, they thought that we would be getting more revenues in 2025 and 2026 than we should have. We're actually, in fact, getting less. And as a result, the cumulative amount of revenues that the company would not see in 2024 through 2026 would be $85 million. Now, that $85 million in revenues is predicated on the capital and O&M work plans that staff themselves are saying that they recommend that the company execute. One of the benefits, one of the intentions of a multi-year plan is to actually have a proceeding where all parties and the commission can look at the company's work plans for transparency, to understand what the company might be planning to do, to have discussions about it up front, and then to actually base the customer rates upon what those plans that the commission ultimately might authorize should be. Under staff's proposal, they're essentially divorcing the company's revenues from the work plan, and as a result, they're divorcing customer bills from that work plan, which is not the intent of a multi-year plan. Again, I do want to say that I do understand staff's intention, and I do believe their intentions were good, because they themselves in testimony are saying that they believed it would make the company whole, and that it was equitable. I believe that this was just an unforeseen, oversight on their part, likely. The result of this is that the $85 million revenue shortfall in 2024 through 2026, that would need to go onto customers' bills in 2027. Not only that, but over the 2024 through 2026 period, because of the fact that the company would be out $85 million in revenues, there would in fact be carrying costs associated with that normally. So in multi-year plans, when revenues are actually smoothed like this over a multi-year plan period in other places and other jurisdictions, other states, carrying costs are normally afforded to a utility in those instances. In this instance, because of the multi-year plan structure, we're not able to actually earn carrying costs right now. Those carrying costs that the company would be out under staff's plan here are actually $8 million. I'm sorry, they're $21 million. Understated that a little bit. So the $21 million, along with the $21 million in carrying costs, along with the $85 million in revenues, comes to a total of $106 million in a revenue shortfall that would be seen over the 2024 through 2026 period. The carrying cost construct that we have right now in multi-year plans is intended to incent the companies and utilities operating in a multi-year plan to not overspend. If we do overspend for some reason, we don't get carrying costs, which means we're out of those revenues for a number of years, even before it might be reviewed for prudency. And at that point, something could be built into rates. And so the multi-year plan construct is structured to be asymmetrical to do that, and we're not able to earn the carrying costs. I do want to make it clear that I do not believe that the commission should accept staff's stable rate plan. While I do understand their intent, I don't believe that it actually achieves what staff wanted to achieve with it, and I don't believe it's something that the commission should accept. I believe it introduces numerous complications to the multi-year plan that just have not been fully vetted and addressed yet. However, if the commission were to accept staff's proposal for some reason, BG believes that 2 additional determinations would need to be made, and they're necessary really to protect customers and to be equitable to BGE. The first, there would actually be 2 options, 2 alternatives, I guess I'd say, for the first determination. Option 1, I'll call it, would be that the commission could determine that either that line 8, staff's recommended gas revenue requirement, that would be the baseline amount of revenues that would be used in the multi-year plan reconciliation of the given years. If that was the case, then once those reconciliations were being reviewed, BGE would have an opportunity at least to receive those revenues, as long as they were actually found to be prudent, of course, the investments and the costs. The second alternative would be to authorize BGE to defer costs in 2024 and some in 2025 that we could then defer and put that amount of deferral into rate base, and at the end of the multi-year plan periods, when the reconciliations are being reviewed again, those deferrals could be reviewed and looked at that point for prudency as well. That is perhaps a more complicated option and alternative, just because we're looking at this exhibit right now here today, and we can look at these differences that we have year by year, but these, of course, I wouldn't assume to be the exact revenue requirements that the commission would ultimately authorize. So the commission would have to ultimately look at what that difference is, and then basically look at the costs that BG has in perhaps something like gas leak repair, O&M, or some other type of gas corrective maintenance, determine the amount that BGE should be allowed to defer by year, and authorize BGE to place that deferral into rate base. I understand that that's a more complicated option, and again, because of staff's, I think, stable rate plan proposal is complicated, it creates some of these complications itself. Second, as I explained above, the asymmetric nature of the reconciliation, it was deemed to be appropriate to incent a utility not to overspend. However, the differences that we're looking at here now under staff's stable rate plan, these are not amounts that are within the utility's control. Staff is saying we believe that BGE should be executing the O&M and capital work plans that are underlying the actual revenue requirements that we're looking at here, but they also are saying we want to smooth the revenues and have a stable rate plan, as they call it, over the 2024 through 2026 period. So because the differences in these undercoveries really are outside of a utility's control, we do believe that the utility should be given carrying charges on the difference between these two, line 8 and line 9 again. So it would be the difference there in line 10 is what we would believe the utility should be giving carrying costs on. Now, I want to be clear that I am not asking the commission to change the overall multi-year plan structure in the sense of like allowing a utility to earn carrying costs generally. But because these amounts are different, they are outside of a utility's control, and they are intended to just provide a stable amount of increases over the multi-year plan period. We do believe that it would be appropriate to change the multi-year plan structure essentially just for something like this, where there's a stable rate plan like staff has recommended here, to allow a utility to earn carrying costs on that deferral and on that difference. At the end of the day, I think again, I do not believe that the commission should accept staff's proposal. I believe it's overly complicated. I do understand staff's intent of what they're trying to do here. I just do not believe that it actually does end up doing what they intended it to do. And I'm simply asking that if the commission were to consider it, that the commission would be fair and equitable if it believes that staff's stable rate plan is something that it wants to accept.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that BG Exhibit number 40 be entered into the record.
Seeing no objection, admitted.
And Your Honor, we did make Mr. Frayne available to address any questions that Commissioner O'Donnell or any of you had about the bench data request response. I don't know if you want to do that now, or if you want to have them be subject
Well,
to
actually,
custody.
let's go through cross first.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to that, because that would give Commissioner O'Donnell a chance to formulate any questions on it. So, Walmart.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Sierra Club. Amtrak.
No questions, Your Honor.
Montgomery County, don't see. Supplier Coalition, don't see. Prince George's County. IBEW.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicholas Enoch. I'm the attorney for Local 410 for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and I have a few questions for you today. If you could turn to page 9 of your direct testimony. In the first question, you provide testimony about the customers of BGE receiving the tax benefits attributable to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the stated purpose was for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017?
I wouldn't say that I know it in detail. I mean, from the name of it, you can tell that it's intended to cut taxes and create jobs, probably.
Okay. And you take my word that President Trump at the time and Speaker Ryan both posited that the point was to create jobs. You wouldn't be surprised by that, would you?
Not at all, no.
And did BGE, in fact, use any of the tax benefits associated with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to hire BGE personnel?
I am not aware of us necessarily specifically taking tax benefits. What we did do with those tax benefits is actually BGE was one of the first utilities in the country. We filed within a week or so of this becoming effective to actually reduce customer rates so that BG customers would receive the tax benefits as immediately as we could give it to them.
And I appreciate that, but getting back to the original premise of the question, which is if the point of the statute was to create jobs, I don't recall any mention of cutting electric rates or gas rates for utility customers. Does it seem that BGE misapplied the purpose of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act benefits?
No, not at all. Not at all. No. What BG did do was we actually updated our rates, I would say, so that our rates were reflective of the actual taxes that we would be incurring at that point, and so customers' cost of service would be reflective of the taxes that BGE was paying.
So basically, all the benefits associated with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act inure to the benefit of BGE's customers, correct?
I would not say that at all.
Okay. Why not? Who else benefited from it then?
Well, as you just said, there was an intent of jobs to be created there. I'm just saying that the taxes that BGE was paying at that point as a result of the TCJA were actually reflected in customers' rates as soon as we could possibly give it to them. But I also don't know, what else was included in the TCJA that were benefits to create jobs or to do other things. And those other things may not have been things that were reflected in customer rates or, could have been reflected.
But you're not aware if there was anything else, correct?
No.
Okay. Can you turn to page 15 of your testimony? Here in the your first full question there, you provide testimony about the IIJA, correct?
Yes.
That's President Biden's Jobs Act, correct?
Yes, the IIJA is the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act. That's correct.
And you provide testimony about grant applications that BGE may put in for, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that part of that grant application process includes the possibility of a letter of support from a labor union?
It may. I actually have not been, the main person involved with actually putting those applications together. I do believe that there can be letters of support, but I'm not, the person putting those applications together.
Who testifying for BG in this case would be best suited to answer a question about that?
You could ask company witness Case.
Okay. Can you turn to page 64 of your testimony? On lines 18 to 21, you provide testimony about the proposed change in the ROE depending on whether the company meets certain performance metrics, correct?
Yes.
Where did the numbers 20 basis point upward or downward for electric and 15 basis upward or downward for gas, where did those come from?
I think those were just an intended amount that BGE was looking at to propose and recommend. We wanted the performance incentive mechanism to be sort of a dipping a toe in the water, so to speak. This would be the first performance incentive mechanism associated with the multi-year plan that would be approved in Maryland, and so we were trying to ensure that BG had some skin in the game because it is symmetrical and that there's a potential for reward and a potential for a penalty, but also not try to make it so that there was so much risk involved for any party.
Would you agree, though, the 20 basis points for electric and 15 points for gas, that's not, well, you said dipping your toe in the water, but that's a lot of money when it's run out, correct?
It's millions.
Is it tens of millions?
No.
Okay. So, for example, 20 basis points for electric, is there a reason that that's the number as opposed to 25 or 15?
It's what the company proposed. I don't believe anyone else has actually proposed anything different.
I'm going to, if I may approach the witness and the bench.
Sure.
I'm going to show you. Frayne, what's been placed before you has already been marked as IBW2, and it was admitted earlier in the proceedings. The witness that I was asking questions to, Mr. Singh, deferred this particular question to you, so hopefully you can help me out. This is a data request and response that my client sent to BGE for one specific job position, which is service operators. And it shows that between 2019 and 2023, the actual employee count was lower than the budget employee count. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's just hone in on January of 2023 for discussion purposes. What number did BGE work off of with respect to seeking revenue in their last rate case? Was it the budgeted number or the actual number?
For the service operators?
Yes.
I can't say. This is a 1 point in time or 1 month in time, number. The revenue requirements are actually developed on an annual basis, so I can't say. It may be that, we budgeted by the end of 2023 that we would have more service operators than, or less service operators. I can't actually say. The multi-year plan revenue requirement is based on a forecast. I just can't say whether it was based on a certain number of 104 service operators.
Well, assuming for the moment that Mr. Singh is correct, okay, well, I didn't count them, and neither of you counted how many service operators, but this is what Mr. Singh says, is that in January of 2023, the company had budgeted for 104 service operators, but in fact there were 90 service operators. Do you see that?
I do.
So there's a difference between 14 service operators, and you multiply whatever they pay the service operators and their benefit package and the like, and you come up with a number, correct?
You could do math that way, yes.
Okay. So did BGE in fact collect revenue based on the budgeted number as opposed to the actual?
Well, so, again, I don't know that I can say based on just the number of service operators. The way that BG's budgets are developed, it's more than just the head count. It could be that, there's work that we were intending to do that's being done by contractors. There could be overtime done, so it's hard to say.
So what happened to the revenue that presumably BGE received for 104 service operators when in fact there were only 90 service operators?
So if there is a revenue difference in the multi-year plan, that is what the reconciliation is intended to handle. So the reconciliation, which we're not to the reconciliation of 2023 yet, but the reconciliation of 2023, when we get there, would look at, kind of the actual forecasted revenues that were authorized by the commission versus the actual revenues or revenue requirement that the company had, and compare those two, and we would provide variance analysis and all the changes and the differences, and ultimately that amount and those differences would be reviewed for prudency by the commission and determined as to whether they should be included in customer rates or not.
You testified about forecasted revenue, but how about forecasted expense? If for example, if BG forecasted that there would be 104 service operators, but in fact there were only 90. Is that part of the true-up at some point?
The true-up, the reconciliation would look at, not just the forecasted revenues, it looks at the forecasted expenses, it looks at all of the revenue requirement pieces to determine what those differences are between actual and forecasted.
And do you know whether the actual employee counts were compared to the budgeted in order to determine what sort of reconciliation, if any, was required?
Well, for 2023, we're not there yet. So we're still in calendar year 2023. So that year isn't actually being reconciled here in this proceeding. 2021 and 2022 are being reconciled. And the reconciliation, as I said, does look at all of the forecasted revenues and forecasted expenses, everything that's involved in the forecasted revenue requirement, and compares those to actuals. And we would look at those differences, provide variance analyses on all of those differences, but it does not get to the level of the number of, like, service operators, let's say, that we had in any one given month, because again, it's looking at the annual revenue requirement, and again, there could be other. What's approved and what we're looking to do is to deliver a work plan and to deliver safe and reliable service to customers. There's multiple ways, to get to that. And so if there were, less service operators, but there was still work to be done, that work would get done in some other fashion, maybe with contractors, maybe with overtime of the existing service operators in some other fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Frayne.
Department of Defense. Not here. Maryland Energy Administration. No questions. Oh, I see. OPC?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have a few questions for this witness. Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne.
Good afternoon.
I think we've met before, but my name's Michael Sammartino. I'm an attorney with OPC. I'm going to ask you some questions mainly about STRIDE today.
Okay.
Your colleague, Ms. White, indicated you had some knowledge on it.
I do have some knowledge of STRIDE, yes.
Okay. And so I'd like to start on page 36 of your rebuttal testimony.
I'm there.
Okay. And here you discuss BGE's request to recover STRIDE revenue amounts that were not recovered through the surcharge for 2022. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is it correct that you acknowledged that in order number 89678, which approved BGE's first MYP, the Commission expressly stated that recovery would only be permitted through the STRIDE surcharge? Is that correct?
I do understand the Commission's order there in order number 89678, yes. And I think, as I explained in my direct testimony, and as I think I'm saying here in rebuttal testimony, the company is simply respectfully requesting that the Commission reconsider its decision on that, because we do believe that STRIDE are prudent investments, and the spending is prudent, and so we're trying to be transparent about the amount that we actually are under recovered in 2022, and again respectfully requesting that the Commission reconsider.
So I'd like to unpack a little bit of your understanding of what the Commission ordered in that case. And so on page 37 of your rebuttal, beginning at line 5, you state that STRIDE investments should be treated similarly to all other capital investments included in base rates. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said there.
And so in the first MYP, how did the Commission deal with BGE's planned STRIDE investments?
Well, in the first multi-year plan, the Commission allowed the STRIDE surcharge to be reset, as it has been in every base rate case since the STRIDE surcharge and plan were approved back in 2014 first began. But the Commission essentially determined that STRIDE investments should only be made in the STRIDE surcharge over the 2021 through 2023 multi-year plan period, and that they should not be included in multi-year plan or at least in the forecasted multi-year plan base rates for 2021 through 2023. So what, again, we're requesting here is that the commission, now that we're here at the reconciliation of 2021 and 2022 and looking at actual amounts that the company has invested for Stride, respectively requesting that the commission reconsider its decision.
And when the company planned its Stride investments for 2022, did it know that its Stride revenue requirement would exceed the surcharge cap?
We knew it would, be very close or might exceed it a little bit, yes. And in fact, in 2023, the company is continuing to invest in Stride, even though the Stride surcharge for all classes is capped here in 2023.
And is it correct that the company didn't make any adjustments to the scope or pace of its Stride work to stay within the surcharge cap?
Yes, the surcharge cap is not actually a mechanism that's intended to communicate or to determine or to predetermine the pace at which Stride replacements and investments are made. The surcharge cap was put into place in the Stride statute and legislation as a mechanism to ensure that, a company couldn't just have an approved Stride surcharge, spend in the Stride surcharge, and continue to recover under that Stride surcharge indefinitely without coming in for a base rate case, because base rate cases are the places where those investments would be reviewed for prudency. So it was intended to be a protection mechanism for customers so that those investments that are made under the Stride plan and surcharge would be reviewed for prudency in a timely manner, but it is not intended to be a mechanism that would communicate the pace or a cap at which the Stride investments could be made. In fact, BGE has made Stride investments at paces above the cap all along, and when we reach the Stride surcharge cap, has come in for base rate cases to have the Stride surcharge reset, have the recovery of those investments moved into base rates so that recovery can begin again in the Stride surcharge for new Stride investments.
So you indicate that the purpose of this surcharge, it serves to incentivize utilities to come in for prudence review, so to speak, of the investments that they make through Stride on a more regular basis.
That's the purpose of the cap, to ensure that those investments are reviewed for prudency in a timely manner, and that a utility isn't just investing, starting to recover in the Stride surcharge and recovering indefinitely without those investments being reviewed for prudency.
So I'd like to ask about what happens when the utility exceeds the surcharge cap. I think your testimony indicates, I guess for 2022, when you exceeded the surcharge cap, essentially you're under recovering on your Stride revenue requirement. And so would I be correct in stating that for the investments that exceed the surcharge cap, the company is not benefiting from that accelerated cost recovery that Stride provides?
Those investments are not beginning to be recovered contemporaneously. That's right.
So just to clarify, the utility loses the benefit of the accelerated cost recovery that Stride provides when it exceeds the surcharge cap, correct?
Yes, and in a multi-year plan, if the Stride investments were included in the multi-year plan, those Stride investments would be treated just like any other distribution investment that is being made. So they would not be subject to a surcharge cap.
And would you agree that the loss of the opportunity to contemporaneously recover costs for those Stride expenses, would that also be a disincentive to the utility to spend beyond the surcharge cap?
It hasn't been for BGE in the 2021 through 2023 multi-year plan period. Again, we've actually continued to execute our approved Stride plan, despite the fact that we are limited to recovery at least in the 2021 through 2023 period because we are subject to the STRIDE surcharge and the cap, and we have a stay out with the 3-year multi-year plan, so base rates cannot be revised to recover any of those investments either.
Okay, so I'd like to move on to the topic of transparency that STRIDE provides. And I think you filed surrebuttal testimony that responded to Dr. Hopkins, who opposes BGE's decision to pursue its STRIDE investments through the MYP. And Dr. Hopkins testifies that the STRIDE mechanism provides certain elements of transparency that the MYP lacks. Is that, to your knowledge, is that a fair summarization of Dr. Hopkins' testimony?
Well, I think he says a number of other things, but he does say that the STRIDE surcharge does provide more transparency. That's his assertion.
And that's the assertion that you're responding to in your surrebuttal, correct?
That's one of them, yes.
So I have a few exhibits that I'd like to distribute. They're in a handy packet. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness?
Yes.
Okay. So just before I get into the documents in the exhibit, I'd like to level set a little bit with STRIDE. And the STRIDE law, to your knowledge, and it's the Strategic Infrastructure Development and Enhancement Law, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the legislative purpose of this law?
Yes.
And the STRIDE law accomplishes this purpose, which is to accelerate gas infrastructure improvements in the state by affording utilities the opportunity for accelerated recovery of these specific infrastructure investments separate from base rate proceedings, correct?
There is a surcharge, yes, where utilities are afforded the ability to begin contemporaneously recovering the investments made under STRIDE, yes.
And separate from base rate proceedings?
To begin recovering separate from base rate proceedings, that's right. Although those, again, the cap, provides for a mechanism that protects customers so that ultimately utilities do come in for base rate proceedings where the investments made under the STRIDE surcharge are reviewed for prudency and if they're found to be prudent, moved into base rates.
And are you aware of any other Maryland law that incentivizes specific types of investments through the establishment of a mechanism for accelerated cost recovery?
I'm not aware, no.
So would you agree that STRIDE is the only such program that currently exists that does so?
It's the only one I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. Now, were you involved in the case regarding BGE's Stride 2 application?
Yes.
And this would be case number 9468. And are you generally familiar with BGE's Stride applications?
Yes.
So you're aware that this application involves a proposed Stride plan that's supported by witness testimony, correct?
Yes.
So I'd like to turn to, it might be the second document in that packet. This is BGE's Strategic Infrastructure Development and Enhancement Stride 2 Plan. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 18.
So marked.
And this is the plan that the commission approved, subject to certain modifications in order number 88714. Is that correct?
This is the plan that BG filed, yes, that ultimately the commission modified and accepted and modified, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that there's a different witness that sponsored this plan, so I'm not going to ask you any specific substantive questions about it. But you're generally familiar with the plan and what's in it, correct?
Yes.
So you're aware that this plan is about 30 pages long and discusses in detail the approach that BGE takes to replacing the infrastructure targeted through its STRIDE program, and this would be cast iron and bare steel main.
Yes.
And you're aware that the plan identifies a specific scope of work targets for each year that it will be in effect?
Yes.
And for STRIDE, in the STRIDE 2 proceeding, you sponsored the company's revenue requirement exhibits, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall what the company's proposed STRIDE 2 capital expenditures were?
I do not recall what those numbers were at this point. No, that was a few years ago.
So I have them here. Subject to check. I'm going to ask if they sound correct to you. For 2018, it was 108 million. For 2019, it was 121 million. For 2020, it was 141 million. For 22, it was 144 million. And for 2023, it was 148 million. And cumulatively, that's a total of around 665 million. Subject to check, does that sound correct?
Subject to check, yes.
And so, for a program that proposes about $665 million of spending over 5 years on specific utility assets, the company submits an application that sets forth in detail the basis and rationale and the underlying factors and drivers of its program and how this program would be executed over its 5-year duration. Is that a fair characterization?
That's fair.
Now I'd like you to take a look at Company Exhibit DCW1G. And I understand Ms. White sponsored this document, so I'm not going to ask you about any specific projects in it. But if you could turn to page 13.
Your Honor, before we go there, Mr. Sammartino listed off some numbers that were from the STRIDE plan, and I'm actually looking on page 25 of the document you passed around, and the numbers don't seem to match up. It's the very last page.
So I believe the numbers that I read were lower, and I think they reflected, this was the company's proposed plan, and I believe the numbers that I read reflected the plan as the company has executed it.
Oh, per the commission order?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so turning back to page 13 on Exhibit DCW1G.
I'm there.
Now, this page provides the capital work plan details for Operation Pipeline. Now, compared to BGE's Stride 2 application, the company's exhibit that it filed with the commission in this proceeding only details the project budget for Operation Pipeline, correct? There's no descriptions of project scope, justifications for targeting specific asset types, and estimated annual replacement targets. Is that correct?
So, you know, the plan that the company files under Stride, that is detailed that way because it is separate from a base rate case proceeding and it is associated with the surcharge. And so I believe there are additional details, requirements that we include in a plan when we file for a Stride surcharge and plan. And so the multi-year plan does have this detail in the project list. There's also, quite frankly, testimony that's also included with it. So this project list isn't the only thing that gets filed in a multi-year plan. There's also witness testimony. There's obviously a voluminous amount of discovery that's also associated with it. But I believe company witness White also had a discussion with staff counsel earlier today. The company is certainly willing to continue to provide the project list detail that we provide today under Stride for the Operation Pipeline jobs. So today, under Stride, ahead of a Stride surcharge year, the company files a project list for Stride that, as I think you were indicating, Mr. Sammartino, is more detailed. The company also, once we get past that actual year and have executed on those investments, files a detailed amount of information on the actual work that was executed under the Stride plan. We would be agreeable and amenable to providing that same level of detail for the Operation Pipeline project work in a multi-year plan. So we would agree to give that level of detail for Operation Pipeline work in the multi-year plan project lists that we file each year of a multi-year plan, as well as in the annual informational filings when we actually provide the information related to the actual year that the work was executed. So we are agreeable to doing that because we do understand that there today is more transparency in that sense, more detail in the Stride surcharge and in the Stride reporting. Quite frankly, it's been 10 years of that Stride reporting. All parties have gotten, I think, at this point, fairly familiar with the Stride work, what's involved, what we're doing. Quite frankly, when you look at, kind of what was being done under the Stride 2 plan and in base rates over the previous 5 years, the company in this proceeding here, in this multi-year plan, we're not proposing to change that level of replacement work that we've already been doing. So there wasn't a need to provide, the level of detail that you might see in a Stride plan where we're proposing to actually change the level of work and replacement pace that we're at. Otherwise, you probably would have seen in this multi-year plan filing and in the testimony to support a change in the level of replacement work that the company is doing.
And is it your testimony that you say there wasn't a need to file a plan with this much detail in this proceeding? And is that just because of the surcharge component of the Stride law?
Well, I believe that the surcharge, it was the BGE's first Stride surcharge and plan were approved by the commission in a proceeding separate from a base rate case, and it was determined in that proceeding what the appropriate reporting structures were associated with a Stride plan and surcharge, and that level of detail was part of what was approved by the commission as being reasonable to provide associated with the surcharge. Here, there's not a surcharge associated with the multi-year plan, it's base rates, and so the company's position initially was that this Stride work, or work that was previously done under Stride, I should say, should be treated just like any other work that the company is doing in the multi-year plan, any other capital work that the company is doing in the multi-year plan. But we do understand what staff had recommended in their direct testimony and in Sir rebuttal again, and we are agreeable to providing what staff has asked for.
So if you could turn to page 5 of your Sir rebuttal, and beginning at line 6. So here you indicate that the review of the proposed capital expenditures during this MYP proceeding provides the same protection to customers as provided by the periodic Stride project list filings. Your amenability to additional reporting requirements notwithstanding, is that still your testimony?
Yes, I do believe that the multi-year plan provides a lot of transparency into the work that the company is proposing to do over a multi-year plan period, and this robust proceeding and review that has been happening on that proposed work plan does provide the same protection to customers as provided by the periodic Stride project list filings.
Now, in order to execute work through the Stride program, the Commission, BGE submits a project list, and the Commission reviews and approves this work plan subject to opportunity for comment by stakeholders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can the company begin work on its project list without the Commission's approval?
The Stride project list?
Yeah, that's correct.
You're referring to? I guess I'm not sure. BG has never been in a position where we haven't filed a Stride project list and had it reviewed and approved before we execute on the work. I'm not sure that I would recommend that a utility, start executing on a Stride project list that hasn't been reviewed and approved by the Commission.
Would it be correct to state that at least, the company wouldn't be able to recover revenue through the Stride surcharge without the Commission approving it?
Well, certainly the Commission would review and approve the Stride surcharge rate that would be in effect for any given period, yes.
But for the MYP and the project lists included in the annual information report, are those, there's an opportunity for discovery, but are those subject to review and approval by the Commission?
No, the multi-year plan, one of the intentions of the multi-year plan and the structure that the Commission set up and directed for this, there was also an intent that, there be transparency and detail afforded, but I think there was also a sense of wanting to make sure that it wasn't overly administratively burdensome, meaning that all of these annual filings under a multi-year plan, there does need to be transparency. The parties need to understand and be aware of what's happening so that they can, perhaps if they see something that they believe the Commission should, look at and be aware of, that they could raise it at that point in time. So we do file project lists under the multi-year plan ahead of or at the time of each multi-year plan period. There is, as you said, a 60-day discovery period associated with that, and so as a result of that discovery period, I think if any party had any issues that they felt like should come to the attention of the Commission, they could certainly raise it at that time. But from an administrative standpoint, I don't think that the Commission felt like it was necessary, obviously, or else they would have, required that the project list be approved, that it was necessary for the Commission to explicitly approve a project list each year. In fact, for BGE's first multi-year plan, the Commission, I believe, in their order explicitly said in the order that they were not looking to approve the exact projects that BGE was proposing to do, that they were saying that they're looking at the overall level of work that BG is looking to do and the spend, and saying that that's reasonable to be included in the forecasted multi-year plan rates, but the actual prudency review and ultimately, approval for the commission in a multi-year plan doesn't really happen until the reconciliation, when, the actual spend that the utility makes is reviewed for prudency by parties in the commission.
Now, in addition to the annual project list filings, there are other reporting filings that are submitted as part of STRIDE, correct?
Yes.
There's the mid-year report and the annual audit report, as well as the reconciliation and true-up of the prior year, correct?
Yes, there is a mid-year report associated with the STRIDE surcharge, which actually for the multi-year plan, the Case 9618 work group had I think included an option for a mid-year report in the multi-year plan that the commission explicitly did not accept. Again, I think from an administrative standpoint, did not see it as probably necessary. Yes, there is an audit associated with STRIDE as well, to ensure that the work that's being done under the surcharge and plan is, reasonable.
And so I'd like to ask you about these STRIDE annual audits. And that's, I think, the next document that's in the packet. And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC 19.
So marked.
Now, these STRIDE audits are prepared by outside auditing companies engaged by BGE for this specific audit, correct?
Yes, it's actually prepared and performed by an independent auditor. That's right.
And these STRIDE audits include a number of components, such as a detailed review of distribution system performance with an analysis of pipeline rates. There's a verification of assets replaced, including the location of the work and the composition of the work. There's updated data on leak rates reported to PHMSA, a cost benchmarking analysis, and an analysis of O&M costs and any related cost savings resulting from the company's STRIDE work. Does the MYP provide an equivalent reporting requirement?
No, and to be quite frank, the STRIDE, audit that is performed, I think, again, was put into place because this was brand new work. It was a brand new plan. There was a surcharge associated with it, and the surcharge does provide for the utility to begin contemporaneously recovering on STRIDE investments. So I think there was a desire to actually make sure that the benefits that were, being promised or, committed to in STRIDE were actually being achieved. I think there was a desire for the transparency into that. Quite frankly, over the 10 years that BG has been doing these STRIDE audits, there has never been an issue that's been raised by the audits. These audits are, good in the sense that they review, make sure that those benefits are being provided, look at the controls, make sure that the information that the company is providing is accurate and complete. But at the end of the day, I don't think you would need an audit, certainly not for the work that was previously done under a STRIDE surcharge, to actually make sure that those same things were in place. I mean, this audit here for the STRIDE work, once this work is now done under the multi-year plan, it's not something that's necessary. We've done it for 10 years. There's never been an issue. I don't think that the value of doing the audit is there anymore. And there is a cost to doing the audit, by the way. The audit costs something every year, and that cost is something that customers have to bear.
So to be clear, I guess the information that in your view, would be useful to stakeholders that the audit provides. Would that otherwise be made available to the Commission through the MYP's reporting requirements?
Yeah, I would not say that the information is useful. The information is information, but again, we've had these audits done for the past 10 years for this work. There's never been an issue raised in the audit reports that's ever, come to light. And so I just think that, the cost associated with doing the audit and continuing to do it, especially once this stride replacement work was actually moved into a multi-year plan, there is no surcharge or separate plan associated with it. It just does not make sense.
And you indicate that, in your belief, the audits are no longer useful. Has there been any requests made to the Commission to remove this reporting requirement from the STRIDE program?
No. In fact, if, I think that BG has, filed an audit every year under STRIDE as directed and ordered by the Commission.
So I have one last question for you, and this relates to a statement you make on page 11 of your SIR rebuttal, at lines 17 through 19.
Page 11, lines 17 through 19.
Yep, that's correct. Actually, that might be the incorrect site. So I think in your you explained that in rejecting BGE's request to recover STRIDE revenues in excess of the surcharge cap, you make a statement that the Commission admonished BGE that the proper forum to make a case against the STRIDE surcharge cap was the General Assembly. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think it's page 10, line 17 through 19 that you're probably looking at there, yes.
Thank you. Yes, that's the correct site.
Yeah.
I appreciate the correction. So along, are you aware of any legislation proposed in the General Assembly that would have raised or eliminated the surcharge cap?
Yes, and that legislation did not pass.
And are you aware of any subsequent efforts to amend that part of the legislation, of the STRIDE law?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Frayne. I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I move that OPC Exhibits 18 and 19 be entered into evidence.
And just so we're straight, you didn't want to mark the one that was Company Exhibit DCW-1G?
No, that's correct, Your Honor. I believe that went in this morning with Ms. White's testimony.
Okay, good enough. Any objection to the... All right, so admitted. Staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Frayne, I'm Mike Dean with the Staff Council. I just have a brief set of questions. Regarding your rebuttal testimony on pages 25 to 26, you discussed staff's proposed disallowance of the cost of a study, the System Hardening and Resiliency Enhancement or SHAPE study?
The SHARE study,
Or SHARE
yes.
study, yes. And you suggest that commission acceptance of the staff proposed disallowance would have a chilling effect on the company's willingness to offer innovative proposals in future rate proceedings?
Yes.
Do you believe there are any limits or restrictions on the commission that the commission should consider in evaluating whether such innovative proposals should be considered for recovery?
Well, what I would say is that, the company, by putting forth its proposal for this share program, this resiliency plan, our intent is to deliver benefits of a more resilient system to customers. The conversation that is being had right now in this proceeding, I think, is one that is worthy of the commission and all parties to have. And so the idea that BGE would not be allowed to recover the costs associated with this study that was done to support the resiliency plan, if the commission were not to approve the resiliency plan itself, I think does not make sense. And I think it would send a signal to utilities that, unless a utility knows for somehow, and I don't even know how a utility would be able to read the mind of a commission ahead of time, that a utility should not actually propose innovative ideas or any new plans, because that utility would not be allowed to recover any costs associated with developing or, researching. We are consistently, as a utility, asked to provide cost-benefit analyses to support the investments that we're looking to do, to provide studies. We can't provide the information to support the analyses to support the proposals we make if we're being told that we're not allowed to recover those unless the commission approves the plan or the work that's associated with it. I think there is value in us having a discussion about something like a resilience plan for sure. When we're talking about electrification and decarbonization, we all know that there needs to be a more resilient system. There can be a conversation about exactly what pace and when and what investments maybe are needed or necessary. But when you're talking about we're talking about laying the foundation for the future electrification that needs to happen here in Maryland according to the Climate Solutions Now Act. So the idea that we should not be allowed to recover costs associated with a study to support a resilience plan that would be laying the foundation for that, I don't think that that's reasonable.
Thank you. Staff has no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. Mr. Frayne, Mr. Enoch, representing Local 410, he questioned if BGE misapplied the tax cuts from the TCJA back in, I can't remember what year that was. You said that BGE was actually one of the first utilities, if not the first utility in the country, to file to give those tax cuts back to customers. Can I ask, did the commission, after BGE made its filing, did the commission do anything more generically about that subject?
Yes, actually. The commission actually issued an order directing all Maryland utilities to actually file for how they were going to propose to do the same thing in terms of how and when the tax cuts would be reflected in Maryland utility rates.
Later on in your conversation with Mr. Enoch, you're talking about the 20 basis point possible penalty or reward for electric under the PIMS and also 15 for gas. Are those absolute values? Is it a case where you automatically get, or not automatically, but like you can only get 20 plus or minus or 15 plus or minus?
Yes, those are caps on the value that would be at risk, or BGE would possibly have an opportunity to have a reward for.
So are there further details about how that 20 or 15 were calculated?
There is, I do have an exhibit in my direct testimony that lays out exactly how those caps are applied or would be applied within the performance incentive mechanism that BGE is proposing here. That is in Company Exhibit JCF 11.
See if I can find that myself. Oh, here it is.
And specifically, attachment 2 shows a little bit more of a detailed example, sort of a hypothetical example of how the 20 basis point cap and the 15 basis point cap would work under the company's proposal.
So if you added up all the separate components, it would come to more than 15 and 20?
Yes, it could, and be a cap on the award or on the penalty on the downside, and likewise the 15 basis points is a cap on the award or the penalty on the gas side.
Changing gears a little, you and Mr. Sammartino had a long conversation about the STRIDE law and plan. Can I ask, was BGE required to file a STRIDE plan with the commission?
No, the STRIDE statute is one that says a utility may and may file, and the commission may approve.
Okay, but to get the surcharge, you had to file the plan.
Yes.
So if BG had decided it didn't need the surcharge, was just going to recover these costs through traditional base rates, you would never have filed a plan?
No.
And the commission would have never got the reports that it's been getting all this time?
No, the commission would not, parties would not, if we were just doing this work in base rates. If we had done work in base rates for the past 10 years, that would be the case. And, again, in the multi-year plan, we are agreeable to providing some of the additional reporting around the project lists for Operation Pipeline there.
That's all, Your Honor.
Okay, questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Barve.
None, thank you.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Frayne. Just so I'm clear on the STRIDE program, so at this point, if the commission did decide to go ahead and remove STRIDE from this MYP, are you saying now that you would advise the company not to proceed with a STRIDE-like program? Is that...
Are you asking if the commission were to not move forward with allowing the work previously done under STRIDE in multi-year plan base rates? Is that the scenario?
Let me word the question.
Yeah.
If we would just continue the pilot as we are now, that STRIDE would continue to exist and we would have this MYP pilot continue. So you would finish the current STRIDE, and that ends at the end of 2023?
Yes, the current STRIDE plan and surcharge end at the end of 2023. And as I had said, the utilities are not required to file a STRIDE plan. So right now, as it stands, BGE does not have a STRIDE plan or surcharge to begin in 2024.
Okay. And you wouldn't advise the company to try to continue to look at the priority list of projects and try to take advantage of the cost recovery methodology that STRIDE offers the company?
In January 2024, we simply cannot. We're here in September of 2023. A STRIDE proceeding takes 6 months. I think if your question is in regards to sort of how the company might respond to such a commission decision, it's probably a better question for company witness case. because I think it's a policy question.
Okay, no, I would definitely like to understand that because, again, this is, my understanding is you're pursuing this MYP in the context of the pilot, and the first 3 years, the company seemed fine to operate under the STRIDE requirements, but now you do not want to do that.
Well, as the company had proposed in case 9645, the first multi-year plan, that the STRIDE investments be treated just like any other base rate investment. And, we know now that what the commission decided, the company did not, file a multi-year plan under the assumption that the commission was going to determine that STRIDE investments should only be recovered in the STRIDE surcharge over the 21 through 23 multi-year plan period.
Okay. So you thought the commission would change course at this point. That was kind of the bet in you. You don't have a plan B as far as where you want to go with STRIDE. At some point, if we were to go to the full 3-year MYP, the company would not.
Yeah, I think that's
submit it.
I think that's a better question for company witness case.
Okay. And I guess the only other question I have is related to, as you know, OPC witnesses Alvarez and Stevens are recommending that we not continue the MYP. There was some, I guess, question left with us as to, okay, if we were to take that recommendation, it's my understanding as far as revenue requirement, are you recommending, the company would recommend we would just look at the forecasted 2024, or would we be looking at the historic test year, I guess that's 2021, or the bridge year? I mean, can you provide some guidance just so I have some clarification as where the company stands on that?
The company, absolutely believes that multi-year plans are, the way that we should go, and so the company does believe that the commission should approve a 2024 through 2026 multi-year plan for both electric.
I hear
and
that
gas.
loud and clear. I just wanted to understand, as we look at the various recommendations coming from parties, and there is this question as to, okay, well, if we were to consider OPC's proposal, how would we base the revenue requirement? Again, is it the projected 2024 year, or is it the historic test year?
Well, the multi-year plan has with it the forecasted years. So the commission certainly could take a forecasted period. The 2024 period is there. There would not be a reconciliation associated with that at this point. And quite frankly, I guess I would also say that if the commission were to not approve a multi-year plan revenue requirement for BGE, that does not mean that there are not going to be base rate increases and a similar level of base rate increases over the 2024 through 2026 period. If BGE was not in a multi-year plan, we would be filing base rate cases, a traditional base rate case every 7 months, let's say. And so we would probably be in pretty continual base rate cases before the commission, and customers, on the other hand, would not receive some of the benefits of the multi-year plan, right? The transparency, the certainty around rates, the ability to actually kind of smooth rate increases like we've been providing, and like the company is also proposing to provide the accelerated tax benefits to smooth those increases. That's not something that necessarily, would be there without multi-year plans, that possibility. And so, the administrative, kind of burden would be there with, kind of continual base rate cases all the time without the benefits of transparency and certainty around rates for customers, and the ability for those increases to be managed, and the conversation to be had about what the right, work plans from a capital O&M and other standpoints should be.
Yeah, and I agree. I think you made a very strong case in your testimony, and I personally, one commissioner, interested to hear this, the various positions play out over the coming witnesses. Again, I think, there was on one side that argument that maybe kind of a strategic pause or just kind of a hold as we kind of make sure everything's aligned with state policy on one hand, and also just looking at, how is the MYP performing as far as all the expectations, the promises, both for ratepayers and for the company. So again, I think you've made a strong argument on one hand, but I did want to make sure that I had a sound understanding. If this is not to be an MYP, where, how would we, I guess, change that into a,
and that I think that is a question that you could certainly ask company witness Case.
And certainly, I'm sure he's probably already heard it, and we'll I look forward to
He'll be
hearing what he
ready.
has to
Yeah.
say. Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Frayne.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Frayne. So following up from questions from Commissioner Richard, so you were involved in the last two STRIDE proposals, and so you're very familiar with what was being proposed by the company. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So so if we were to look at project 60677, so this is the Operation Pipeline, and 58034, the gas main replacements, are those sort of the general STRIDE programs, or are there others? I mean, and I'm just looking at the what's being proposed for the multi-year plan. Are those the sort of the general STRIDE?
Yeah, I think
programs that
Operation
are-
Pipeline is the general place where the investments being done previously under STRIDE are being done.
Okay, so sort of following up from your conversation with Commissioner Richard about, so we're hearing testimony from different parties, and then so sort of hearing the proposal to disallow the multi-year plan, whether we look at a historical test year, the bridge, or maybe the first year of the multi-year plan, I'm assuming these two programs you'll be able to follow the same type of pipe replacement that you had been doing previously in the previous two STRIDE programs. You're not going to lose a step in whatever, if we limit what we're doing to a single year and then having to choose which year is the appropriate year, there'll be cost recovery for 2024. I'm assuming you'll be able to do what you need to do under those two programs. In other words, sort of continuing the STRIDE program, it'll look a little different, but you're generally going to have the same level of replacement that you had in the previous, the STRIDE 2.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is I don't think that the commission needs to not approve a multi-year plan if there's concern over, changes, maybe policy changes happening in the state around how much gas infrastructure replacement should be happening.
But what I'm asking is, assuming that we make the decision that we're only comfortable with a single year, whatever year we choose, I'm assuming BGE will still be able to continue on with those two sort of STRIDE-like programs, and you'll be able to continue the replacement that you'd been doing. I mean, I guess the concern I have is the testimony from Ms. White this morning suggested that if we do something, I think for her testimony was if we just disallowed the multi-year plan in total, we'll be going back 10 years. And so I'm just trying to get clarity on what will happen if we don't move ahead with approval of a multi-year plan, but instead choose a single year.
Yeah, so the single years that are here in this proceeding, for example, like I think you mentioned the 2021 historical test year, it might have been Commissioner Richard who mentioned that, those don't make any sense for stride work to be in rates beginning in 2024. BG is already invested in 2022 and 2023, right, in stride investments. So it wouldn't make any sense for the 2024 base rates to not include those investments that BG has already made. I think if you want to explore this further in terms of what the company's position would be around if the commission were not to go with the multi-year plan, I think that's probably a better question for company witness case. I guess I would say the commission does not need to, if the commission were to approve a multi-year plan, that does not mean that the commission cannot, at any point say state policy has changed. We want to, have BGE revise rates, come with a revised work plan. We would be looking to do that anyway, I think, ourselves if the state policy changed, but certainly the commission could do that at any point, even if a multi-year plan was approved. So there is no need to not approve the multi-year plan if there's a concern over state policy changing at some point over 2024
Okay, let me just get
2026.
clarity on one issue. So if we were to approve the use of a historical test year, what you're saying is because you've already spent the money, that recovery will be for investments that BG has already made. So that it's not looking forward, and so it's not including replacement that you would be doing in 2024. Is that what you're?
I'm actually also saying it wouldn't include recovery of actual spend BG has made in 2022 and maybe even in 2023. So a historical test year at this point does not make any sense.
Okay. But if we were to go, and bridge would get you closer, but it still wouldn't get you to the 2024 spend. Whereas if we did a single year, so if we did historical bridge in 2024, that would at least get you to project spending for 2024 or as a recovery for 2023.
So 2024 is a forecasted year that's here. Again, I think these are probably better questions for company witness case. But that's.
Well, I understand, but you're the revenue person, so
Sure.
so I'm and I think we'll probably ask him too. But I just wanted to get some. Mostly, we're trying to get clarity on what all of this means and what the impact would be on different approaches. So, and then you've been very helpful. So, thank you.
So, Mr. Frayne, so you prepared what's now Commission Exhibit Number 1, correct?
Yes.
Are you the only company witness that could answer questions about this?
No, I think that probably company witness Vahos or company witness Case could also answer questions about it. This is what this is it's a fairly simple roll forward from the total proposed revenue requirement increases that the company had made back in direct testimony to where we are in the comparison chart, today. And I think that it seemed like Commissioner O'Donnell had some questions on it, but if he's not available now, certainly company witness Vahos or company witness Case could answer questions on it, I believe.
And just so the company's not caught by surprise, we lost the internet connection to Commissioner O'Donnell. And he was the one who asked for this to be prepared and theoretically could have questions for it. So I guess I don't want to hold things up, obviously. So if you're comfortable with having the two remaining witnesses answer questions about this, if in fact Commissioner O'Donnell gets reconnected between now and the time we end today, or I guess the alternative is we could bring Mr. Frayne back up and
Mr.
just
Frank's
answer.
not going anywhere, so.
Okay.
No problem.
Sounds good enough. All right, well,
I didn't realize.
No, that's okay. So you've been very, very helpful on this. So I didn't have any other questions. So I was just wanted to clear up this logistical situation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Actually, do I need to stop for him, or do you need a 15-minute break, or what's that? Okay, so we're going to stop for 10 minutes for the court reporter. Now, I mean, is Tony just gone? ready to go? All right, back on the record.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Vahos, would you please state your full name, employer, position, and your work address for the record?
Sure. My name is David Vahos. I'm the Senior Vice President and Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer for Baltimore Gas and Electric. And my business address is 2 Center Plaza, 110 West Fayette Street here in Baltimore, and zip code is 21201.
Mr. Vahos, do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Direct Testimony of David M. Vahos, dated February 17th, 2023, consisting of 65 pages and 6 exhibits?
I do.
Oh. Your Honor, I ask that the prepared direct testimony and exhibits of David M. Vahos be marked as BG Exhibit 1. Or, I'm sorry, 41.
41, yeah. So marked.
Okay. Do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Rebuttal Testimony of David M. Vahos, dated July 31st, 2023, consisting of 60 pages and 2 public exhibits?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that the prepared rebuttal testimony and 2 public exhibits of Mr. Vahos be marked as BGE Exhibit 42-A.
So marked.
Okay. Also, do you have a document consisting of 3 confidential exhibits that were part of your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, I ask that those 3 confidential exhibits be marked as BG Exhibit 42B.
So marked.
Okay. And finally, Mr. Vahos, do you have before you a document entitled The Prepared Sir Rebuttal Testimony of David M. Vahos, dated August 25th, 2023, consisting of 3 pages and 1 exhibit?
I do.
Your Honor, I ask that the prepared sir rebuttal testimony and exhibit of David M. Vahos be marked as BG Exhibit 43.
So marked.
Okay. Were these documents prepared by you or under your direction and supervision?
They were?
Do you have any changes or corrections that you need to make to any of these documents?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today in each of these documents, under oath, would your answers be the same as those that are written?
Yes.
Your Honor, I ask that BG Exhibits 41, 42A, 42B, and 43 be entered into the record.
Seeing no objections, so admitted.
Okay. So, Your Honor, I do have a few rejoinder questions to explore with Mr. Vahos.
Okay.
Okay. First of all, Mr. Vahos, let's talk about conduit. So on pages 39 and 40 of their sir rebuttal testimony, OPC witnesses Alvarez and Stevens have produced a new net present value analysis about the 2023 amended conduit agreement. Their analysis claims that customers are worse off under the 2023 amended conduit agreement because $226.5 million of revenue requirements on a net present value basis using a 7.45 rate of return is higher than if BGE incurred $212 million of O&M. Do you agree with this analysis?
No, I do not, and there's a few reasons why I don't, Counselor, so if I may, Your Honors. The first one is the comparison point that the Office of People's Counsel uses for purposes of analysis is a $212 million O&M alternative. That alternative doesn't exist. Nothing in the record supports that alternative. The actual alternative that the company was faced with was actually after about 1.5 years of negotiations with the city, trying to renew the 2016 agreement, so the prior version of this agreement. We got to an impasse after 1.5 years, and that impasse was on price. The city was adamant they had to have a total cost around the same time period as the new agreement that was north of $300 million in expenses for our customers. So we walked away. And we took our time And we came up with what became the 2023 amended agreement. This new construct that gave them some things they wanted, a better deal for us, quite honestly. And I think as you think about comparing the $262 million of revenue requirement on this net present value method, the proper number to compare it to is a number north of $300 million. And I think that shows without any question that this was a good deal for our customers. The second thing I'll note is more of a computational issue that my team observed when we were going through OPC's work papers. We noticed that while they used a rate of return that's in the record, they didn't apply it correctly. So when you apply it correctly for purposes of computing a revenue requirement, as they were trying to do, that $262.5 million actually becomes 197. But either way, even if it's 197 or it's 262, when you compare it to the over 300 that was the alternative before us, this is a good deal for our customers. The only other thing, if I may, for one moment add is OPC witnesses also expressed a concern about what would happen at the end of the contract. Would we get kicked out of the system? That's not a risk at all. BG has a perpetual right to the public rights of ways in the state of Maryland, granted by the state of Maryland, and that includes Baltimore City itself.
Thank you. Earlier today, I don't think you were here, but we did touch a little bit on the contact voltage truck lease. Ms. Wright spoke about it with the commission. Just want to follow up with you on one aspect of that. OPC witness Stevens claims in his server rebuttal testimony on pages 73 and 74 that BGE's accounting conclusion for the contact voltage truck lease must have been an error that PwC, BGE's independent auditor, must have missed because PwC would not have allowed BGE to do something like that. Do you agree with this claim?
No, I do not. Let me be very clear. In the year that we actually made that deal with the vendor that company witness Wright described this morning, we produced an accounting memorandum. It's actually attached to my rebuttal testimony as confidential exhibit number 8. And that very memorandum was not only reviewed by PricewaterhouseCoopers in that year, but they confirmed that our accounting conclusion was in fact correct. So there's no merit in OPC's claim that PwC missed some kind of error that we made. If I may also add on the, just because since we're talking about PwC, and I'm going to jump ahead to another potential question, I can confirm for you, Your Honors, that PwC also has reviewed the 2023 conduit agreement accounting memorandum, which is attached as confidential exhibit 11 to my rebuttal testimony, and they have both reviewed it and confirmed that our accounting conclusion is correct with respect to that agreement as well.
Moving on to supplier consolidated billing, another favorite subject.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. I need to object to the previous statement. I think that's hearsay that he's just testified to. That PricewaterhouseCoopers has confirmed the truth of DMV 11, I think, is the exhibit he referred to. The conclusions in that document. And I'd ask that these struck.
Well, actually, so I guess I'm hesitating because this is a confidential exhibit as part of your.
Your Honor, may I ask a few additional questions of Mr. Vahos to maybe?
All right, why don't you, let's strike from the record that last response about what Pricewaterhouse confirmed. If you want to try and go at this through some of your questions, then we'll deal with that, so.
Mr. Vahos, you're the CFO of BGE, correct?
Correct.
And you also have underneath you the accounting group,
Correct.
and so you would be aware of what information does and does not get shared with Pricewaterhouse?
Yes, in fact, sometimes I'm the one sharing it.
Were you in this case?
I was.
Thank you, Your Honor. Back to supplier consolidated billing. Mr. Vahos, on page 5 of staff witness Zhang's rebuttal testimony, he concludes that BGE's process to procure contract labor for this project was not done in a way that was as transparent and competitive as possible in order to reduce costs. Therefore, he ultimately recommends that the Commission deny recovery of the contract labor costs associated with the SCB project. Do you agree with his conclusions?
No, I don't. There's a couple things I want to point out. One, in the end, staff's recommending the disallowance of $10 million of incremental costs for the supplier consolidated billing, completely new functionality we had to create for our billing system. Didn't exist before. Two, staff makes a suggestion that they saw a lot of work hours, and they raised some questions in serve rebuttal around the work effort required. Let me assure you, Your Honors, modern billing systems are extremely complex. They're highly integrated. It's not a small thing to introduce an entirely new set of functionality without robust testing in multiple environments before you ever put something like that in production. Because if we make a mistake and put something in production that doesn't work, millions of bills could be wrong, calls can't be answered appropriately in the call center. So we take this obligation very seriously, that if we're going to touch the application, it better be perfect before we put it in production. So does that take hard work and a lot of hours? Yes, but we think they're prudent. Now, most importantly, though, I want to talk about contract labor costs, because we provide the staff with, I'm going to use a word called a plethora of information in this proceeding and during discovery about what we did to procure the services for the SCB investments. And I have to tell you a little bit of the story, if I may, because it helps explain how we are operating today. A few years ago, the company determined that there were two vendors in the marketplace that were winning basically every single RFP we were issuing in certain aspects of our portfolio. So think of billing, customer billing, think of real-time systems. These two were winning just about everything, if not everything. And so we took a pause and we asked ourselves, does this really make a lot of sense to keep doing this? Or could we pivot to a strategic partnership arrangement, which is actually fairly common across the country to have strategic partnerships with key vendors? And what we work towards is a kind of a win-win-win scenario, right? We won by giving the vendor basically a commitment they're going to get work in this area, so they win. We and customers win because we got a guarantee for a lower price than they would normally charge their vendors. And we get execution faster between scope and contract. We saw a 50% improvement in the time it takes to get from a scope to an executed contract. And this is really important, hard to quantify the benefit, but really important, we got guaranteed access to the A team. And what I mean by that is these vendors committed that the people who know our environments in detail, know our systems in detail, are the teams we're going to get for the work that we're giving them. That isn't just, again, can't quantify the value that brings, but you can imagine an environment where we bring in a vendor who doesn't know anything about our environment and we spend 6 months training someone. So those are all the benefits that we got moving in this direction a few years ago. And we added a control, an important control. We're not taking anyone's word for it. Trust but verify. What we did is we hired a third-party independent body to assess the estimates from these two vendors. And so every single project that goes through this process, it's called the PART process, this third-party assessment is done. And that third-party assessor looks at the scope of work that we've agreed to needs to be done, independent of the two companies, right? This is their own view of what it would cost in the marketplace to do this work, and we compare that assessment to what the vendor told us. On average, we're seeing a 5% savings. In the case of SCB itself, explicitly, we saw almost 10. And as I mentioned, all of this information has been provided to staff in the discovery process and throughout the rounds of testimony. So I don't think there's any reason to disallow the majority of the SCB investments on the claim that we didn't follow a competitive process for procuring our vendor.
Thank you. Moving on to OPC witness Efron's proposed disallowance of The acronym is GREA, and even I'm gonna forget what that stands for. It's Government, Regulatory, and
External Affairs, that's right.
So staff witness Efron had proposed a disallowance, and then BGE, in response, well, after Mr. Efron proposed a disallowance, BGE went back and looked at certain presentations of the information that was related to that category and wound up reclassifying 7 legacy Empower Maryland projects that had been inadvertently included with non-Empower Maryland projects. In response to this, Mr. Efron states that he can't confirm that the Empower Maryland costs have been appropriately accounted for in BGE's base rate calculations, and because of this, he doesn't change his recommended disallowance because of his inability to confirm how we deal with Empower Maryland surcharges. Am I characterizing that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. So, how does BGE factor in Empower Maryland costs into the revenue requirement calculations to start?
So BG includes both the Empower revenues as well as all the Empower costs in the proceeding. So I like to think of it as a very simple example. If the costs are $1 and the revenue's $1, they're both in there, so it's effectively zero in terms of how it impacts base rates.
And how many base rate cases has BGE filed in 2006 when the Empower Maryland program started?
8 cases.
Okay. Mr. Vahos, in how many of those cases was Mr. Efron the revenue requirement witness for OPC?
He was a witness 6 times.
Okay. Have there been any changes in how the Empower Maryland costs were dealt with, costs and revenues, how they've been reflected in the base rates calculations, revenue requirement calculations during that time period?
There have been no changes in any of those cases, including this one.
Okay. And in these 8 or so cases, have parties asked for confirmation, including this case, have parties asked for confirmation or a demonstration of the fact that it nets out to zero?
Yes, they've looked to see that's correct.
Okay. Mr. Vahos, on page 28 of your rebuttal testimony, I think that's right. Yes, page 28 of your rebuttal testimony, you have a table 3 that represents or gives a presentation of the GREA O&M expenses with the reclassification shown properly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you believe that OPC witnesses proposed adjustment to BGE's GREA O&M expense based on an annualization of actual year-to-date 2023 costs is appropriate?
No, I don't. I think the budgets that we proposed in this filing for this organization are appropriate and prudent. We did provide details in direct and in discovery and in rebuttal about some of the reasons why we're proposing in this budget. For instance, our Path to Clean work, community engagement work, our workforce development work, that were all drivers of some of the changes that are proposed in this proceeding. But I don't believe annualization of 2023 costs is the appropriate way to set rates for a 3-year forecasted period. However, Your Honors, if the commission were to decide, hey, we may want to use this annualization method, I have prepared an exhibit that would show you the correct way to do the math, applying Mr. Efron's methodology to the table for my rebuttal testimony on page 28.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench and the witness? ask that this be marked as BG Exhibit 44.
So marked.
Mr. Vahos, can you walk us through your analysis?
I'd be happy to. So, and again, I'm not advocating this approach, but again, trying to make sure you have the correct information if you choose to go down this path. So I got colors on this page on purpose, trying to make it a little bit easier to follow. I apologize, but it will take me a few minutes to walk through this for you. So what I've done here is I've taken out this table that was in my rebuttal testimony, and I've eliminated 21 and 22 because they're not germane to OPC witness Efron's proposed adjustment. And instead of using the 2023 forecasted data that we filed, I'm using that, what is now called that 2023 year-to-date annualized column, to go ahead and compute an annualization of the first 6 months of 2023, which is what OPC witness Efron is proposing to do in his SIR rebuttal testimony. And so if you go to row A, there, that first row, that's a red A, you'll see a green number. That green number is 12,154. That is that 6 months annualized. It includes those projects below it. The only thing I will note, Your Honors, is there's something called GREA vacant positions there in the second to last, a number that says 909. We had a very high level of vacancies in the GREA organization in the first 6 months of the year. I'm pleased to say we've already filled half of them already. But if you're going to annualize spend, I think it was important to capture the fact that you had some pretty big headcount that was missing on the team at the time that we were doing the annualization. So that's my modification, not OPC witness Efron's, just to be clear. However, if you go back up to that 12,154, that number A, again, annualized 2023, you then see the yellow numbers next to it, right? So in their 2024 forecast, you see 15,127. That is the MYP budgets that we filed. Then we go down to B. Now B is taking 2023 annualized, so the 12,154, and escalating it by the same percentage that OPC witness Efron escalated the costs in his SIR rebuttal testimony. And that gets you those three green numbers that you see there. So again, under 2024 forecast, you'll see 12,762. Right? So that's telling you that inflated 23 annualized is now 12,762. I then do the exact same thing that OPC witness Efron did in his SIR rebuttal. I compare the 15 million from above to the 12.7, and that would tell you a reduction of $2.3 million is appropriate. Again, if you use his method. And you can see the years, the math changes obviously on every year. The row D is the one that I also really want to spend a moment and highlight to you, Your Honors. Row D is actually the recommendation from OPC witness Efron. So in 2024, he's recommending to remove $11.4 million of O&M. I'll just remind you, the actual O&M annualized in 2023 is only $12 million. He's proposing to basically push the budget to zero. So that is where I wanted to take the time and explain to you why he's got an error in his methodology, because he's not taking out the Empower Maryland costs that are recovered in a surcharge and have nothing to do with this bait race proceeding. You'll see if you go to the rest of the table below it, it's all the same logic, it's just the gas equivalent. But the same logic of the green, the yellow, and then the red.
Thank you. So one last question. Mr. Vahos, were you present when company witness McKenzie was, I was going to say he was on the stand, but he was in the TV.
I was.
And Commissioner Richard had asked, or had mentioned that he saw a return on equity goal of 9% to 10% on the Exelon Investor Relations website. And he asked Mr. McKenzie if a commissioner could view a ROE of 9.5% as a good middle ground given Exelon's target range.
I did hear that.
So could you answer Commissioner Richard's question?
I absolutely can. So Your Honor, the numbers we're talking about with investors are earned returns. So you mentioned the term operating ROE, I think. So that's the earned return that investors are seeing on their investments. That is not equivalent to an authorized rate of return. You would, in most instances, have to have a higher authorized rate of return if you wanted to deliver an outcome that was like 9.5, which I think was the nature of your question. And I'll give you an example of why. So if you're familiar with construction work in progress, that's where we're building something, but it's not in service yet. In Maryland now with MYPs, that does not sit in rate base. But we always have a level, month in, month out, that's not earning anything, but we're financing it. So that creates attrition. Again, that's not saying the CWIP decision was a bad one. It's just the outcome of not having CWIP in rate base is you're creating attrition on the earned return. So that's an example of why you would have to have an authorized return that is higher.
Your Honor, I neglected to ask that BGE exhibit number 44 be entered into the record.
Seeing no objection, admitted.
And Mr. Vahos is now available for cross-examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club. Amtrak. Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vahos.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicholas Enoch. I'm the attorney for Local 410 of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and I have a few questions for you. On page 1 of your direct testimony, lines 14 and 15, you state that as treasurer, I am responsible for managing BGE's relationship with the financial community as well as the credit rating agencies, correct?
Correct.
And I assume then that you're familiar with the various criteria that the credit rating agencies will look at in determining what the credit rating ought to be for a company?
Yes.
And would I be correct that the stability of the labor relations environment at the company is a factor, either a good factor or a bad factor, or at least a factor in determining the credit rating for a company?
I think that is one factor that goes into their evaluation, yes.
Have you been asked about that in your role? By the
I have
credit-
not, actually, no. And our relations with Local 410 are very strong, as you know.
Can you take a look at page 11?
I'm there, counsel?
The question that's posed at line 11, you go ahead and answer it, and you explain that there are 3 types of contracts that BGE enters into, correct?
Correct.
And are those the 3 types of contracts that are used for contracting labor?
You mean outside of Local 410?
Correct.
Yes.
And in any of these contracts, if you know, do they contemplate that the contractor will be using the tools of BGE as opposed to their own tools?
I can't speak to as to what the contract says. I do recall from last week that company witness saying was very clear that company policy is we're not to provide tools to contractors.
Thank you. Can you turn to page 16?
I'm there.
You have testimony in the bottom half of that page about pole replacements. Do you
Yep.
see that?
I do.
Now, does the company use in-house labor, contracted labor, or some combination of the two to do pole replacements?
My understanding is combination.
Okay. Now, in your testimony towards the bottom, you make mention, you say there is no end date for this project as pole replacements are continually needed to maintain the safety and reliability of BG's overhead infrastructure, correct?
Correct.
So if it's an ongoing project that with no end date, why not do all the work in-house? Why bother contracting it out?
Well, it really comes down to thinking about what's the best way of using the great folks that we have in Local 410 who do amazing work. They're highly skilled, as you know, they're highly trained. And for some of the work that we do, you don't need that level of proficiency to still get a quality product. And so we have to balance cost to customers with making sure we still get value out of the work. So we go through the process of evaluating all the different scopes of work that we have and determine where do we really want to use our incredibly talented team, and where do we have opportunities to see if someone else can do large spans of that work. Maybe they can't do maybe they can't energize, right? But maybe they can set a pole, for an example, at a more affordable price for our customers. We think it's our obligation to look for opportunities, to look for affordable ways to deliver our service.
So if the company were to determine that it would be more cost effective to do pole replacements in-house, that would be the way the company would go?
Yes.
Okay. Can you turn to page 51 of your testimony?
One second. 51. Yep, I'm there.
And you have table 17?
I do.
And in table 17, you provide the numbers for training capital spend, correct?
Correct.
Now, are those training expenses, are they for employees of BGE, contractors of BGE, or a combination of the two?
These are for investments in like training software, right, and like virtual reality investments for like helmets you can wear. So it's not the actual physical training itself. That would be on the operations and maintenance side of the cost equation.
Okay. So then let us turn to page 57. And we have training for O&M, correct?
Yes.
So with the numbers here for electric and for gas, would they reflect the training expenses associated with BGE employees, contracted employees, or some combination of the two?
For electric, it is exclusively company employees. For gas, we do some OQ certification so they can work on our system, but we charge that particular contractor for that.
And then on page, you really got to read the beginning on the bottom of page 57. The question is, please describe the training category, including the types of projects in this category and key drivers. And then going over to page 58, the first bullet, if you could take a moment to read that to yourself.
Yes.
So is BGE paying for training for contractors, contracted labor?
No, this is just alluding to what I just mentioned. This is the fact that we do OQ for gas contractors, but then we charge them for that training.
Okay.
And just to be clear, that goes back to customers, right? So,
Can you take a look at page 61 of your direct testimony?
yes.
Take a moment and reacquaint yourself with lines 10 through 15.
I was just looking at that this morning, actually, so.
Okay. So here you're testifying that 150 individuals completed the Workforce Collaborative Program, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and how much as a percentage is BGE paying for that?
As a percentage of.
Yeah, are they paying, they're not paying at 100% of the Workforce Collaborative Program, correct?
That's correct. I don't know the overall
Okay.
scope of that operation, so I can't answer that question.
So it's some percentage.
It's some percentage.
And then you testify that 100 of those individuals ultimately find jobs with BGE contractors working on its system, and that's correct?
Correct.
Well, why is BGE helping to pay for training for contractors?
Why is BGE helping training for contractors? Is that
Right. If BGE needs contracted labor, you go contract the labor. But presumably, they actually have the labor to do the work. Not that you then have to go train the labor on how to do the work.
Yeah, this is a slightly different animal. So here, what we're really trying to do is talking about folks who are in predominantly disadvantaged communities, predominantly maybe adults who can't find steady work. We're trying to connect them with programs that are going to train them with job skills to able to get employment and keep employment. And I think if you ask contractors, at least in the Central Maryland area, there's a shortage of labor, not a plethora of labor. So this was our effort to not only help the community, but also to help our contractors to have, resources that we themselves and our customers need. And I want to make sure we just don't also lose sight of the fact that we bring in trainees ourselves for the Local 410 on a routine basis to continue to build our pipeline of talent for our resources.
Well, and I suppose that's my question.
Yeah.
Because from the locals' perspective, bringing in trainees and having BGE paid to train them makes sense because it's become full-time employees. You understand that would be the locals' position, correct?
Yes, I would.
Okay, but by contrast, spending a great deal of money, albeit maybe a laudable goal, but nevertheless, spending money on workforce development for the community at large to go to work for contractors for BGE, why is BGE's ratepayers paying for that?
Well, again, as I mentioned in our earlier pole replacement program, right, we're going to use contractors. There's no scenario in my mind that we're going to have an electric or gas system that we aren't going to need not only our great men and women from the Local 410, but also skilled resources from our contractor community. And so it is directly related to ensuring that we can provide quality service to our customers at the least cost.
A word that's been used by one or more commissioners the last couple of days is the free market. Why can't these contractors go and find their own workers and that are trained and capable of doing the work? If you know.
To ask them, counselor. All I can tell you is there's a definite lack of labor. They're hard to get. We built programs to help connect people, particularly from disadvantaged areas, maybe don't have all the opportunities, right, as others have, connect them with training skills, and now they're getting good quality, life-changing jobs that benefits them, benefits our community, and benefits our customers.
Should not, though, the development of a workforce in the skilled trades like this for the community at large, shouldn't that fall on the state of Maryland or some governmental entity as opposed to a private company paying for that?
All I can tell you is no such program exists.
I have nothing else, Mr. Vajos. Thank you.
Thank you.
Department of Defense. And here. Maryland Energy Administration.
I have no questions.
OPC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Mr. Vajos. Mark Shebas from Office of People's Counsel. I do have a few questions. Preliminarily, I just want to sort of stay where I'm going. There are two main issues I want to ask Mr. Vajos about. One is the conduit. The other is the corporate alternative minimum tax. With respect to the conduit, I do want to ask Mr. Vajos some questions about DMV 11. That's the confidential exhibit that he mentioned earlier that's attached to his rebuttal testimony. I don't think I can do that without us going into confidential session unless the company were to waive confidentiality of that document. With respect to the corporate alternative minimum tax issues, and I'll be saying camped to try to shorten that, there are two confidential attachments to exhibits that we received from the company in response to data requests. I'm going to mark those and present them to the witness. I think I can ask questions and elicit responses from Mr. Vajos without our going into confidential session. I think I can do that without revealing the confidential contents of the document. So I'll just let the commission know when we reach that first document, DMV 11, unless the company is prepared to waive confidentiality for that document.
Well, let's give them a chance to consult and figure out what they want to do. So.
And Your Honor, while they're doing that, I do have a packet of exhibits. I can pass those out now if it's a good time.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yeah. you.
I think he needs some. I think he needs some. Maybe he needs one of your drinks. Yeah, I just think I'll stay with tea. Although I'm gonna get some more.
So,
Well, that's not the memo.
we're still live streaming or?
The DD 11 is this. Short notice, we can't really go through it in detail to make sure that we're comfortable that there's not anything that we wouldn't want disclosed.
All right, so given that, I don't want to mess up the order of your cross-examination, but is it possible that we can do the confidential stuff second? Because my understanding is we have to like chase people out of the room who aren't.
Right. I think I can save that part for the I mean, I'd prefer to start with the conduit and then do that part at the end of the conduit and then come back for the corporate alternative minimum tax if that's all right with the commission.
Okay. Well, so just so I'm straight, what is it that we have to do when we do confidentiality?
We just have to go, I'll turn the mics off and it'll continue to stream, and then whoever hasn't signed the agreement, I assume, will need to leave.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just a few people that I don't know who they are to know if they've signed. I mean, most of the people that are left are either BG employees or OPC or.
Maybe
Yeah, there's just
the
a couple.
charm of the late hour. So.
Yeah. There are a couple gentlemen next to Mr. Lapp that I can't say I know. Oh, no, actually I do. I know
OPC's
them.
experts, I believe they've signed.
Oh, yeah, okay.
All right. So it may not be that big a deal other than turning off the
Yeah.
live stream. Okay. All right. In that case, I think we can proceed ahead. So
Thank you,
you
Your
just
Honor.
sort of let us know when we're entering, so we can turn off the system. We'll go live now. And so when you reach what is confidential, then, you know, give some pause then, because we need to hit the kill switch, so to speak.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize again.
No, that's
I
fine.
missed it.
Don't worry.
Okay, well, as it happens, I was just about to move into that section.
Alrighty.
All right.
So off we
Bounty
go.
of errors.
Okay. Let me know when you're out of it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ron. And then I can let you know? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Vivas, could I ask you now to look at the third page in the packet of documents that I provided at the beginning? Or the third document. It is the next to last page. And it is marked item number staff DR 47-05. Could you let me know when you reach that document, please?
The single page.
Oh, it's a single page. Okay, I think I may have.
Appreciate that.
I found it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to mark this, please, OPC number 24.
So marked.
Mr. Vivas, could you please look at the third paragraph from the bottom?
May I have a moment to look at the whole
Sure.
Q&A, if you
Yeah,
don't mind?
of course.
Thank you, Counselor. Sorry, there are a lot of these, so I won't pretend I memorized them all.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Okay. And what is this document?
This is our answer to staff 4705.
Okay. Now, the third paragraph from the bottom, you say that BGE's infrastructure improvements qualify as capital investments, aka leasehold improvements, because they involve assets, i.e. new duct banks and manholes, that will provide service for decades to BGE and its customers. In your rebuttal testimony at page 16, you note that these investments, that capitalization is, of these investments is warranted by quote, the long-standing accounting standard that tenants can make improvements to an asset they are occupying, that such tenants can capitalize that improvement. Do you agree with these statements that you made?
Yes, leasehold improvements can be capitalized under accounting standards.
Okay. Mr. Vajos, do you agree that with respect to the capitalization of leasehold improvements, the general rule is that they should be amortized over the shorter of the useful life of the asset or the remaining term of the lease?
Can you repeat your question, Counselor?
Yeah. Is it generally the case when leasehold improvement expenditures are capitalized that they should be amortized over the shorter of, one, the useful life of the asset, or two, the remaining term of the lease?
I'll have to say that is generally the practice, but not applicable in this case.
Okay. Do you agree that this is the rule under FERC account 404, amortization of limited term electric plant?
No, I don't agree.
Okay. Can I read to you what, and subject to check, you can confirm this is account 404. Amortization of limited term electric plant. This account shall include amortization charges applicable to amounts included in the electric plant accounts for limited term franchises, license, patent rights, limited term interest in land, and expenditures on leased property where the surface life of the improvement is terminable by action of the lease. The charges of this account shall be such as to distribute the book cost of each investment as evenly as may be over the period of its benefit to the utility. Now, can you explain why you don't think the general rule is applicable in this case?
Yes, simply, it goes back to the fact that we have perpetual access rights to the public right-of-way, irrespective of the duration of one lease term or another, granted by the state of Maryland. So even that definition you just read implies that the factor that would have you choose a shorter life as a lease term is because the lease governs how you have access to that property and how long you can use it. That is not our case.
Okay.
So the applicable accounting conclusion that we have run through PricewaterhouseCoopers, our independent public accountant, and they have confirmed, is that you would record the asset because you're building an asset that has a long life benefiting our customers in the system, and you would depreciate, not amortize, depreciate that asset over its estimated useful life, irrespective of the lease.
And Your Honor, I'd again ask the statement that Price Waterhouse has confirmed to be struck from the record.
I was in the room when they said it.
Well, we'll allow it this time. Go on, move on.
Mr. Vajos, are you familiar with the concept of net salvage?
In passing, I'm not going to hold myself as a depreciation expert.
Okay. Well, net salvage is a concept that comes into play with respect to utility-owned capital expenditures, correct?
It is the concept of salvage and then cost of removal for utility assets, and the net position, be that a positive or a negative adder to depreciation rates.
Okay, and the purpose of net salvage is to give the ratepayers the benefit of any remaining value in an asset after it's fully depreciated.
No. The purpose of net salvage, very similar to depreciation itself, is to make sure the right customers are paying the total cost of that asset over the life of that asset. So to the extent you expect salvage for an asset and you expect to incur cost of removal for that asset, you spread that cost over the entire life of the asset. That's what the net salvage rate does.
Okay. Would you agree there's no salvage value included in depreciation expense for a leasehold improvement?
Again, you're, I think, getting a little bit too technical. This is a very unique transaction. I'm not aware of any other transaction like this in the nation where the city owns the conduit, but we are the customer who has perpetual access to the rights of way. So the appropriate accounting treatment is to treat this like a fixed asset, depreciate that fixed asset over its estimated useful life so we can have just and reasonable rates for our customers.
Okay. Mr. Rojas, now I want to go into the confidential exhibit if I could.
Okay.
And this shouldn't take too long.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. And I don't have too much to go with the I know we're at 6:15, so I'm going to try to move through this quickly.
I'm at your disposal, Counsel.
Okay.
At your disposal.
Could you please turn to page 11 of your rebuttal?
11 of my rebuttal.
Starting at line 8 with the question. Take just a couple minutes, please, to read through, starting at line 8 on page 11 through the bottom of page 12.
You said the bottom of page 12, Counselor?
Correct.
Okay. I'm still looking, but I see that.
Now, Mr. Vajos, this is, you're responding to a recommendation by staff that the company do a cost-benefit analysis regarding these investments for purposes of the prudency review that will follow, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you oppose staff's position because you say the company has already done a cost-benefit analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is the cost-benefit this section of your testimony that you just reviewed from page 8 to the bottom of page 12, or is there some other cost-benefit analysis that you'd point to?
So these outline some of the key benefits that we got under the 2023 amended agreement. If you think about the fact that we now get to choose the right of where that next job is going to happen if we're going to make infrastructure investments in the conduit system. If you think about that significant reduction that we saw in the occupancy fee relative to the old contract. If you remember from my live rejoinder this morning, think about another benefit that actually isn't enumerated here, but the fact that the city actually wanted us to pay in north of $300 million over this comparable time period in terms of value when we had to walk away from negotiations. Think about, and I'm running out of items to share, I apologize, but I think also the other thing that maybe isn't quite as clearly articulated in here as it could have been was the value of price stability, especially when you think about inflation.
Okay, Mr. Ross, I'm going to cut you off here just because you're going a little bit beyond my question. In the interest of time, I just want to keep going.
Sure, yep.
Now, in your discussion here on pages 11 and 12, you don't discuss the costs associated with the revenue requirement over the entire 50-year period of these investments, correct?
Not in this written document, but we just talked about it today in live rejoinder.
Okay. But your cost-benefit analysis here does not discuss those longer-term costs, correct?
It did not in this stage of testimony, it did not. But obviously my live testimony today, again, demonstrates that this is cost-effective for customers.
Okay. But you believe the commission should consider those longer-term costs as well as the immediate costs you discuss here, correct?
Continue to believe, without any hesitation, that this is a good deal for our customers and the system, and it's in the best interest of the system and our customers. The commission should review anything that we do with an eye of prudency, as they do with everything that they have in terms of the work that we do.
Including the longer-term costs associated with these investments, correct?
Including the long-term costs, which, as I said this morning, even under your witness's analysis, this is a good deal for customers.
Just a few more questions on the conduit. You just talked about the right of the company to sort of prioritize investments under the agreement that will be particularly beneficial to BGE's customers. How will you go about, or since the work has already started, how are you going about identifying those types of infrastructure investments that will most benefit your customers?
I think company witness Steve Singh did a good job of kind of highlighting how we're collaborating with the city, making sure we have a full appreciation for the health of the system. Obviously, we have men and women who are in that system every single day. So we ourselves have significant experience and understanding of where the most decrepit parts of the system are. So using all of that information, we're in a great position to say, where does it make sense to deploy that next investment to improve the safety and reliability of the system? But it's really company witness Steve Singh's organization that does that work, not mine.
Mr. Vahos, would you agree that the investments that BGE is going to make will have benefits to tenants of the conduit other than BGE?
I guess they could. It would depend on the span, right? They're not necessarily tenants in every place that we have assets.
Okay. And by the way, do you know who those other tenants are?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know who any of them are?
I've probably seen things over the years, but I can't off the top of my head remember any particular tenant now.
Okay. Has BGE attempted to quantify benefits to other tenants associated with BGE's investments?
Well, the fact that those other tenants are paying...
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Vahos, please.
It can't be answered with a yes or no answer, Counselor. This is a very complicated transaction and unique, as I mentioned before. So these other tenants pay a fee for the services they're provided. As far as I know, they didn't get any reduction in the fees they're paying. And if I had to guess, and again, it's an educated guess, I suspect that the city has done what they've done every time they negotiate a new deal with BGE, is they use our economic value as the benchmark to increase the rate for every other tenant. So they're paying into the enterprise fund, just like we're paying into the enterprise fund, and that is part of our compensation to the city. We agreed we would do this capital investment. So it's not a simple yes or no answer at all. It's an overly simplistic view of this arrangement.
Well, but the question I asked again was whether the company has attempted to quantify the benefits. Are you to other tenants? Are you saying that analysis can't be done?
I don't have the information to do that analysis, Counselor. I don't own the system. Baltimore City owns the system.
Okay. Mr. Vahos, the 2023 agreement with the city was executed on February 15th, 2023, correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And that was 2 days before the company filed its application in this case, correct?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Subject to check, would you agree the company filed its application on February 17th of this year?
Just checked.
Okay,
Yeah, thank
great.
you. I had to go back.
Great. And when you executed the contract, you intended to seek inclusion in rates for the expenditures the company would make associated with this contract, correct?
It's included in this filing, yeah.
Okay. And you knew the commission would have to improve those?
Yes, just like everything else we propose in this file.
Okay. Can you explain why the company executed the contract so close before the filing date? Why not wait and have the proposal that would become the contract reviewed in this case?
I'm sorry, Counselor. Are you suggesting that we should have slowed down our efforts to negotiate a deal with Baltimore City when the old contract had expired in the middle of 2022?
Well, the old contract had been expired for several months, correct?
It expired in the middle of 2022.
Okay. And
we had to walk away because the city was demanding value in excess of $300 million.
Okay.
So I'm not going to wait on a negotiation. If I can get a deal closed that is beneficial to our customers and to the system, and that's exactly what we did.
Okay. Now, there's no term in the 2023 agreement with the city that conditions BGE's performance on approval by the commission, is there?
No.
Okay. And nor is there a force majeure provision that provides for a situation where the commission would not approve inclusion in rates of these costs, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That is all the questions I have in the conduit. Thank you for patience. I'm going to move on fairly quickly to the corporate alternative minimum tax. And this is a complicated subject, and I'll try to move through it as quickly as possible. So, Mr. Vahos, could you please turn to page 62 of your direct testimony?
sure can.
Oh, sure.
Thirsty work.
No problem. Not an endurance contest.
All right, so 62. you said.
62,
Counselor.
correct. It's Roman numeral 9, taxes / recent developments.
I see that.
And if you could just briefly take a look from there until page 65 at line 4.
All right, counsel.
Okay.
You said through 63 or 64?
It's through top of 65.
Oh, 65. I'm sorry. I apologize. One more second.
Now, this is about the corporate alternative minimum income tax, and for purposes of economy, I'm going to refer to this as CAMT, the acronym CAMT. And when I say that, I'm referring to the corporate alternative minimum tax. I'm going to offer a high-level characterization of your testimony in the section you just reviewed, and I want you to tell me if this is correct. The company has determined that it will have a CAMT liability adjustment. In connection with that adjustment, the company plans to record a current income tax liability and current income tax expense on its books. The company believes that the CAMT liability will exceed its regular tax liability for the next tax cycle, and for that reason believes that it's entitled to CAMT tax credit adjustment to carry forward. BGE intends to carry that credit, i.e. the CAMT adjustment carry forward to a future year when the company's regular tax liability exceeds its CAMT liability. And for that CAMT tax credit adjustment carry forward, BGE proposes to record both a deferred tax asset and a deferred income tax expense. And BGE proposes to include that deferred tax asset associated with the CAMT tax credit adjustment carry forward as an increase to rate base. Is that correct? Is that a correct characterization of your testimony? Okay. Briefly, some background on the CAMT. It was enacted as part of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, correct?
Sometime. I can't remember exactly the bill, but yes, it was enacted.
And the first year it's effective is this year, 2023?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree that the purpose of the CAMT is to ensure that corporations with average annual adjusted financial statement income of $1 billion or more over any 3-year period pay federal taxes of at least 15% on that income?
Pay cash taxes of at least 15%. That's correct.
Okay.
This is about cash, not about income tax expense. It doesn't actually change income tax expense or the federal corporate tax rate. What it does is change how much cash you have to pay under the previous tax law by using this 15%, and it's effectively a different mathematical computation of your federal tax liability.
Okay. Thank you. And the law says that when the regular federal income tax calculated by a corporation is less than 15%, the corporation has to instead pay the 15% CAMT liability, correct?
I'm not entirely sure you said that correctly.
Okay. Well, at a high level, is the idea of this tax that before its enactment, certain corporations were deemed, at least by some, to be paying too little in taxes, too low percentages, and this is intended to ensure that they pay 15% of their adjusted financial statement income?
I'll say it a little differently. Again, we're not changing tax expense for purposes of bookkeeping. This is a alternative way of computing if a cash payment needs to be made using, it starts with actually GAAP financial statements, and it adds back things like tax expense. Makes sense. You're trying to do a pre-tax number. They also eliminate accelerated depreciation. Now, for an industry like ours, the utility industry, we have significant accelerated tax depreciation under the old tax construct, right? That was an incentive the federal government put into place to incentivize utilities to go ahead and make those capital investments. And that acted like a reduction that benefited customers. It was like a federal loan for free, right? Because you didn't have to pay the cash under that arena. Fast forward to the tax law change, and they're saying, wait, for any company that earns $1 billion or more, we're going to do this alternative computation. We're going to add back, among other things, accelerated depreciation. And when you do that for a company as large as the parent company of BGE, which is Exelon, you trip the $1 billion amount. Then you have to look at what that 15% computation means in terms of cash obligations to the federal government. That's the general premise of the change of the
Okay.
law.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I let you go on a little bit
I was
there.
trying to be helpful. I apologize.
Well, you were to an extent, because I was going to ask next about the application of the CAMP to BGE as opposed to Exelon. And I think what you said, and tell me if this is wrong, is that, well, first of all, BGE has not had adjusted financial statement income of $1 billion or more averaging over any 3-year period, correct?
Correct, but that doesn't matter for this.
Right,
tax.
because Exelon does, correct?
Because Exelon does,
Okay.
that's right.
And so
every
application-
member of the fleet, therefore, is subject to that minimum tax. So every operating company under Exelon is liable for their share of the corporate minimum tax.
Okay. Fleet meaning the subsidiary utilities owned by
Correct.
Exelon. Okay.
Yes, the 6 operating companies.
Thank you. Now, is it true that Exelon files a consolidated tax return that takes into account the adjusted financial statement income of BGE and the rest of this fleet?
I'm not sure if that's all of those terms are a correct label. I would maybe just limit to, yes, Exelon files a consolidated federal return.
Okay, and that return takes into account the financials of its subsidiaries, correct?
Well, it's a federal return. So now we're talking about federal income taxes on a federal statement. It's not a GAAP income statement, right? We're doing a tax return just like your personal tax return, right? So they're not the same animal as like what you see on the SEC website for BGE's financial statements.
Okay, and I'm just trying to keep us moving here. So
I'm just
if
trying
I
to
ask-
help clarify.
Oh,
Just
okay.
Want to be careful with language.
Okay. And the consolidated return that Exelon files requires Exelon to net out the adjusted financial statement income from its subsidiaries, correct? So it looks at both profits and losses, correct?
It's the consolidated financial position on a tax view of the entire enterprise. I'm not sure what you mean by adjusted financial statements, counsel. That's where you keep using a term that I'm just not familiar with and have not heard.
Okay, well, I'll represent to you, subject to check, that is sort of the term used in the Inflation Reduction Act, but we don't have to dwell on that. I want to move on. Well, first, just because I don't want it to get lost, Exelon does file a consolidated tax return, correct?
Consolidated federal tax return.
Okay,
Correct.
Thank you. Now, because Exelon has had income, or whatever I say, adjusted financial statement income, we don't have to use that term, but that $1 billion threshold, because Exelon has exceeded that threshold, Exelon is subject to the CAMT, and I think you testified that by virtue of Exelon's being subject to it, that has implications for BGE, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, is it correct that Exelon is a party to a tax sharing agreement with BGE and Exelon's other subsidiaries?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I like to mark as OPC 26.
25.
25, thank you. Oh, that's right, thank you. And again, I'm going to mark this as OPC 25. This is the confidential tax sharing agreement that the company provided in response to, well, I'll represent and then show it to it. And again, this is confidential. I'm going to ask Mr. Vajo some questions. I don't think I have to disclose any confidential information. I don't think I will elicit any from him. If you think I do, please tell me and don't answer the question. Okay?
I will. Thank you, Councilman.
I think we can trust him on that, so.
Trusting me, the non-lawyer.
Yes.
Everyone signed a confidentiality agreement here? No.
Did not. No, he's not going to list it in the text.
Correct. Correct. Mr. Vajos, do you recognize this document?
I've seen it in passing, so, yes.
Okay. And is this the tax sharing agreement between Exelon, BGE, and Exelon's other subsidiaries?
Yes.
Would you agree that this tax sharing agreement is authorized by the Internal Revenue Code and governed by the Internal Revenue Code?
Can you say that question again, Councilman? I'm sorry.
Do you agree that this agreement is governed by the Internal Revenue Code?
Governed. Yes, thank you. Yes, sorry.
Now, if I could direct your attention, please, to page 8 of the agreement.
Okay.
I want you to look at paragraph C at the top of the third line of page 8.
Yes.
I'm not going to read this. This is confidential information, but I just want you to look over that paragraph C. Okay.
See it?
Okay. In developing its position concerning the CAMT for this rate case, did the company take this statement into account?
Are you asking me if the company relied on this clause?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
We do think this clause is applicable to CAMP, but no, the company with outside tax counsel reviewed the tax law generating the CAMP and looked to understand how it was going to be applicable to Exelon and made the determination with outside tax counsel that one, Exelon is subject to the CAMP, to the tax, again, this minimum tax, and two, every member of the fleet would therefore be subject to the tax since we are what is called a single employer. So I can't go deep into the tax law. Again, I'm not an attorney, but no, this was not the clause we relied on for making our judgment.
Okay, thank you. If you could look at page 63 of your direct testimony at line 4.
There?
Okay. And your statement there is, the question was, how does BGE calculate the CAMT? And your answer is BGE calculated the CAMT based on its standalone separate company books and records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I have one more exhibit, if I can find it. May I approach one more time?
Yes, you can.
This is another confidential document. And Mr. Valles, let me know when you've had a chance to look over this document.
Still looking, counsel.
Okay.
I've looked at it. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to mark this document, please, OPC 26.
So marked.
Mr. Valles, do you recognize this document?
I actually can't say I've seen it before.
Okay.
I've heard about it, but I haven't actually seen the actual document.
Okay. Well, I'll represent to you that this is attached to OPC DR 4707. I have a copy of that too. I can present that, but would you agree?
Was I the sponsor, counsel?
You were the sponsor.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry.
Okay.
And that means I'm sure I looked at it this weekend. It's all blurring together, so I apologize. Go ahead.
And I'll represent to you, subject to check. I'm just trying to save time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I'm good.
That you attached this document to a response to an OPC data request. Would you agree to that, subject to check? Okay.
Agreed.
And you do or do not recognize this document?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, again, it's a document that the company has marked confidential, so I'm not going to ask you about the contents. I'm just going to ask you whether this is the document that spells out the company's rationale for the interpretation of the Inflation Reduction Act and the selection of the camped liability that the company has proposed in the rate case.
Yes, this is, I think, the memorandum that captures what we're relying on to determine that that minimum tax has to be recorded on BGE's books. That's correct.
Mr. Valhouse, are you aware of any IRS guidances concerning the camped?
It's still pending, counsel, and there's some important questions that are still outstanding with respect to camp until those Treasury regulations come out. But this is the best judgment we can make based on the information that we have and the law as written.
Okay. And are you aware that there's an IRS notice 2023-7 that concerns the camped?
I am aware of a notice around estimated tax payments associated with minimum tax and giving companies a little bit of leeway in fiscal year 2023 as the Treasury Department figures out the details of the tax law.
Okay. Do you know whether the company reviewed IRS notice 2023-7 in connection with determining its camped liability?
That I don't know,
Okay.
counsel. And I haven't seen that notice myself.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop here. I just have one more question back to the conduit that I forgot to ask. Your indulgence. Mr. Valens, is it true that the current agreement runs through 2026? There's the automatic extension from 2027 to 29 if neither party opts out of it.
Correct.
But after that, it's to be determined, correct?
We would have to negotiate a new deal, that's correct.
Okay. And under that NIA, would you expect the company will have to pay something to the city concerning the conduit?
We are occupying their system, so yes, we will have to pay some level of cost for that service. That's right.
Okay. I have no more questions. I appreciate the commission's patience. Mr. Vajos, your patience.
Thank you.
And I would move for admission into the evidentiary record, OPC 20, OPC 21, OPC 22, OPC 23, OPC 24, OPC 25, and OPC 26.
Seeing no objection, admitted. Staff.
Good evening,
Good
Mr.
evening.
Bales. Michael Dean on behalf of staff. Just briefly, turning to your rebuttal testimony. On page 13, you describe why you believe that it's not possible to do a cost-benefit analysis of the conduit agreement. And essentially that's because you cannot determine the values of all the costs and all the benefits to the ratepayers.
No, that's not what we were trying to convey, Counselor. What we were trying to convey is all the material facts that we had when we made the decision to enter into the 2023 amended condo agreement are before the parties now. There are no additional facts that I can produce or provide that aren't in this record and discovery. And so the request to produce an analysis is going to be effectively me doing what I just did in this case. So it's duplicative of what we've already done.
Thank you for that clarification. Turning to page 13, you have a negative reaction to a request just to quantify the different types of costs associated with the agreement. Could you explain why a listing of the different costs is something you would rather not do?
I'm sorry, Counselor, are you on 13, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, this what I was responding to is staff made a suggestion at one point, which I think they don't have anymore in serve rebuttal, but this was their direct case and my rebuttal. But at this point in the case, they were suggesting we should do some kind of analysis around other tenants. And as I was mentioning to the counsel from OPC, I just don't have the information. I'm not the owner, I don't have the contracts, and I don't know the cost environment for the city. So it's not possible for me to produce that kind of an analysis.
Thank you. Turning to page 30 of your rebuttal testimony, at line 10 is the probably the height of the dispute with staff on this, and that's whether or not these proposed projects are discretionary or mandatory. Could you describe why you believe that priority group 3 projects are not really discretionary in terms of being required to be done?
Yeah, what we're mean here is, and we'll use a couple examples that were in the testimony. Could I delay paving a parking lot from 1 year to the next? I can do that. I really shouldn't probably do that for 3 years. Could I delay a roof replacement again for a year? I can do that. Again, doesn't make sense to do that for 3 years. So I understand what staff was trying to do. I think they were trying to balance, all the MYP investments, impact to customers and the system. But I just don't think picking those particular projects make a lot of sense to me. If you were going to go down that path, I would recommend what the commission did in the first MYP, which you authorized. Hey, you didn't allow us to have all the capital investments we originally filed for, but you left us the role of figuring out what that new portfolio of work would be, because we really are in the best position to decide what's that next marginal investment we need to make with the finite dollars that we have.
So you anticipate my next question.
Good, I'm trying to help, time-wise. So,
Thank you. Staff will have no further questions on this.
So, questions from the commissioners. Commissioner. Oh, wait a minute, redirect. I forgot.
Just a couple.
Yeah,
Just a couple.
my mistake.
Mr. Vahos, when you're talking with Council for OPC about the amended, or 2023 amended conduit agreement with the city, they asked whether or not there was any language in it, some kind of force majeure or other clause that would basically nullify the contract if the PSC didn't approve it. Was there language like that in the 2016 settlement agreement?
Memory serves now.
In general, does BGE include provisions like that in any of its contracts
No,
with
we do
vendors?
not.
Okay. You also talked in response to, well, actually, I think there was a question from council about, BG having a perpetual right to access the city conduit system. Does BGE have a choice about whether it puts its assets in the conduit system?
No, we do not. Baltimore City ordered BGE to go underground into the conduit system.
Last question. Moving to the CAPT, which is going to be my new favorite acronym. Mr. Vahos, did OPC or any of the other parties file any testimony challenging what you said in your direct testimony about the CAPT?
No, they did not.
That's it, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
Commissioner Richard.
I'll try to be really quick here, but I did thank you for being here so late
You are.
and for,
Appreciate it.
I think, very good testimony. Just a couple of areas I'm interested in, and in particular, you didn't touch directly on them, but you talked a little bit about the I think you called it the GREA. I'm big. One of my responsibilities here is I've been representing the commission at OPSI, the Organization of PJM States, and transparency at PJM is something of great importance to the states, and I think there have been a lot of concerns even within Maryland about whether we're being well served right now by PJM. You do know that there was legislation probably that did pass the House of Delegates, calling for greater transparency, particularly transparency from companies that are members, Maryland companies that are members of PJM, to be open about the positions and the votes that are being taken. Can I ask, are there BGE employees, directly employees that represent the company's positions at PJM?
Are there BGE employees representing? I actually don't know the answer. I know there's Exelon employees for sure.
Right.
I'm just not sure if they're specifically BGE employees.
Okay. It's my understanding BGE does have a vote, and
we definitely have a vote. I
Okay.
just don't know if we're physically in the room or whether someone from Exelon is representing all the companies from a PJM perspective. It's a level of detail I don't know. I can say that our vice president of transmission and substations is is absolutely involved with the Exelon team. And I can say that Derek Dickens, who you got to meet at the beginning of these hearings as Chief Operating Officer, is also well-versed on these PJM issues. I just can't say who's literally in the room or not.
Okay, and I don't want to belabor this. Maybe witness case can also address this issue. But I guess I just want to hear from the company if this legislation does get signed into law. I mean, it made it through the House of Delegates last time. Will BGE, provide the information, and will it also call on Exelon to likewise provide the information that's being requested about positions being taken at PJM and votes that are taken? Not just the votes that are recorded, but the votes that are taken throughout the PJM stakeholder process.
Gotcha. I haven't studied the bill or seen the bill, Your Honor, but I can say without hesitation, if there's a new law that requires us to disclose information, then we will follow the law.
Okay, and you will, and that your parent company will also, Exelon, provide that information?
No hesitation.
Okay, and I'd be interested just to know if you could provide this information. Are the current employees at BG, if there are any, are those below the line, above the line? Are they paid for basically by shareholders or ratepayers? If I can, I'd be interested to know that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Which employees are we?
I'm sorry, BGE employees at PJM that represent the company at PJM.
Oh, so employees that represent the company at PJM. To my understanding, those are all above the line operating expenses, Your Honor.
Oh, so they are at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any being below the line.
Okay, and that would stay. Well, okay. You have made a commitment that you think the company would abide by the position. Okay. The other, I was glad you brought up a discussion about billing systems. I often have heard from, there's so many state policies and state objectives, initiatives that rely on advanced and economic billing systems at our utilities. And I've heard complaints from advocates for time of use rates, dynamic rates, community solar, net metering, obviously the consolidated supplier billing. I was glad to hear that it sounds like the company is taking into consideration how they can, I guess, make sure that you have up-to-date systems that can accommodate. Is there a commitment to work with these organizations to provide more certainty and about what costs are when these entities are trying to these stakeholders are trying to advance these various state initiatives, these it's late. I don't know what I'm trying to say. But
No, I think I
they're trying
understand.
to, because again, I just hear a lot of frustration that the company often uses, the mystery of the billing systems to be an obstacle, and they find it frustrating to not be able to get that transparency, the true understanding of what the costs are as we're trying to move forward with, like, again, net metering or community solar, consolidated billing, that type of thing.
Yeah, I definitely don't want us to use the billing system as some kind of excuse to not try to answer questions for customers. And I don't think that's what we do. Now, could we maybe be more clear about the complexities of some of those solutions and how hard it is to give a reasonable estimate until you have a very detailed scope of work? I think that's fair. I mentioned earlier just how complex these systems are. Even the supplier consolidated billing solution, which a lot of people would say, that doesn't sound so hard. You bill today, right? We're spending thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours to build functionality. So until we have sufficient details from any party who wants to understand what something might cost, we can give you a number, but the quality of that number will be suspect. So I think that's probably a little bit of the reluctance you hear, is that I don't want to be kind of that bait and switch kind of person. You ask for something and I say it's only going to cost $1, and then when we figure it all out in reality, it's $10. Like, that's also kind of a bad place to lead customers. We want to be very cautious about having a quality estimate, and unfortunately, because the system is so complicated, it's not easy to do that without a very defined scope.
Okay. Well, again, I would, ask the company, because of, again, the frustration I'm hearing from a lot of entities that have to work with the utilities on these programs, that this is often used as just, again, kind of an obstacle. And there's also, complaints that, are we really prepared to have the types of, what it's called, competitive billing and metering services, which is something since 2000 that the statute required us to enable. So again, I'll stop there because it's late.
I mean,
and I'm
no, that's great. On that last topic,
Yeah.
nothing's really been done to your
No.
point for the last 23 years. So no, there's literally nothing in our environments that is set up to handle something like competitive metering. That would be a whole nother scope of work and additional changes that we would have to make.
And there are companies out there that would like to get into that space, and we've heard from them. And again, I'm not here to promote
Yep,
them,
yep,
but
understood.
again, it is part of our statute now, and it could be a solution that some of these other groups I'm talking about, those interested in time of use rates and community solar, they might be able to benefit. The company might be able to benefit from some of these services. So.
Yeah, I think Your Honor, and I think all of you know, like we're happy to be innovative. We're happy to try new things, right? We did the EV pilots with this commission. We're doing the storage pilot. So we're interested in finding new and innovative ways to meet our customers where they're going and provide the service that they deserve.
Okay, thank you, and I'll stop there. Thanks.
Commissioner Barve.
If this takes more than 20 seconds, I'll withdraw my question. But I haven't gone to rate school, but I know GAP, and the distinct impression I get from hearing your interaction, your company's interaction with the OPC, is that your treatment of expensing versus capitalization is pretty much the same as GAP. Is that
That's correct.
fair to say?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So, turning to the 2016 settlement agreement, if you look at pages 2 and 3, there's a list of all of the agreements between BG&E and the city going all the way back to 1903.
1903. Yep.
So, if you know, I mean, were the main terms of these agreements the payment made by BG&E to the city?
I'm sure it was one of the terms, Your Honor, but I can't speak for what other main things might have been in these agreements.
But would have been like the primary term would have been the payment.
If I had to guess,
Okay.
yes. I would.
But you don't know, I mean, even like back to the one in 2014, you don't have any knowledge about that one.
The 2014?
The last one, so,
Uh,
where it says extension agreement regarding city October 8th, 2014 between city.
Yeah, that was mostly just price. That is
Okay,
correct.
all right, okay. So regarding the new agreement, the 2023 agreement, my understanding is that the prime mover for the city was the mayor. And that there was some controversy within the city government over the agreement and the benefits, I guess, to the city from the agreement. Given the fact that there's a city election next year, if there's a new mayor, does the city have the ability to get out of this agreement before 2026?
No.
Okay, so they're bound. So even if there's a change in leadership, this agreement will stand even if the city
That is
decides
correct.
they don't like it.
Which is one of the reasons we, tried to get this deal all the way through 26 or even 29 for stability.
Okay, good enough. Thank you. So with that, we're going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 7:15 and hopefully wrap up for the company. Okay, back on the record. Mr. Ralph?
Thank you. Good evening. Company calls Mark Case.
I do.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Case. Could you please state your name, position, and company address for the record?
Yes, my name is Mark D. Case. I am the Vice President of Energy Policy and Strategy for BGE. My address is 110 West Fayette Street, Baltimore, Maryland, 21201.
Thank you. Mr. Case, do you have before you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Mark D. Case, in this case dated February 17th, 2023, consisting of 71 pages and 5 attachments?
6 exhibits.
Well, so I believe there was an additional attachment, the 6th attachment that you just referred to, for your direct testimony that was inadvertently not included with the filing on the 17th. So
Okay.
the five attachments on the 17th along with your direct testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the 6th attachment that you referred to, that was inadvertently not included with your direct testimony, but later filed in this case on April 11th, 2023. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Now, Mr. Case, do you, in your direct testimony, discuss BG's electrification plan that the commission ordered be removed from from the case?
I do. I was the lead sponsor of that plan.
Okay. Can you identify for the commission where in your direct testimony you discuss BG's electrification plan?
I can. There are 5 areas to note. The first is in the opening list of issues and major conclusions. The 4th bullet deals with building electrification. And then at page 3, line 16, continuing through page 4, line 2. Am I going too fast? Page 49, line 13, through page 50, line 2. Page 51, line 4, through page 64, line 20. And then exhibit MDC 5 itself.
Okay. Chair Hoover, I'd like to mark Mr. Case's direct testimony without the sections of his testimony that he just identified as Exhibit 45A for identification purposes.
So marked.
And Attachment 6 that was later filed with the Commission as Exhibit 45B for identification purposes.
So marked.
Mr. Case, do you also have before you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Mark D. Case, consisting of 116 pages dated July 31, 2023, consisting of 3 attachments, 2 public and 1 confidential attachment?
Yes.
Mr. Case, do you also discuss BG's electrification plan that the Commission removed from this case in your rebuttal testimony?
I do.
Can you identify for the record where in your rebuttal testimony you discuss BG's electrification plan?
Yes, 4 areas, beginning on page little I, the list of issues and major conclusions at the beginning of my testimony. The 4th bullet deals with building electrification. And then on page 1, at lines 24 through 27, at page 14, line 9, continuing through page 40, line 14, and finally page 43, line 3, continuing through page 46, line 22.
Thank you. Chair Hoover, I'd like to mark for identification purposes Mr. Case's rebuttal testimony without the sections of his testimony that he just identified that include the electrification plan, including the public attachments as BGE Exhibit 46A.
46A?
46A.
So marked.
And the confidential attachment as BG Exhibit 46B.
So marked.
Thank you. Mr. Case, were your testimonies prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review your testimonies and exhibits?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or revisions to any of them?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that were asked in connection with your sworn, prepared, written testimony, would your responses be the same?
They would.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully move Company Exhibits 45A, 45B, 46A, and 46B into evidence, into the evidentiary record.
Seeing no objections, so admitted.
Mr. Case is now available for examination.
Walmart. Sierra Club.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a question.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Case.
Good evening.
My name is Susan Stevens Miller, and I'm representing Sierra Club in this proceeding. I was going to start off with some questions on the PIMs, in particular the GHG emissions reductions PIM.
Okay.
When you were developing the GHG reduction PIM, which is my understanding includes actually 3, I'll call them sub-programs for want of a better word, tree planting, fleet electrification, and rooftop solar on BGE facilities, did you have any discussions with people outside of Exelon and BGE to get their input or discuss with them what you were planning to do with these 3?
I would say generally yes. So I'm primarily relying on the conversations that went on for months and months within the working group that was assigned by the commission to work on PIMs and develop recommendations. And there were lots of discussions that focused on the types of PIMs that a utility might propose, and specifically GHG reductions were among those that I would say many parties thought might make sense for a utility.
Okay. But taking it down one further, did you actually discuss tree planting within that group or with anyone else outside of BG or Exelon?
During the working group, those type of programs were discussed: tree planting, EVs, rooftop solar, anything that the utilities could do to help drive GHG reductions, and not only for our own operations, but in support of customer GHG emissions.
Am I correct that all the proposed PIMs, including the GHG reduction PIMs, would end in 2026? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. It's my recollection, and there's thousands of pages of testimony, so I may be wrong, that no BG expert witness in any of his or her testimony provided BG's total electric and gas systems operation GHG emissions. Is that correct?
It's possible that that's correct. I don't recall anyone citing it. I happen to know BG's numbers because we went forward with a very public Path to Clean initiative about 2 years ago. Public announcements about that and the various measures and the commitments that we were making to reduce our operational GHG. So I would say that probably did include the company's baseline number starting in 2015 and the commitments for 2030 and 2050.
But that's not in this case, is that correct?
I don't recall seeing it anywhere in the case. It's possible it was in a discovery request. I don't know.
Now I'd like to focus on the tree planting, Pim.
Okay.
Could you turn to your direct testimony at page 24, lines 1 to 2?
Yes.
Okay. There, you state that all trees that will be planted will be saplings native to Maryland. Is that correct?
Yes.
But if you turn to page 27 of your direct, in lines 7 through 8, you say that you'll seek opportunities to plant native species. Does that mean that you may end up planting trees other than native species?
No, I don't believe so. I think our intention is to plant native species.
Okay. Okay, if we go back to page 24, in lines 7 through 13, you describe the carbon dioxide reduction assumption metric that was used, and according to you, it reflects an annual carbon dioxide absorption rate of 48 pounds of carbon dioxide per tree. Is that a correct statement of that?
Yes.
Okay. And in support of BG's, and it's my understanding, I apologize, let me start. It's my understanding that Brattle also used this 48-pound metric when it was developing the benefit cost analysis. Is that
I think that's correct.
Okay. So, in support of this formula, you cite in footnote 11 an EPA document. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you have that document with you?
No.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to provide a document to the witness and have it labeled Sierra Club Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Mr. Case, is this the document you cited in footnote 11?
I believe it is.
Okay. Can I ask you to please refer to page 6 of the document?
Okay.
In the paragraph just under where it says figure 2, it states a mature tree can absorb up to 48 pounds of carbon dioxide a year. Do you see that?
I do.
But BG isn't planting any mature trees, is that correct?
Correct.
So, and it also goes on to state in the very next sentence, in fact, large trees at maturity can store approximately 1,000 times more carbon dioxide than saplings. Is that correct?
I do see that, yes.
Would you accept, subject to check, that a tree can take 10 to 40 years to mature?
From personal experience, I would accept that. So what this would say to me is that the 48 pounds of CO2 would be at maturity what the trees would be capable of sequestering.
That's correct. And so if you look on page 26 of your testimony, in table 5, you actually use an absorbent absorption rate of 48 pounds when there's no way that any trees that would be planted in 2024, 2025, or 2026 could actually absorb 48 pounds of carbon dioxide. Can you explain why you chose that number rather than a number that would be the saplings for those years?
Not offhand, I can't, to be honest with you.
And wouldn't that also make Brattle's BCA ratio of 0.92 be off by some amount because it assumed a 48 pound rather than a lower amount?
You know, it could. Honestly, I have not looked into this specifically until this moment that you've raised it, so I didn't really have a chance to kind of think about, well, how do we get to the 48 and how did Brattle factor that into their calculations? So, to be honest with you, I need the benefit of taking a deeper look at that.
So let's go to the fleet electrification program.
Okay.
If you could turn to your direct testimony at 29. Lines 3 through 5.
Okay.
Under this program, BG will replace ICE or combustion engine vehicles with either electric vehicles or plug-in hybrid vehicles. Is that correct?
It is.
And the types of vehicles that BG envisions of replacing are light-duty vehicles such as sedans, light-duty trucks, those type of things. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay, now looking at Table 6 on page 30, can you explain why BG chose to purchase both EVs and plug-in rather than just all EVs?
Give me a moment.
Sure.
I'm speculating a little bit. I suspect it's based on the cost effectiveness and the availability of the specific vehicles that are candidates for replacement. But quite honestly, without doing more consultation with our fleet team, I couldn't say more specifically.
Also on page 30, at lines 15 and 16, you state that absent this electrification program, all aging ICE vehicles would be replaced with newer vehicles of the same type. That implies that absent this program, BG will not be purchasing any electric or plug-in vehicles to replace its ICE vehicles. Is that correct?
Well, we've set a goal over time to work towards a higher and higher percentage of our vehicles being electrified, and that's an Exelon-wide commitment. So what we're proposing here is to accelerate the pace of adoption of electric vehicles. So it's not that zero vehicles, and I think we identify in here what was already in the baseline level to be electric vehicles, but with the proposal, we would accelerate that pace.
So it's essentially incorrect, the statement that all aging ICE vehicles would be replaced with newer ICE vehicles.
There would be some level of vehicles, and I think we identify on table 6 the levels that were in the, excuse me, that's not the accelerated, that is the accelerated level. Somewhere in the calculations, we have our baseline level of vehicles to be electrified.
When you were crafting the fleet electrification program, did you take into account the Advanced Clean Cars rule and the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule that requires manufacturers each year to manufacture an increasing level of electric vehicles and for sale in the Maryland market?
Aware of that rule, I would say, yes.
And at page 33, lines 5 through 7, where you discuss the disbenefits, which is an interesting word, you state that in the generating capacity cost section,
Yes.
you state that BG estimated the additional demand that is added to the system peak and apply the generation capacity costs. Why does this assume that vehicles are going to be recharged at peak?
I don't know that it assumes that every vehicle's charging will be at peak. I would expect a diversity factor in the charging to occur. Not all of our vehicles will charge at the exact same moment.
Can I ask you now to refer to company exhibit MDC-4 for the program cost for rooftop solar?
Okay. I'm there.
Okay. In line D, it has the total program costs for each year. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And by my math, which you can definitely and probably should check, it's $23,625,000.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct? Do you have the Brattle study with you?
I do.
Can I ask you to turn to page 22 of the Brattle study?
Certainly.
Actually, it would be 23.
Okay.
No, 22. Oh, sorry. Okay, this is the rooftop solar BCA summary prepared by Brattle. In this summary, they assume program costs of $23.6 million rather than the $23.6 million that the
Okay, so just to make sure I'm following where you are, are you on page 22, the chart?
chart
For
on page
rooftop
22.
solar
Figure
BCA.
the figure 8, yes.
Okay. Yep, I see that.
Do you know why they only assume 20.8.6? I can't see that number. For program costs rather than the 23.625 that you stated as the program cost for the rooftop solar program?
Not specifically, I don't. I'm reading the text above it. No, I do not know.
Now, the reason that is an important issue, and if you agree, is because if you raise the program cost to the 23.6 million, it exceeds the total benefits. Is that correct?
If you were to do that, it would exceed the benefits as depicted on this chart, yes.
With regard to the rooftop solar program, my understanding is these are going to be rooftop solar facilities that are going to be placed on buildings owned by BG. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think rooftop solar, in some cases, it could be ground-based solar, it could be canopy-based solar, such as we have at our Spring Gardens facility. So it's meant to be inclusive of several types.
Okay. Do you know if 100% of the power that's generated by those facilities is going to be for BG's own use?
I think the majority will be for BG's use. I think there could be months or hours or days where the consumption at our facilities is less than the output, so that effectively it would be net metered.
And who would receive the financial benefit of that net metering?
Well, I guess, net metering really, if you look at it, it has benefits, broadly, right? So customers as a whole are getting the benefit of clean energy. Net metering provides for either compensation if you're cashed out or carry forward of your excess generation to a future month where the situation reverses. So it depends a little bit on the situation.
Okay. Next, I'd like to talk to you about gas extensions, which I believe starts at page 105 of your rebuttal testimony.
Okay. All right, I'm there.
Okay. Now, for the gas mains, which are covered by 8.2, I believe, A of the gas service tariff, the BG uses an economic test to determine if the new customer needs to make a contribution in aid of construction toward getting the main. Is that correct?
My belief it's the main and service.
Main is okay. I was just going to talk about them separately.
Oh, okay.
Now, the economic tests you use for the mains are as if the project is estimated to generate more revenues than the estimated costs, that there's no extension charge for the new customer. Is that correct?
That's right. And if the projected revenues don't exceed the expected costs, whatever that differential is, has to be paid for upfront as a contribution in aid of construction for the new customer.
And when you're determining, when you're using this economic test, you use a 30-year timeline. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Is the 30-year timeline actually in the tariff?
I don't know if it's in the tariff. I think it is the standard in Maryland that is used by gas companies, and that's been reviewed by the commission before, but I don't actually know if it's found in the tariff.
Okay. And when you're making the estimate, the economic test estimate, you just use the load that's provided to you by the customer, correct? You don't check that or
I think we do
confirm it?
check that, yes, to look at it for its, is it a realistic load?
And so is it your understanding that the contribution is always required when they don't meet, when a customer doesn't meet the economic test?
I'm not aware of a situation where there wouldn't be a contribution under that circumstance.
Now to talk about the service line. When a new customer does not require a main line extension and just requires a service line, they pay $0 for the first 150 feet. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And so currently, my understanding is that BGE charges $20.73 per foot. Is that
For
correct?
excess footage above the 150?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that is a financial benefit to the new customer of $3,109.50. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't say that's correct.
Why not? That's just up to 3,000 because 150 times 20.73.
That math might be correct, but I don't think the sort of the way you're using it is correct, that it's a benefit to the customer. So there could be different ways that customers pay for service, right? If you required a customer to pay for their full service up front, and then on top of that you charge them a monthly fee, the same as every existing customer, well, then you'd be significantly over recovering your costs, right? So the purpose of that 150-foot allowance is that it means that a customer whose service is within that length, up to 150 feet, that the projected revenues from that customer are going to cover the costs, that initial upfront cost that BGE bore to install the service. They're going to pay that over the life of the project.
So, but that formula actually only works if the main or the service line is actually used for the 30 years. Anything less than that, and the company and the customer base would ultimately receive less than the expected revenues that were supposed to cover the cost. Is that correct?
You know, I'm certain you could find a customer that was hooked up and 5 years later they went out of business and they stopped paying for that service. But what we actually see is the exact opposite of the situation that you're describing, right? Because we're dealing with averages, right? So in total, what we're seeing is that the revenues coming in from new business are significantly in excess of the cost of serving that new business. And we calculated those numbers in 2019 and 2020 as about, and it's been pretty steady over the years, at about a $25 million per year excess revenues coming in from new customers that helps to hold down gas rates to existing customers. So could there be a single customer that what you're saying is true? Yes, there could. But the average is that, in fact, the customer revenues coming in from new business are benefiting existing customers, not the opposite.
But given the state's policy of electrification, doesn't it seem more likely going forward that the service line and the mains may not, in a number of instances, be used for the 30 years? That was part of the formula?
Well, I hope not. And I know we're going to spend some time on that later on. And I say I hope not, with sort of full commitment and support to achieving the state's climate goals, but to do so at the lowest possible cost. And I think our conclusions, and I would hope that the conclusion of many that had looked at the work that was done for the Maryland Climate Commission would realize that there is a value to gas being part of our future energy solution. But regardless of how I might feel about that or you might feel about that, the state will at some point in time make a decision on that. And if it's appropriate to adjust the period of time for that economic analysis, we'd be supportive of that. We've suggested that rather than sort of addressing it one-off with BGE and then again with Washington Gas and another utility, we could have a generic proceeding on that. But I suspect we're going to have much more clarity in the next 9 to 12 months.
And the final question I have for you is actually Ms. White's fault, because she said I should ask you.
Okay.
So,
She owes me a lunch.
so Ms. White in her testimony stated that BG's plans, either the replacement plans, the climate plans, and other things that BG has put forth in this case, may need to adjust as Maryland continues to evaluate and select its pathway to meet its GHG, to meet the state's GHG abatement goals. My question to her, which she said to ask you, was, when you've mentioned yourself that there's going to be within the next 6 to 9 months MDE's plan coming out, a number of things. When does BG envision this adjustment occurring? Do you envision that if MDE's plan comes out and it essentially requires the commission to take steps or makes the commission feel it needs to take steps sooner than when your 3-year plan is complete, do you envision reopening the multi-year plan in order to make the adjustments called for by decisions by state agencies and things like that?
Yeah, I've been watching the hearings intently over the last 4 or 5 days that we've been going since the middle of last week, and I know there's been a lot of discussion from commissioners and the chair concerning that topic. And so I think a lot depends on what plan Maryland adopts, right? So if Maryland adopts a plan that's generally consistent with the least cost plan found before the Maryland Climate Commission, which was a hybrid heating solution, and if they adopt a plan that was clearly found to be the lowest cost in the modeling that E3 did for BGE specific to our territory, where it showed a $15 billion cost savings to our customers, still hitting the very aggressive, ambitious goals of the CSNA law, right, which is a prerequisite, then gas would have a future. It's not the same future. It's a very different role. Gas moves from being a primary heating source, which it is for many homes. If I don't have gas available in my house, I heat with propane, and then a heat pump on the second level. But my point is that it really depends what pathway Maryland picks. If Maryland picks a pathway that is in any way similar to the hybrid heating model that's been studied by E3, both for the state and for BGE, that calls for the continuation of gas in a really important role, not the primary heating source, but as the backup heating source, and really critical in managing the growth in electric peak demand to a level that's realistic, that's achievable. So would we have to modify our gas plans? I think it depends a lot on what pathway Maryland adopts. If it adopts a pathway that's the same as or generally consistent with a hybrid heating solution, that's what our MYP plan is based on. So it wouldn't necessarily require a change. Let's say Maryland goes the other way, though. Let's suppose they say we're going to eliminate all fossil fuels in Maryland by 2035. Then I think it absolutely would require changes in our plan.
Okay. That's all the question I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Case.
Alrighty, Amtrak. Montgomery County, Supplier Coalition, Prince George's County, IBEW.
Good evening, Mr. Case.
Good evening.
My name is Nicholas Enoch. I'm the attorney for Local 410 for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. I've jettisoned a number of my questions so that we can get home, but I do have some for you.
Okay.
First of all, circling back to the tree planting program, according to the battle group on page 8 of its report, it has the passes cost effectiveness test at 0.92. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, let me catch up with you.
It's page 8.
Page 8. It's not showing on my page 8, but that sounds right, the 0.92.
Okay. It's of the report. It's in Roman numeral 8.
Mine doesn't have Roman numerals on.
Okay. Subject to check. Will you take my word for it that it comes out to a 0.92?
Yeah, I think that's probably what my testimony says.
Okay. And that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that means that there is not, it's a net negative from the standpoint of ratepayers as far as the effectiveness of that program?
Well, let's turn to my testimony where I talk about this.
It's page 23.
Thank you. Yeah, as a general matter, and I can try to get more specific to the tree planting, we did a cost-benefit calculation in concert with Brattle, and they identified sort of a baseline level of costs relative to benefits, and the number you cited, the 0.92, is what that produced for the tree planting. And then they talked about a sensitivity analysis and some modifications to those baseline assumptions that could easily occur that could produce additional economic benefits. And then they also talked about non-economic or qualitative benefits, with the conclusion that when you consider all those factors, both the baseline calculation, the sensitivities, and the reasonable chance that benefits could be higher than that, and then finally the qualitative benefits, that we believed all of our programs, including the tree planting, are beneficial to Maryland, beneficial to our customers.
Do you believe that they're net beneficial to?
Net beneficial, yes.
Okay, and well, let's make sure that we're clear about who's benefiting to. Is it the ratepayers, or is it Marylanders in general, or the planet Earth? Who is benefiting?
We're
from this?
focused on BGE's customers. Yes, that's our calculus for our customers' benefit.
Okay,
but there can be broader benefits statewide, because obviously, clean air doesn't just stay in a narrow little cylinder.
I'll give you a comparison. Personally, my utility has a shade tree program, and I went and they gave me 2 trees and they showed me where to plant them in relation to my house. And this is not a shade tree program that BGE is operating here, correct?
No, this is more of a scale-based tree planting program to increase the amount of CO2 that can be sequestered.
So, by contrast, my utilities program, assuming that I place it correctly and it shades my house, that has a direct effect on load, correct? In theory, it's going to shade the house and lower the electric demand.
Yes, it would seem like it could.
And there's system benefits associated with that, correct?
Lower peak load has a very significant benefit.
Where does BG plan to plant all these trees?
Well, we've got plans lined up for 2024, and then less definitive for 2025 and 2026. And in fact, we have a partnership with DNR for 2024, where they have the available land and they have a commitment for, I think, 5 million trees to be planted. So they see it as a favorable way to work towards that goal. And then, but that only covers the first year. So then we assumed higher cost to do so in 25 and 26.
I think you might have answered when you plan to do it. I said, where do they plant? Where physically are these trees going to be planted?
I don't know exactly if it's, I want to say it's in Carroll County, but I'm not certain about that.
Okay, let's move on to that.
They have land set aside for it.
Okay, can you turn to page 59 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
This is the portion dealing with the Workforce Development Initiative, correct?
Yes, it is.
Now, at line 22, you testified that past similar workforce development efforts have shown that expenditures range from roughly $7,500 to $15,000 per training participant.
Oh, is this in the struck portion of my testimony? I think it is.
Yes, it is. Actually, it is, yeah.
So we've withdrawn that workforce development plan. That was a subcomponent of building electrification.
The, is the Infrastructure Academy program also been struck? Or is that?
No, the Infrastructure Academy was not related to building electrification proposals.
May I approach the witness?
All right.
Bench.
I was going to say, am I supposed to see this? Thank you.
So, Mr. Case, what I've placed before you, I believe will be marked as IBW3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is two data requests that I'm going to ask about that are just part of one exhibit. And you're the sponsor for the response for both of them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in the first data request, my client asks, of the 150 people that have completed the Infrastructure Academy since its inception in September of 2019, of those, how many are current full-time BG employees? And your answer is 2, correct?
Correct.
Now, what is the cost per participant in the Infrastructure Academy?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if it would be similar to the testimony that was struck?
I wouldn't think so, but I'd be guessing. I don't know what it is.
Okay, is it $10,000 per participant?
Again, I don't know.
Objection.
Okay. Who would know how much it cost?
Miss Kristen Booker, who leads our program at BGE.
And she's not been called to testify in this
No, she
proceeding,
has not.
correct? Okay. So, in any event, if this program has been going on since September of 2019, and so far 150 people have gone through it, and it's turned into 2 BG employees, do you think that that's a successful program, or has that been a total failure, or something in between?
No, I think we're very proud of the program and think it's been quite successful. So the metric I think you're judging it by is one metric. How many of the people that went through the academy ended up hired as full-time BGE employees? That wasn't necessarily the goal of the program. The second data request in this package that you've given me shows of the 150, 88 as contractors, 29 in industry related, and 20 outside of the industry. So I think it benefits our customers in a different way by bringing more qualified labor into contractor roles that support our business. And you might ask the question, well, why aren't more of those employees at BGE? And the answer is it's our academic minimum qualifications are different than the vast majority of our contractors. We require a more rigorous educational background than I would say many of the candidates that come into the Infrastructure Academy, and certainly different than the contractors that we work with in some cases.
Well, moving to the second request, which is IBWDR 03-05 that you talked about. So 88 of these graduates end up with BGE contractors, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but why do the ratepayers of BGE have to pay to train people to go to work for contractors of BGE?
Yeah, and Mr. Vajos, I think you were asking him similar questions, and my answer to that is we believe it benefits our service territory, it benefits our customers, there's an economic development aspect to it. You know, we talk about I attached as one of the exhibits to my study the examination by Towson about the overall economic benefits and the spillover effects, if you will, of the workforce that benefits from the various programs that we have. So I think there's a broader economic benefit independent of how many of the graduates are BGE employees.
Well, whether there's an overall economic benefit to the community, is that really part of providing safe and reliable electric and gas service to the ratepayers of BGE?
You know, I suppose it depends how narrow a definition you want to use for that. We think being part of the engine for Central Maryland is an important role that we play to ensure we have vibrant infrastructure, to ensure we have a vibrant service territory, that our customers are doing well. And specifically in this case, the program is targeted to bring in or train qualified personnel that can perform contractor roles that are really essential to the work that we provide in Central Maryland.
But these contractors, the companies, they're presumably performing work for other entities aside from BGE, correct?
Yep, potentially in some cases that's true. It's not a 100% guarantee that every person that goes through the program is going to be a one-to-one benefit. So you have to look at it, I think, in the aggregate and say, is it performing as we expect it to, and we consider it an unqualified success.
Okay, so it's an unqualified success that the ratepayers are paying to train employees to go work for other entities beside BGE?
Objection.
I'll withdraw that question. The next column, so we have 88 for BGE contractors. What is 29 industry-related positions?
I don't know specifically how we define the industry-related positions, but it's within the energy industry, the utility industry. So I can't give anything more specific than that.
Would those be potentially persons going to work for other utilities that not BGE, but some neighboring utility?
It's possible that that's the case, and it's possible that we also have contractors coming in who went through another utilities workforce development program. So, yeah, both are possible.
And do you know what non-industry related positions mean?
I would say it's outside the energy and utility industry.
So would that be even under your broader definition of success, that would be that'd be a failure? I mean, they basically have washed out. They're not working for BGE, and they're not working even for the contractors.
Objection, argumentative. He asked and answered that question as well.
I think we've heard his answers as to why he thinks this provides benefits. So you may want to move on to a different topic.
Okay, last topic. The PIM reconciliation process. You provided a response to the locals witness on this topic, but am I correct that in addition to all the other issues involving the PIM, there is just almost like a rate case expense associated with BGE having to track it, report it, substantiate it if it's called into question, correct?
I think that's inherent to just about everything we do as a utility company. We're a highly regulated enterprise. We go through audits, we go through scrutiny, we go through 4,000 data requests. Yeah, everything we do, we have to be able to report it and track it and provide answers in the way that people need. And certainly reconciliations are a foundational element of being a utility company. I suspect we have more than 30 reconciliations a month.
And likewise, there's a cost associated, presumably with the commission staff reviewing these PIM reconciliations if they're approved. Would that be correct?
Yes.
And OPC likewise is going to incur expense in reviewing these PIM reconciliations, correct?
I would expect that's part and parcel of the regulatory compact and process.
And it's going to be a burden to one degree or another, even on the commission, to potentially review these PIM reconciliations.
Well, I wouldn't characterize it that way, because maybe we're not seeing the bigger picture of why are we even talking about PIMs, right? So the idea of seeing utility companies develop PIM proposals was one that came out of commission order as they first decided in 2020 that Maryland and Maryland utilities would have new options for regulatory processes going forward, which led to multi-year plans. And there was a phase 2 aspect of that focused on performance-based rate making or performance incentive mechanisms, if you will. And the feeling at that time was, I think, some enthusiasm for PIMs, that it could benefit parties. It could lead to accelerated progress in areas that were important to customers, important to state policy objectives, so that there would be benefits associated with PIMs. But like everything, is there an aspect of tracking and reviewing? Of course there is.
I have nothing else, but I'd like to move for the admission of IBW3.
Admitted.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting. I believe I failed to move for the admission of Sierra Club Exhibit 4 into the record.
Wait a minute. Actually, you did.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank
all
you.
right. Department of Defense, who I think is not here. Maryland Energy Administration.
Yes, I have some questions. Mr. Case, my name is Sandra McLemore. I'm Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the Maryland Energy Administration.
Good evening.
Good evening. And today I'd like to talk to you about the tree planting program.
Okay.
Hopefully I won't get into areas that have already been asked. And I'm going to be referencing your responses to a number of, well, actually 4 data requests, and they're not in order because the answers were all over. So I'm going to give a packet to everyone and then reference them as we go, if that's okay.
Okay.
You all right?
Mr. Case, could you turn to OPC DR 9-21? And just for reference, MEA, they're all together. Staff DR 4 is all together. OPC 9 is all together. And OPC DR 17 portions are all together.
Okay.
And if you need more time, or if I'm talking too fast, please just let me know.
Okay.
Council, you said.
There's a lot in here.
There is a lot.
Council, you said.
DR 0921.
921. Isn't it true, referring to OPCDR 921A and C, if you look, an A, OPC has asked if you've done an analysis identifying all possible greenhouse gas emission reduction projects and their associated cost per MTCO2e reduced. And isn't it true that the tree planting program, I'm sorry, I apologize. I've got the wrong one.
Here you go, just take
I'm
mine.
sorry, it's late, I apologize.
You just take mine. There you go, that's 21.
Looking at A and your response, isn't it true that the tree planting program is a new initiative for BGE and that you are unaware of any other utility that has included a tree program as a performance incentive?
Yes, that's what we say.
And referencing your response to D, is this not these are the past, this is in response to a question with regard to your past history with tree planting, is that correct?
I'll need a minute to read through it. Yep, we talk about different types of, let's call them non-scale tree planting programs.
Okay, and in the last paragraph there, you say in 2023, BG&E commenced a tree planting program funded by shareholders to assist with its Path to Clean efforts, and you planted 5,700 trees, correct?
Yes.
And I doubt it is the case because that's just happened, but have you done any work determining the mortality of those trees, the survivability of them?
I'm unaware of any evaluation of that at this point.
Okay. And now, referencing 922 D, this describes the partnership you have, actually the entire thing, 922 describes the partnership that you have with BG&E, is that not, with DNR, is that not correct?
Yeah, it seems to be the subject of the questions.
Okay. And was this partnership begun prior to the development of the tree planting program that you have as part of your PIMS, or not?
Well, I think it began with the shareholder-funded program, and it does say in here it's Carroll County, so Sykesville in Carroll County. So I knew we had an earlier event that was a shareholder program, and I think that led to the broader partnership that we have as the foundation of this proposal in the MYP.
Okay, so the DNR program came prior to or approximately?
Well, it's not the same as the PEM proposal, but our initial partnership, if you want to call it, with DNR, I think began with the shareholder program that's referenced with the 5,700 trees. That's my recollection.
Now turning to 17, at this time, Your Honor, may I have OPCDR 09-21 marked as MEA 3
Yes, so marked.
and MEA OPC 922 marked as MEA 4?
So marked.
Now, if you would turn to OPC 17-02. And this is the one I was referencing earlier by mistake. If you look at your response to A, isn't it true that BG&E has not done any analysis on how much the targets will contribute to the statewide greenhouse gas reduction targets? The targets of the tree planting program?
I need a minute to read through this a little closer.
Or any of the greenhouse gas emission reduction targets?
So this says we have not done a statewide analysis. I can just answer the question, right? The Maryland's goals are enormous, right? We've got something close to 70 million metric tons of CO2 annually produced in Maryland. I mean, it's as big as you can get, and BG's about half of that. Our service territory, we're somewhere in the, I think, 33, 34 million metric tons a year. So these pale in comparison to that, but at the same time, there's a Maryland goal to increase the number of trees, the 5 million level. The proposal that we made as part of a PIM works towards supporting that goals. We know that getting to absolute zero carbon is even more difficult than getting to net zero, right? We're counting on something like 7 or 8 million metric tons a year of natural sequestration, so the forest in Maryland is an important part of that. But if your question is sort of the scale of this program versus the scale of Maryland's overall CSNA goals, I concede it's a big difference.
Right, and I was just asking about the BG&E screen. When you screen the potential for the greenhouse gas emission reduction projects, if you screen potential projects, what criteria you use, but you responded no in the DR. So that's what I was asking. I might not have been clear, and I apologize for that. Also, based on response to 17-1, scratch that, I apologize. Now let's talk about the tree 17-04C. Now in this question, OPC is asking you about your testimony on page 27, in which you discuss the overarching theme of the tree planting program is to accelerate efforts to net zero greenhouse gas emissions, and you've just mentioned that as well.
Yes.
Then it asked you in C, what is the justification for having a utility provide tree planting services? Do you see that?
Are you on the data request?
Yes, 17-04.
17-04,
C.
Item C?
Yes.
Yes, I see it.
And it says right there that it's to help holistically address BG&E's legacy and current impacts on the environment resulting from its gas and electric utility operations, and take steps to more broadly conserve our natural resources. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And is this also the reason why you have done some of the tree planting programs in your past?
Yeah, I would say generally that's true. There might be specific projects where it was a compliance related reforestation effort. You know, if any of the work we did for substations or transmission or distribution required reforestation, we probably did tree planting in association with that. We do volunteer tree planting. I was on a volunteer event last year in the Gunpowder Reservoir, so we do it for that reason. And now we're proposing a scale-based program to work towards the state's GHG goals and to work towards the state's tree planting goal.
Right, and you also discussed the difference between your historic and the PIMS tree planting program, I believe, in response to OPC 9-27. If you could. And you note in there that it's the sheer size, I think you might have just said that, and the number of trees being planted, and the overall purpose, which is also, as you just said, this carbon sequestration. Is that not true?
It is true.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to have 17-4 and marked as MEA 5.
So marked.
And OPC 9-27 is MEA 6.
So marked.
Now, just briefly to talk, you were just asked a question about the location of where the trees are. And currently, as you noted, they're in Sykesville. That's the program currently, and I believe for the first year. Is that correct?
Yes, with some hope that we may extend the partnership beyond 2024.
And in response to just one second. I believe in response to staff 4-12. Could I have 1 second, Your Honor?
Sure.
In response to MEA 2-9, if you can look at that, the question is if you've identified lands and properties where tree planting can occur.
I'm sorry, I thought you were on staff 412. MEA,
Keep it there too, because you referenced 4-12F
okay.
of and that's the Sykesville.
Okay, so I've got 412 and question F. Where will the trees set forth in tables 4 and 5 be planted? Okay. And then you want to refer me to MEA
2-9 asks you the questions, and in response to it, you refer back to 4-12 staff, and you also refer back to 1702 of OPC.
Okay.
It says in what type of land area?
Is the one that we say there's 65 acres identified at the Springfield Hospital Center in Sykesville to plant the trees for 24, and we haven't identified the specific areas for 25 or 26 yet.
Right. But you have not, and then in response to 1702, you also say has not limited the types of land use areas to be used for planting trees under this program. Do you see that there?
1702?
Yes.
That's the third one to look at. Is that, who was that? That was MEA or?
OPC 1702.
1702.
I'm sorry. It's late at night and there's a lot of these. I apologize. I'm not more clear.
Okay, so what part of 1702 do you want to focus on?
Doesn't it say that you have not limited the types of land use areas to be used for planting trees under this program? Is that correct?
It does say that, yes.
And so would in Baltimore City, would that be an option as well?
I have no reason to think not. but
Would
I
it be
don't-
in urban areas as well?
I would hope so.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have marked, I believe. (1702) as MEA 5.
No, actually, we're up to 7.
Oh, we are?
All right.
So 702 as MEA 7, 17-1. No, I've already marked that.
17-2, you might be.
17-2 is MEA 7. 17-4 is MEA 8. And
Actually, 17-4, you already marked as 5.
okay. So I'm up to 5, correct?
No, you're actually up to 7.
And 9-27.
9-27 is 6. 17-2 is 7.
Okay, MEA 2-9 is 8.
So what was that number again?
No, is 9. I'm sorry, I'm
No.
so confused. MEA dash, Exhibit 9 is MEA 2-9. And 17-2, oh, is it? Okay, that's it. Now, if you turn to staff DR 4-12,
Okay.
could you please state what the budget is? I believe there you talk about the budget.
Yes, $500,000 per year for 3 years.
And if you look at OPCDR 9-24B, what are the target?
24B. Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah. I'm trying to get all these into evidence, Your Honor, and so apologize.
Yep, I see that.
Could you please describe the target number of trees to be planted for each year?
The first year is 17,000. Second year, 2025, 11,374, and then 11,096 in 2026.
Okay, and if the PSC does
Ju-
not...
Just a point for clarification, Counsel, if you're trying to lay a foundation to get these into evidence, if that's the purpose of these questions, then I'll, stipulate and get these into evidence. If you have specific questions that you're really just trying to draw out from them, then that's another thing.
All right, I appreciate that very much. Yes, if we could, if I could actually, I don't know if it would be easier, but if I could get them marked as MEA, as a together, as the responses to one document, one DR, is there any way we could do that?
All right, I don't think I follow what you're saying.
For example, MEA DR responses to DR 2, 8, 9, and 10 should be one exhibit. And OPC, this is how I was planning on doing it, and this morning I realized that you didn't want it this way, so I've been trying to figure out how to do it.
She just wants to take each of these and just make 4 exhibits.
I think she just wants these.
Yeah, okay, I see what
Yeah,
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying.
So,
So that I understand, you're trying to take a group of these exhibits and mark them as a group of these attachments and mark them as one exhibit, is that?
no, I think what she's suggesting is that she would take the data responses to, for the various questions, group them as an exhibit, and then move it in, as opposed to each individual question and response.
Right. If I
So-
can explain. So there were many different, a lot of the tree planting program is actually explained in the data responses. They're not all in the actual testimony. And they're in 4 data responses. MEA 2, the ones to MEA DR 2-8, 9, and 10, and then and responses to OPC DR 17, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
This seems way too, and it's too confusing for you. Can you just mark each different data response as another exhibit? There'll be a lot of them,
Okay.
but I think it's just much quicker.
Okay.
All right. So going,
Agreed with that.
Okay.
and I apologize, I'm sorry, I got mixed out this morning. So, at this point, could I mark MEA DR 2-8 through 2-10 is MEA Exhibit 10?
Well, actually,
Oh, that's
so,
3, right?
yeah, actually, you had 8 and 9 previously marked.
Yeah, they're probably gonna have to go through it.
So,
Can we, Can we scrap the exhibits that I've already had marked and just
Sure.
mark these, if I can just
All right.
start over? Is that okay? Is that okay
All
with
right,
everybody?
so we'll have to go back all the way to MEA Exhibit 5. So we're going to
Actually,
restart.
MEA Exhibit 3.
Oh, yeah, 3. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, we have to go all the way back to 3. All right,
You're
so.
going to ask me a bunch of questions?
No, I'm just.
No, no,
You're-
you actually get a
Thankfully,
break from this.
She's gonna start over.
I'm starting over. Your
So-
attorney gave me an
So just
opportunity.
one thing, point
Sure.
of clarification. Does that confuse the record because she referred to these exhibits as other things while she was questioning the witness?
That is
so
going to
it
be,
may
that
confuse
might be a
the-
problem,
the
yeah.
record.
Okay.
I think it might be all right because each time she also referred to the data requests.
But
a
she's
specific
still
data.
going to refer to an exhibit
In,
number. I think
yeah,
it's
in the
gonna be-
record. So, by my count, number,
She could start over.
well, I mean,
I wanted to. Let me start over.
so,
But
Sure.
Mr. Chair, but I think what council is trying to do is just get them into the
Right.
record, as opposed
We
to
understand.
ask
Yeah,
specific
yeah,
questions from
yeah.
them. So if she just wants to, whatever exhibits are not marked, as Commissioner Suchman suggested, and just mark those and then get them into evidence, because I don't believe she's necessarily asking substantive questions.
no, right.
Can you just take the rest that haven't been marked and just mark it as a single exhibit, since you're not going to be asking any more questions on it?
That would be wonderful, and I apologize. I just,
Okay.
this
No, that's
morning,
fine.
I
Okay. All right.
had a way of doing it, and it was
So-
tangled.
Okay, so, what's left to be marked?
Okay.
This would be 10, I guess, so.
Two. MEA DR 2-10 is exhibit 10? No, is it exhibit 11? Is that not correct?
All right.
And DR, staff DR 4-7 through 8, 7, 8, and 9 as MEA 12.
That's staff's data response is 4 dash 7, 8, 9.
7, 8, and 9. Yes, is MEA 12?
12. Okay.
OPC 9-23, 24, 25, and 26.
Okay. No, it's already in. Yeah, yeah.
As
13.
MEA 13.
Yeah.
And one's in. And OPC 17-2 and OPC 17-3 as MEA 14.
Okay.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would like to move MEA 3 to 3 dash Exhibit 3 to Exhibit 14 into the record.
So admitted.
Okay. One thing I would like to ask you about tree survivability or mortality.
Yes.
Isn't it true that the actual mortality of the trees that are planted in 24 and 25, that they are not considered in the PIMS program, the tree planting program?
Well, in that little pause, I read through in more detail the Brattle assessment of how they calculated the benefits for carbon reduction, and they do assume a mortality rate by year, and they do also assume that when a sapling goes in, it doesn't reduce 48 pounds in the first year, that it gets there at maturity, and that it does a present value analysis of that, and they view it as a conservative estimate because they stop it at 2050 when they know most trees will last beyond that. So yes, I got it right in front of me now what the mortality survival rates are assumed to be each year.
But that's an assumption, is that not correct?
It's an assumption.
So is the actual mortality of the trees, is that considered in the PIMS at all?
No.
And
We explicitly are saying, like, let's not turn this into a huge science project, that let's go in with some reasonable assumptions, and if the parties want to disagree on what the right assumptions can be, if you don't like a 95% assumed mortality rate in the first year, you want it to be 90%, we're fine with that, but we're saying let's make the assumptions, and then let's hold to that, and that, whether 5% more trees live or don't live, that's not what the PIM is all about.
All right. Did if you would look at page 44 and 45 of the Brattle report,
Okay.
and this is where you're talking about the assumptions there. The year one of planting is 100% of saplings planted in year one survive. That's 100% correct?
Correct.
And then 2 is 95% of saplings planted in year 1 survive.
Yes.
And 3 is 90% of saplings, right?
Yes.
And then after year 4, there's 0 mortality rate assumed after year 4.
That's correct.
Is that until year 2045 or 2050?
I think it says 2050.
It's until 2050. And so based on the paragraph above there, it states that according to the USDA National Forest Service, mortality tends to stabilize after the 3rd or 4th year of planting at about 90% expected survivability rate. And then you have a footnote, 39, urban tree mortality, a literature review. Do you see that?
What footnote number is that?
It's the footnote, the 39.
39. Yes.
Okay, I am about Now, based on your response to data request, and I can find that if you want me to, the Brattle report is the only thing that you indicated for assumptions about tree survivability or mortality. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this right here, it looks as if the only thing that they considered was this report. Is that correct?
I couldn't say if that was the only thing they considered. I do see that it's cited, but there's also footnote 38 seems to
Okay.
deal with this. So it seems to me they might have assumed, looked at a number of things. Footnote 40 talks
Okay,
about.
I'm glad you asked. I have those.
I'm not sure I am, but
Just give me a minute. Let's do 38, and then we'll do 40.
we're willing to work with different assumptions. I can tell you that right up front.
Kind of, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, may I have the document titled Urban Tree Mortality and Literature Review marked as MEA
15.
15? And how and why trees die after planting as MEA 16?
So marked.
Could you please turn to actually the first page of the document entitled Urban Tree Mortality, there marked as MEA 15?
Okay.
If you look down, it says the success of these planting and maintenance efforts can be measured by tree survival, as survival is essential to achieve the intended ecosystem services, etc. Do you see that right there?
No, I'm sorry. I don't know where you're looking on this page one.
It's 167.
Yep.
On
Are you looking at the
left.
abstract, to the paragraph to the left?
Introduction.
Introduction? Okay.
Yeah. It notes that the success there. Do you see it, of these planting and maintenance efforts can be measured by tree survival? Do you see that?
Where is that,
So,
Counselor?
you
It's-
look in the introduction about 3/4 of the way down. So.
The success of these planting and maintenance efforts can be measured by tree survival, as survival is essential to achieve the intended ecosystem services associated with tree maturity.
And then on page 169, strike that, Your Honor. Okay, on 169, if you look at methods, if you go up about halfway there in that second paragraph, on the right-hand column,
Okay.
it says, knowing the survival rates for public and private trees planted by municipalities, nonprofits, homeowners, and other parties is crucial to not only justifying expenditures on tree planting, but also estimating the benefits of these trees will provide to city residents in the future. Do you see that?
Yes.
However, isn't it true that BG&E only considered, as we just discussed, they only considered the assumption of what of these percentages that may live. They don't look at the actual survivability of the trees. Is that not correct?
For the PIM proposal,
For the PIM proposal?
that is correct.
What other trees would there be?
I didn't know if you meant historically the trees we planted, have we been studying those, or do you mean how we're proposing to measure performance against the PIM? So performance against the PIM, we've laid out a proposed structure, and it's there for weighing in for or against it. But yes, under the structure we've proposed, that's not a variable.
And you just mentioned your historically, have you tracked survivability with your historic?
I know I have not.
Do you know if BG&E has?
I don't know.
Okay. And looking at MEA 16, entitled How and Why Trees Die After Planting, which is footnote 38. Do you see that?
I do.
That first sentence, it says, the annual death rate of newly planted trees in the city is high. Do you see that? Many trees dies during the first season.
Yes, I do.
However, isn't it true that your first year of planting is 100% of the assumption that 100% of the plantings will actually survive?
That was the Brattle assumption that underlies our proposal. And Brattle cites from the document we just looked at where they got that 90% figure from. You pointed me to different sections of it. Honestly, I have not read through that whole document myself. So I just know that Brattle is citing that document as the basis for their 90%. This document says many trees planted in the city. So I don't know if the word city is to be emphasized there or not. Like, is that one of the factors that's driving it?
I'm going to object.
This is outside my area of
to
expertise.
questions regarding this document. There's no foundation laid that he's even knows what this document is or where it comes from. He's familiar with it. Nothing. So that's the basis of my objection.
Okay, and in response, I would like to add that he is sponsoring the Brattle Report. Is that not true?
I am.
And in the Brattle Report, they give 3 footnotes for their assumptions in this case. Is that not true?
Yeah, at least 3.
Well, let's take, if you want to look at it, the ones with regard to the assumptions would be 38, 39, and 40. And I have footnote 40 here. And if
I see it goes all the way up to 46.
I guess based on my objection, I just have a fundamental question. Is this document cited or is...
Yes, it is cited. It's footnote 40 in the Brattle Report.
This,
That one's
okay.
footnote 38.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And this one is...
This is footnote 40.
Okay.
If you look at the document I just handed you, it's entitled Various Factors Determine the Lifespan of Trees. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And do you see footnote 40? Is it the same title?
It is.
Okay, if you look at in what this is discussing, it's talking about a tree's lifespan, correct? If you look at this sentence, a tree lifespan can range from several years to several hundred, depending on a variety of factors. Do you see that? It's in the Brattle Report on page 45.
Yes, I do see that.
Okay, so you do acknowledge that that's what's included here is
I do
as
acknowledge.
the footnote. Okay. At this time, I would like to have this marked as MEA 16,
17.
17. Okay, one last question about these documents. If you look at MEA 15, which is the urban tree mortality, you indicated that there were somewhere in there that showed the 100% of, and the 95% the assumptions made. Do you see anything in there that shows where these assumptions are based on? It does not provide a page number on your footnote.
No, it is, well, it's Brattle's footnote. Yes, it reads, according to the USDA National Forest Service, mortality tends to stabilize after the third or fourth year of planting at about a 90% expected survivability rate.
Wait,
Footnote 39. So yeah, I'd have to read through that document in detail to see if
could you
I can
please,
find it.
could you tell me where exactly you were reading from?
Page 44 of the Brattle report, the bottom paragraph.
Right, I see that, but if you actually look at the document, urban tree mortality,
Mm-hmm.
it does not provide a page number. Do you?
No,
do
it
you-
doesn't.
It doesn't.
Doesn't.
And I couldn't find in here where these assumptions were based on. Do you happen to know where they're based on?
No, I didn't read through their footnoted documents, I'll be honest.
Okay, and you talked briefly about the assumptions that came up with how much greenhouse gas reductions would be taken out. Is that not correct?
Yes.
But that's based on these assumptions about survivability. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's one of the factors, and if you assume that that Brattle was too optimistic on the survivability rate and it would be lower, then that would reduce the carbon reduction. On the other hand, Brattle notes that they think it was conservative because they stopped it all at 2050. So there are probably factors one could argue, should they be higher or lower?
Are you aware if Brattle attempted to find any documents, perhaps by the Maryland Department of Natural Resources or the Maryland University of Maryland, that might have had actual survivability in Maryland? Any scientific studies? Are you aware of any, if they tried to do that?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware of any other documents that they looked at besides just these documents footnoted here on these pages?
Well, yeah, there are a total of 10 documents, and I have not reviewed the 10 documents that they footnote to come up with their assumptions. You know, we relied on Brattle to make, reasonable estimates of how this would work based on, the information that's available from experts.
Okay, and now with regard to how the program fits into the PIMS, the greenhouse gas reduction metric, there's the three sub-programs, I think, that y'all referred to them
That's
earlier
right.
as. Now, let's say that the commission did not approve the tree planting program, how would that impact the ability to determine the greenhouse gas reduction?
Well, we would strip that component and its projected contribution towards the total GHG reduction, we would strip that out. So it shows the target metric tons is 406, 273, and 266 in the 3 years. And so those would have to be removed from the overall, if we were to keep a GHG target but remove tree planting, then we would have to pull those numbers out.
So you could go forward if the commission did not approve one of the three sub-programs, you could still go forward with the greenhouse gas metric?
Yes.
So it would not impact significantly the entire PIMS?
No, it wouldn't fatally remove it unless, the commission wanted to remove it.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
I have no more questions. At this time, I'd like to move, I don't remember, 17.
Fifteen,
MAA
16, and 17?
15, 16, and 17 into the record.
Without objection, admitted. Actually, before we start, do I need to give him a break? Okay. Mr. OPC.
Thank you, Chair Hoover. Good evening, Mr. Case.
Good evening.
I do have a few questions for you.
Okay.
And I have a packet of exhibits that I'd like to distribute before I get into it. Thanks, Mark. Your Honor, may I approach?
Oh, yeah. Should look familiar.
Oh, I've got one, thank you.
He's got one. So I guess we got an extra one.
So I understand it's late, so I'm going to try to go as expeditiously as possible. And I think a number of the questions that I had planned may have been addressed by Ms. Miller and Ms. McLemore.
Okay.
So I'd like to start with the Exelon investor meetings for fall and winter 2022 slides.
All right.
And Your Honor, I'd like to mark this as OPC Exhibit 27.
So marked.
And this exhibit is it's a slideshow for the fall and winter 2022 Exelon investor meeting, and this was included in the minimum filing requirements that BGE provided in this proceeding as item 3D10 attachment 13. Are you familiar with this document, Mr. Case?
Not intimately, but I'm sure I did look at it maybe on the day it was presented or in one of our earnings calls. So I would say generally I'm familiar with this type of material.
And so if you could turn to page 15. And the title of this slide is Reaffirming Our 6 to 8% EPS Growth Target from 2021 to 2025.
I see that.
And in this context, I believe EPS means earnings per share. Is that correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with this company-wide growth target?
I am.
And towards the bottom of this slide, I believe it's in the long blue box. It states that Exelon plans to invest $29 billion of capital supporting projected rate base growth of 8.1% and 6.8% EPS growth from 2021 to 2025, correct?
6 to 8%, yes.
Yes. And the slide lists a number of growth drivers over the 2022 to 2025 period. And the green arrow on the slide indicates a factor that drove an earnings per share increase. Is that correct?
A projected earnings per share increase?
Yes.
Or in some cases, actuals like this, yeah.
And is it correct that for each of these year-long periods, that'd be 2022 to 2023, 2023 to 2024, and 24 to 25, BGE's MYP rates and reconciliation are identified as a growth driver. Do you see that?
I do.
Do you agree with this characterization of MYP rates as a growth driver?
I do, yeah. As our investment and our revenues associated with those investments increase, it impacts our earnings, all other things being equal.
I'd like you to turn to page 9 of this exhibit. And this slide is labeled Constructive Regulatory Mechanisms.
Okay.
And the slide compares rate base growth from 2017 through 2020 with rate base growth from 2022 through 2025. And the pie charts on this slide identify under which sort of regulatory construct that rate base growth occurs.
Yes.
So would I be correct in stating that this slide illustrates a correlation between alternative rate-making constructs, such as MYPs, and rate base growth?
Well, there is a correlation. I don't know if that's the exclusive. I mean, even under traditional rate making, we had rate-based growth, right? So that's not a new dynamic. But this shows that most of the Maryland jurisdictions have moved to what are viewed in the financial industry by investor rating agencies, credit rating agencies as constructive mechanisms. And indeed, if we think back to Maryland moving in the PC 51 proceeding to multi-year plans, that was cited that I think it was 38 out of 50 states have moved to constructive regulatory mechanisms, and we're proud that Maryland is one of those.
And if you take a look at the pie chart on the left, this shows it's a rate-based growth of $9 billion from 2017 through 2020, and I believe in that period, 27% of Exelon utilities were in a regulatory construct under the traditional historic test year rate making.
Correct.
And you can see that from the 2022 to 2025 period, rate-based growth is projected to increase to $17 billion, and only 2% are under a historic test year rate making construct.
Yes, I see
You see
that.
that? Okay. And given these slides, slide 9 and slide 15, which we discussed earlier, would you agree that BGE's proposed capital expenditures are a response to the opportunity for the type of accelerated cost recovery that the MYP provides as compared to standard historic test year rate making?
Not entirely. So it's a complicated answer. There's no question that we're operating under a more constructive regulatory environment today, and have been since the first multi-year plan, that better enables the infrastructure investments that we believe are important for customers and that other parties weigh in on, and ultimately the commission decides if it agrees or not. And it can tie to state policy goals, it can tie to infrastructure needs. So I think all those things are a factor, and I may have lost the gist of your question, but
is another factor driving
that the mechanism itself is the driver of increased capital investment. Yeah, that's probably where I would disagree. I think the mechanism of MYPs or even STRIDE in the years preceding it, they're more constructive mechanisms so that when we want to encourage investment to meet infrastructure needs, to maintain a modernized grid, a safe and reliable gas system, all of the very many policy goals that Maryland has. I mean, that's one of the things I know there was questioning over the last several days about, is BGE's MYP in sync? I think that was the term used, in sync with the state policy objectives. And I was sort of puzzled by that question because it's sort of self-evident to me. And I went through all the different ways that we're doing that. I came up with 18 different programs and initiatives that are in this plan. And it really came down to maybe one, the investment in the gas safety and reliability, that was probably, of all the things, that was the one that was drawing the most attention. So my point is that there's a lot of investment we're making because the state is looking for a different future, a decarbonized future, a future with lots of DERs on the system and the ability to accommodate that, and modernized communications. And so there are a lot of different drivers that impact rate-based growth that go well beyond whether you have an MYP or a forward-looking test year or a tracker/surcharge mechanism, a formula rate as applies in transmission. There are a lot of different approaches that are out there, but I think the point is that that's become the predominant form of cost recovery, not just for BGE or the Exelon utilities, but nationally, and it's for a reason, because it has a positive effect. It allows the investments to occur that parties agree benefit customers, and ultimately the commissions determine when parties don't agree.
Is another factor underlying BGE's investment decisions the Exelon Corporation's 6 to 8% EPS growth target?
Objection asked and answered, but you can answer it again.
You can answer if you want to.
No, the 6 to 8% growth projection is what we expect will occur from the investments that we make if they're authorized by the commission and found to be in the public interest.